my lady,
Norik said. His normally flat eyes seemed to have found some sparkle as he continued.
And now, if you'll forgive me, I must get back to the lessons.
Of course, Fiona said, turning to the two dragons gliding down to the ground before her. She heard the sound of footsteps racing up beside her and was not surprised to hear Hanez say,
They're early, aren't they?
I suspect Matal wants a word with us beforehand, Fiona said. Bronze and Gold settled on the ground, greeted warmly by Talent and Gila's Talarth, who bugled in greeting. Bedenth is a great queen, Talent declared. Another sound distracted Fiona, and she turned to see Zarenth exit his weir, and Lorana and Kindan climb quickly aboard.
It's traditional for the weir leader to greet guests,
Hanez said from the corner of his mouth as they approached the new Istan weir leader, putting up a cautioning hand and moving ahead of Fiona. Bronze Rider, Fiona said tartly, her hand grabbing his and pulling him back. In case you haven't yet noticed, I make my own traditions.
As you will,
Hanez said with a resigned sigh. Matal! Fiona cried, rushing toward the older man uninhibitedly and throwing herself into his arms. It's good to see you! Matal crushed her against him in a quick hug, then pushed her back again.
I've not been gone that long, weir woman,
he said. Then, with a worried look, he added,
Has something else happened?
No, she assured him with a grin. I haven't destroyed anything yet today.
The day is young,
Matal said, entering into the spirit of things. You, on the other hand, Fiona said, have been quite busy. She glanced over toward Bedenth and was surprised to see not one, but two women dismounting. Her expression cleared instantly, and she turned to him with a look of contrition and pride. Have you found how big your heart is?
Let us say that I've discovered that it is bigger than I thought,
Matal replied, his voice soft and sounding troubled in the admission.
And, he added, for all my turns, I've discovered that you and I have much in common.
His eyes twinkled as he declared,
I should have told you that in my youth I was considered something of a rebel.
Fiona snorted with amusement. The two women approached, and Matal introduced them.
This is Dalia, weir woman of Ista.
Dalia's face was lined, the corners of her eyes marked with crow's feet, and her cheeks with laugh lines. Her eyes were brown, and her hair a fading red. Freckles speckled all over her face. Fiona nodded and extended her hand, feeling her lack of years in the presence of the older woman. Congratulations, weir woman, Fiona said as she released her hand. I hope you had an excellent mating flight. Well, it was interesting, to say the least, Dalia said drolly, but perhaps not quite as interesting as the tale of yours. Dalia glanced around. Where are Kindan and Lorana? They just left on Zarenth, Fiona said. They are going to ferry the holders and crafters. She gave the older woman a grin as she added, I'm not sure if it was Kindan's idea to get more time a dragon back, or Lorana's to permit me to greet you first. Probably a little of both, said the other woman in the party. Selina seemed near the same age as Dalia, but was much taller and had an elegant, thin-boned form. Her hair had lost almost all its color, but her eyes were still bright blue. You must be Selina, Fiona said, extending her hand again, adding solemnly, I grieve for your loss. Mine is nothing compared to Lorana's, Selina said dismissively. And from what Matal said, you've done more than most to make good her loss. Thank you, Fiona said. She wasn't sure that she agreed with Selina. She cast a glance toward Dalia and wondered if the weir woman had the same misgivings about her queen's mating flight with Matal's Gaminth as she had with her Talent's mating flight with Zarenth. For all that Lorana denied it, Fiona was still not certain that the ex-queen rider was unhurt by Fiona's mating flight relationship with Kindan. And, deeper inside herself, Fiona was still not sure if her own heart was big enough to share a love. Fiona realized that Selina was eyeing her intently and raised her head to meet the older woman's gaze. Selina nodded silently as if to herself and raised a hand to break the moment. Matal's also told me about your work back at Eichen, Selina told her quietly. That accomplishment is yours alone. You've acquired a following in Ista, Dalia added, her lips curving upward. "My daughter was quite impressed with Matal's reports, as was I." "Thank you," Fiona said, her cheeks going hot. She sought to change the subject. "As you know, Tamar is still recovering from his fall. Inez is our senior wing leader and will take his place in the council." She glanced around and waved a hand toward Inez, who strode forward and made his introductions. "I understand you're to be congratulated as well," Dalia said with a grin, adding, "and I've heard that Sonia was none too pleased to lose her only other queen to such a handsome man."
"My Gnerth was lucky to catch her."
"In my experience, which bronze catches a queen is one thing," Selena corrected him. "What the riders choose later is another."
"Gila has asked me to grace her quarters,"
Inez replied, his stiff mask of control slipping for a moment to reveal a nearly boyish glee. Fiona found the expression as charming as it was unexpected. Inez seemed to notice her reaction and, with a twitch of his eyebrows in acknowledgement, resumed his normally stiff look. "I think I see why she'd make such an offer," Dalia said approvingly. Matal glanced toward the 3 weirwomen's quarters near the entrance to the hatching grounds and said,
"How is Tamar? May I see him?"
"He's querulous, tetchy, irritable, and snappish," Fiona replied. "But our healer, Berenter—" "Berenter?" Dalia interrupted. "From Ista." Fiona agreed, explaining how she'd borrowed Tintaval from Fort Weir to examine Tamar and had arranged with Master Healer Betroni to bring his 3 journeymen along for observation and trial. "Berenter was a very sad and bitter man," Dalia said when Fiona had finished. "I'm glad that he's found peace." "I've been told that I surround myself with difficult people," Fiona said, careful to keep her gaze from straying in Inez's direction.
"The traders call you the desert flower,"
Matal told her with a smile. He nodded toward Tamar's quarters.
"Would it be possible to pay respects to the Weir leader?"
Fiona frowned, not wanting to overwhelm Tamar with a crowd of visitors. Before she said anything, Dalia spoke up, saying, "I'd like to visit with Berenter for myself."
"I'd be happy to escort you,"
Inez said, offering up a hand while glancing at Fiona for agreement. "We'll have to keep the visit brief," Fiona said warningly, nodding permission to Inez, who directed Dalia on a new course toward the healer's quarters. Tamar was awake, lying stretched out on his bed when they came in.
"I'm checking Lorana's coordinates,"
Tamar told them with a strange expression on his face.
"She's on the way here with Virilin, Master Zist, and Betroni."
He made a wry face as he added,
"Apparently there was a discussion with the Blue Rider sent from Fort Weir over who would have the honor of bearing the masters." "I'll bet that was short,"
Matal said.
"The Blue bears Beeman and Kelsa,"
Tamar said in agreement. He glanced toward Matal.
"Congratulations on your flight, Weir leader."
Matal nodded, saying,
"It wasn't quite what I'd intended." "Often things don't turn out the way we intended,"
Tamar said, glancing toward Fiona. "See," Fiona said, throwing up a hand in mock disgust. "Just as I said, he's tetchy and irritable." The others chuckled.
"Seriously,"
Tamar continued, glancing toward Fiona, who forced herself not to stick out her tongue in pique.
"The Weir woman and I have talked, and I've talked with Kindan and Lorana about today's meeting."
"And now you'll rest and leave it in our hands," Fiona told him pointedly.
"I will," Tamar said. "But as I've a chance to stretch the ear of the Istan Weir leader, I thought I'd mention our worries about the number of fighting dragons once more." "There's been no change since our last conversation, Tamar," Matal said. "During that, I agreed that we need to have a meeting of all the Weir leaders to plan a combined course of action." He patted the younger man's shoulder and stood back. "Rest easy, Bronze Rider. We'll do our best." They left him immediately afterward, Fiona leading the way to the dining cavern. "We would have set up a pavilion in the Weir Bowl, but—" she gestured to the damp ground and shivered at the freezing air. "We decided it would be more difficult than setting aside a meeting place in the cavern itself." "Assuming that the losses I've read about in the records are a reliable standard, at our current rate, the strength of the Weirs will fall below 1 flight each, 90 dragons, in less than half a turn," Virilin concluded grimly, glancing at each of the Weir leaders in turn. "So, even though we found a cure, we have no hope," Talia said,
turning to the Master Archivist for confirmation.
If the casualties follow the historical numbers,
Virilin cautioned.
So the solution is to fight wiser than our ancestors,
Hanez said. He asked Virilin,
what casualty rate is required for us to survive? At the risk of sounding overly pedantic, Wing Leader, I must ask you, what do you mean by survive?
Virilin asked.
Have enough dragons to fight Thread,
the Bronze Rider said, glowering at the Master.
Again, meaning no disrespect, what is enough?
Virilin asked, glancing around the room to include the other Weir leaders and Weir women present.
The records tell me that 90 dragons is the bare minimum deemed suitable to fight a fall, yet even the records imply that more, 2 flights or even the full strength of a Weir, is preferred. Would a mere 90 dragons be enough for all the falls on Pern? And for how long could they be expected to hold out?
Virilin mused.
Those are questions that the records do not answer. Because they were never asked, Devin said gloomily. All the queens, save Dareal Samarth, have mated recently, and will mate again in half a turn, according to the records,
Hanez said, glaring again at Virilin, who met his gaze steadily.
So, it would seem to me that all we have to do is wait for these Weirlings to hatch.
And how long before they are strong enough to fly Thread? Talia asked. She gestured to Benik, Bendon's Weir leader, for an answer.
At Bendon, Benik told the group, we prefer to wait 3 turns, if possible. 18 months was the minimum time I found in the records,
Virilin said,
although, from what I can read, those riders and dragons fared worse fighting Thread than those who'd trained longer. You're telling us nothing new in that, Hanez snorted. The more time to train and grow, the better the fighting dragon. But we don't have time,
Kalior, Fort's Weir leader, reminded them. He glanced at Virilin.
So, 18 months and we'll have how many more dragons? Queens clutch as few as a dozen and as many as 3 dozen eggs,
Virilin said, thinking aloud.
The first mating flight usually produces fewer eggs than later flights. If we were to take an average number for the 8 queens, we could hope for an additional 240 dragons, somewhat less than 3 flights of dragons.
He nodded at Kalior and Sezka, adding,
But the eggs have yet to clutch, let alone hatch, and that adds another 4 to 5 months to the number. Nearly 2 full turns, then, Matal said.
Fiona exchanged a bleak look with Lorana.
I did not take my calculations out 2 turns,
Virilin told the council miserably.
Why not?
Hanez asked. Fiona kicked him under the table, but the Bronze Rider ignored it.
Given what we know, can't you tell us how many dragons we'll have when these hatchlings are ready to fight Thread? Given what I know, Bronze Rider, Virilin said quietly, there will be no dragons left when those hatchlings are ready to fight Thread.
None? Selena gasped.
My lady, we stopped when we reached 59 fighting dragons,
Virilin said, glancing at his group of apprentices and helpers who were waiting outside the pavilion.
And when was that?
Devin asked.
47 weeks from now,
Virilin replied, glancing down at his slate with a sour look.
And when do your calculations say the total strength will be down to just 1 flight of 90 dragons?
Hanez asked.
38 weeks from now,
a voice outside the canvas called in response. Fiona recognized Becca. She'd seen the girl when she'd arrived with the Master Archivist and assumed that she'd been sent to help Berenter.
Who dares listen in on this council?
Hanez demanded angrily, rising from his seat. Becca poked her head in through the entrance. I do, she told him simply, adding with a shrug. And pretty much everyone else. After all, this concerns us, too. As indeed it does, Fiona agreed, raising a hand to pull Hanez back to his seat. But we already have enough voices in this discussion. She gestured for Becca to leave. Listen if you must, but speak only if absolutely necessary.
Something,
Virilin added menacingly,
that I'd already mentioned to you.
Becca paled at the archivist's words and slunk out of the enclosure. Fiona turned to him with frank surprise at Becca's immediate and fearful obedience of the master archivist. "How did you do that?" Virilin shrugged.
"I've been dealing with apprentices since not long after you were born, my lady."
"Which still does nothing for the issue at hand," Weirwoman Sonia said.
"No," Master Harper Zist agreed sadly. "It does not. Have you figured how much better we'd have to fight to survive long enough for the hatchlings to mature to fighting age?" Kalior asked Virilin.
"We're working on it,"
Becca's voice called from outside the pavilion. Fiona glanced sharply toward the entrance before giving Virilin a droll expression.
"She is, perhaps, one of the more challenging apprentices,"
Virilin allowed.
"Nothing we wouldn't have expected," Zist added, "given the source."
Fiona ducked her head in appreciation of the jibe, then turned her head toward Henez. "I presume we've got Terran helping with the calculations?"
"Becca suggested her,"
Virilin said. He gave Fiona a hopeful look as he added,
"She's quite good with numbers. If she were to come to the Harper Hall—"
"I'll put it to her," Fiona replied.
"I'm not sure that Fijian would approve,"
Henez said. "As long as dragons have wings, Fijian won't be far from her," Fiona said. "He's no fool, nor she. I can't believe either would want her talents to go to waste." Her expression made it clear that she thought Henez wouldn't want Terran's talents to go to waste either.
"At another time," Zist said, "we really should discuss how to identify and encourage such talents."
Fiona nodded in agreement.
"What I don't understand is why are we in so much danger?" Devin said. "Did they not survive the same sort of problems in the last pass?" "From all that I've seen, we have no Weir records from the time 250 turns back," Kindan said.
He glanced toward Fiona.
"Unless some survived at Eigen?"
"They did, but I don't recall any problem like ours."
"They must have survived worse problems in the first pass," Kalior said. "Back then they started with no dragons and still survived." "Ah, but they had the aid of their amazing machines," Master Smith Zeleny responded. "I'm afraid we can offer not much more than the Agena 3 throwers, inspired by Weirwoman Fiona."
"That's not much help from the past," Weirwoman Talia said. Beside her, Bendon's Weir leader gave her a pained look, but Talia persisted. "We had help from the first pass before. Why not ask for more now?" "Are you willing to sacrifice your dragon to send the message?" Sonia asked. Talia gave her an irritated look. "I doubt that they can help any more," Lorana said. As the others glanced her way, she continued. "Wind Blossom is dead, and from what Imora said in her audios, her special knowledge died with her." "What about all those ancient artifacts you were so desperate to sink at Talek?" Talia asked.
"Their usefulness to us was over when the last of the materials were used in the cure," Kindan said. "I," Henez began, "for one, am of the opinion that we here can solve this problem." He glanced at Talia. "I think we don't need more hand-holding from the past."
"You say that with less than a wing of fighting dragons?" Talia asked scornfully.
"Speaking now for Ista, some of us have seen worse days," Matal said, "and yet we recovered." He looked around the table as he added, "Ista has 307 fighting dragons." He paused, glancing at Delia and Selena before continuing. "I'm willing to redistribute that strength to bring the other Weirs up to decent fighting numbers."
"Really?" Talia asked acerbically. "What, you'll give away a wing?"
"To Bendon, yes," Matal replied.
With a wink for Fiona, he added,
"I think we can send another 97 here, to Telgar."
Over the gasps of the others, he added,
"Telgar is central to Pern, and could well be expected to be taxed more than most." "We were thinking along the same lines," Devin said, turning toward Kalior. "Sonia and I would like to bring your strength up to 2 flights, if you're willing." "We'd appreciate it," Kalior replied, grinning.
"And we'll send 2 wings here, to Telgar," Sonia added, smiling at Fiona. "A queen's due, as it were." "For our part, we promise to share any queens with Weirs that need them," Fiona said in response, glancing at Seska, who nodded in thanks.
"This still won't solve our problem," Devin said. "No, but it will make it easier to bear," Benik said. "And we'll fly to your aid when needed," Henez declared solemnly. Only if you're not fighting thread yourselves,
Matal said.
For the crafts, Zeleny said. We and the holders might be able to provide better ground cover. As soon as we get enough of those new flamethrowers,
Lord Holder Gadran of Bitrahold growled. And training, Lady Nera of Cromhold added.
To be honest,
Lord Holder Beeman spoke up reluctantly,
we really don't know how much better these new flamethrowers will perform until we've used them more. I'm certain, my lord, that they'll do better than the old ones, the Mastersmith said, if only because your crews won't have to worry about them exploding. That would be a relief, Gadran said. What else can we do? Hinez asked. It seems that we need to provide the time.
That's it, Talia exclaimed. Go back in time. Raise the new Weirlings back in time. Where? Fiona asked after the first rush of excitement had flowed over her. Talia looked at her dumbfounded, so she continued. I mean, Weirwoman Talia, we've already used all the time we had at Eigenweir. Used all the time? Talia repeated, brows furrowed thunderously. How can you use time?
Every turn back all the way through 10 turns has been used already, Kindan said. If we'd sent more Weirlings back in time, we'd already know about it. You can't break time, Bannick told his mate quietly.
And we don't know quite when the sickness started, Lorana said, so we can't go back further in time. Not only that, but before then I don't think the holds had recovered sufficiently from the plague to provide supplies, Fiona said.
We can bring supplies, Hinez said.
From where? Sonia asked.
From wherever we'll get them to feed our new Weirlings, I suspect, Kalior said.
It still won't work, Fiona said. The others looked at her. If it had happened in the past, there would have been signs at Eigen.
But you said yourself that someone had worked the Firestone mine nearby, Kindan reminded her, and it was the new Firestone, not the Flamestone we'd been using. Perhaps we could use timing itself, Matal said while Fiona absorbed Kindan's comment with a thoughtful frown. How? Devin asked. Dragons could go back to a fall to aid in the fight, Matal said. How would they know how to go back? Kalior asked. Because they would have seen themselves come back, Matal said. So, when we do it, we'll do it? Sonia said. That seems to be the common case with timing, Matal replied dryly. Who has the most experience with timing? Devin asked, looking around the room, his eyes settling on Matal. The older rider chuckled. Ha, guilty. Well then, it makes sense to go with the advice of the most experienced in this matter, Devin said. I've only done it once myself. I've done it once as well, Talia griped, for 3 bloody turns. Yes, dear, Sonia said in a tone that was both calming and dampening. We remember. My experience isn't all that much different from Talia's, except that I never stayed back in time as long as she has, Matal said, nodding diplomatically toward Talia, who gave him a mollified look in return. But I think that journeying between time is more fatiguing than going between places. I'd agree, Fiona said. So what that will mean for the riders is that they should be well rested before going between times, and have time to recover before another Threadfall, Devin surmised. He turned to Matal. Is that right? I'd say so. According to what I've learned from Kindan and the other Weir Harpers, Virilin said, careful to note his sources, the pattern of Threadfalls repeats every 50 days. Matal pursed his lips thoughtfully and nodded, turning to Devin and Bannick, who each made gestures of agreement. According to my sources, then, Virilin said, it seems that as things stand, Bendon flies in 7 falls, Telgar in 6, Ista in 5, while the High Reaches and Fort Weirs fly 4 falls. Then Bendon should have more dragons, Talia said. I'd prefer to see how things work out first, Bannick said, glancing reprovingly at his Weirwoman. There was a reason our ancestors established 6 Weirs. 6 Weirs, Talia said, and Bendon's had to take a higher proportion of the falls that used to be flown by Eigen. I don't think we can hope to re-establish Eigen until we've solved the current problem, Sonia said with a nod toward Talia.
But if you run into troubles, we'll provide you with aid. Bendon will fly its own falls, thank you."
"That's really for me to decide," Benick told her. He glanced around the room. "Still, I think for coordination, it's always best to assume that the assigned weir will handle a fall, unless prior arrangements are made."
The Dragonriders all nodded in agreement.
"We've got an answer for you,"
Becca called from outside the pavilion.
"By all means, please, tell us,"
Virilin said, his voice a mix of somber gravity and resignation.
"From what I can figure,"
Taryn's voice piped up from outside the canvas.
"and Becca has checked me, the weirs must lose less than 2 dragons every fall if they're to maintain their strength for 2 turns.
"There hasn't been a fall yet where a weir hasn't lost at least 3,
Virilin said. He cocked his head toward the outside group, demanding,
"Is that losses or casualties?"
"Casualties,"
Taryn responded after several tense moments of whispered conversation between her and the others.
"The injured come back,"
Becca said. "That doesn't help if every dragon and rider is injured," Fiona pointed out.
"Oh,"
Becca said in surprise.
"I hadn't thought of that."
"Can you work out how long the weirs have until they have less than a flight of fighting dragons?" Sonia asked.
"We'll work on it, weir woman,"
Virilin said, rising from his chair and adding,
"I think it best if I go supervise."
The weir woman waved a hand in agreement.
"I don't see how we have any other choice but to do better," Devin said in the silence that followed. "Perhaps timing will help,"
Mittal said hopefully. He pursed his lips tightly for a long, thoughtful moment, then rose from his chair, bowing toward Fiona and nodding at Hanez.
"Weir woman," he said, "I think it best if we take our leave of you. I have many preparations to make, and—" He nodded toward Hanez again. "I'm certain that you will want as much training time as possible between now and your next fall."
The others rose too, and the meeting adjourned. As Mittal peered down from his perch on Gaminth, he sketched a quick salute to Kindan, calling out,
"As you seem to be something of the acting weir leader, I thought you might like to know that I'll be sending Jalanter and his wing to you."
He smiled drolly as he added,
"Try not to lose them, will you?"
From the ground, Kindan smiled and waved an acknowledging salute, calling back,
"We'll do all we can."
Gaminth leaped into the air, beat his wings twice, and was gone between even before he'd cleared the watch heights. "Show off," Sonia swore affectionately as she sat astride her labyrinth alongside Devin on his bronze hearth.
"I'd prefer it if he were less flashy," Devin said with a frown.
Mittal was now the oldest weir leader left, and the High Reaches weir leader could not help feeling a sense of foreboding. Across the distance of dragon lengths, Sonia shot him a probing look and nodded in silent agreement, her expression shifting to match his. "Fly well," Fiona called up to them. "Don't be strangers," Gila added in agreement, her arm wrapped possessively around Hanez's lanky waist. The High Reaches weir leaders waved back, and then they too were gone between.
"They should have flown to the watch heights first,"
Hanez commented sourly. "They know what they're doing," Gila said in their defense.
"They're tired, and tired people should never deviate from tradition," Hanez groused. "Not only that, but we'll be certain to have those here foolish enough to think they can do the same, and I'll have to show them otherwise."
Talia and Benick were more careful, particularly as Norik had achieved his ambition of attaching himself as Bendon's harper and rode clinging to Talia's back, talking ingratiatingly to the weir woman. The dour Gadran eyed him critically from his position behind Benick on Coranth.
"It's not as though we'll see Kindan, at least until Tamar has healed fully,"
Benick had allowed when the notion had been proposed to them. "And he seems a lot more competent than Kindan," Talia had agreed, her eyes flashing sharply toward the younger harper. She added venomously to Fiona, "Not that I'm sure you didn't get the better of the bargain, my dear." "2 for 1, and both the most famous on Pern?" Fiona purred in response. "I cannot thank you enough." "Of that I'm certain," Talia rejoined, not willing to let the exchange go in Fiona's favor. Fiona merely nodded, lips pursed tightly in response. Seska and Kalior were the last to leave, and they left reluctantly, clearly tempted by the offer of a warm meal.
"We've much to do ourselves,"
Kalior said by way of apology, as he and Seska headed out the archway of the kitchen cavern and into the weir bowl. "Threadfall's over fort in 6 days," Seska reminded them. "They're both nightfalls, too," Fiona remarked with a grimace. "Why don't we fly them together?" Seska asked. Beside her, Kalior choked in surprise. "Just we 2 queens."
"Queens together?"
Kalior gasped in surprise, his brown eyes nearly popping out of his head. Fiona shook her head apologetically even as Seska laughed and slapped her mate on the back, saying, "I did it just to see you squirm." "Besides," Fiona said, "as both queens have just recently risen, it probably would be unwise to risk them, at least until they've safely clutched." "I'm afraid you're right," Seska agreed with a sigh. She glanced at Kalior as she added slyly, "But perhaps we could cadge a ride with Kindan and Lorana?"
"I suspect they'll be busy enough looking out for themselves,"
Kalior said. "I hadn't thought of them flying this fall," Fiona admitted anxiously, adding a moment later, "But we need all our dragons, and I doubt we could keep Zarenth on the ground." "I didn't mean to alarm you," Seska said. "I'm sure they'll do fine."
"It's a nightfall," Kalior said by way of agreement, "and the air here is cold. So much of the thread will be dead."
Less than a month had passed in the present time since the 2 night flights that Fort Weir had fought with the aid of Nuella and the Watchwares, and even though Fiona's memories of the events were faded by the 3 turns she'd spent back in time at Eigenweir, still her recollection of the anguished cries of riders, dragons, and Watchwares was a searing memory. She fought to suppress a shudder of fear. Seska sensed her feelings and wrapped her in a hug. "You'll do fine, Weirwoman." It was only after they'd left that Fiona realized that the Fort Weir woman hadn't suggested that Kindan and Lorana would be safe. 15. Weirfolk, keep your riders true, help them to their battle hue, aid them, keep their troubles few, and thus grow their strength anew. Telgar Weir, next morning, AL 508.2.16. Jalanter and the 3 Istan wings arrived early the next morning. Shanice and the Telgar Weirfolk had worked through the night to prepare the additional 145 weirs required for the welcome influx of fighting strength. "We found enough of our Weirfolk who'd like to swap for warmer climes that we've no worries providing space for their Weirfolk," Shanice had assured Gila as she grew anxious at the scope of the whole affair. "It's like we're getting a whole new Weir," Gila said, eyes wide. "Well, we've been poaching from Fort, High Reaches, and Bendon," Fiona said. "I think it's about time we stole from Ista as well." The junior Weirwoman had snorted in response and recovered her humor, only repeating darkly, "But I still don't know why you left the arrangements to me." "I have it on highest authority that it's a Weirwoman's duty to be sure that her replacement is well trained," Fiona told her, grinning. "After all, you never know when you'll need a new one." Gila grabbed her right arm tightly with both of hers and implored, "Promise me you'll give me some warning before you do anything." "I'll try," Fiona temporized, her grin slipping. "But there are times—" Like the night before. She hadn't expected to find Kindan awake. She'd been avoiding him, not certain if she ever would find the courage to discover if his prior passion was only dragon-flamed. But Lorana practically threw them at each other, insisting that she had to help in the kitchen cavern. In the morning, Fiona was surprised to find that Lorana had crept in with them sometime during the night. "Are you all right?" Fiona asked as she felt Lorana shift against her. "I'm fine," Lorana said. "You are?" Fiona asked. Confused, she added, "Then why did you don't mind?" "No," Lorana said. Fiona pressed herself against the older woman in thanks. "Besides," Lorana added, "if anything were to happen to me, I'd need to know that there was someone there for Kindan and the child." "Always," Fiona said firmly, realizing how much trust Lorana placed in her, that Lorana would choose her as a surrogate. "And in response, I'll ask, I'll love any child of yours, no matter who the father, Lorana said. You're a special one. Kindan's right to love you. Love me? Fiona could only mouth the words. Of course, Lorana said. Hasn't he always? I thought he loved me for my sister, for Coriana, Fiona said. Maybe once, Lorana said, but after the mating flight, no. But he doesn't seem to even notice me. Notice you? Lorana asked, smiling. I mean, until last night. He did, Lorana said, but I don't think he understands yet. That he loves me? Lorana shook her head. That he doesn't have to choose. I always thought that I would be married to a Lord Holder, one man, and maybe one love, Fiona said. So did I, Lorana said, and I think I've found him. She made a face as Fiona started to protest. He wouldn't be the man I love if he weren't in love with you, too. Her eyes twinkled as she added, What was it that little one said? I'll help you grow your heart. Ariar, Fiona recalled fondly. You helped me grow my heart, Lorana told her. Besides, I've never heard of two people speaking to each other the way we have. I found no mention of it in the records. Perhaps we should ask Kindan. I think Master Harper zist, Fiona said. I think we shouldn't tell Kindan just yet. Perhaps not, Lorana said. We wouldn't want to shock him too much just now. Did you tell him about the baby? No, Lorana said, amusement spilling out of her voice. I was hoping we could present him with a double event, as it were. Fiona giggled. That would be nice. And now Fiona, Lorana, and Kindan were arrayed side by side to greet Jalanter as he jumped nimbly from his perch atop Bronze Lalanth. The air was still cold, and the clouds above threatened rain, or more likely snow, later in the day. Dragon's breath was clearly visible as streams of fog wisping through the air. Fiona noticed some of the Istan riders shiver, and was glad she and Shanice had preparations made to keep them warm, used, as they were, to the much warmer climate of Ista. "Kindan!" Jalanter exclaimed, racing over to hug the shorter man quickly. "Matal told me I'd have a surprise, but I didn't expect it to be you." In the background, Fiona noted weirfolk spread out with mugs of warm claw and extra sweaters for the colder Istan riders. Fiona took a careful breath, not wanting to freeze her nose, just enough to get a good sniff of the amazing pine scent that wafted down from the trees in the mountains surrounding the weir. She could never get enough of that special, fresh smell. "I suspect I'm only a part of it," Kindan said with a smile, gesturing to Lorana. "This is Lorana." Jalanter's eyes widened in recognition, and he drew himself back, bowing low in front of her. "My lady, I grieve for your loss, and applaud your extreme fortitude in saving all the dragons of Pern." Fiona could feel Lorana tense beside her. Not all, she thought, remembering that her beloved friend felt every dragon's loss. "Fiona, weir woman," Fiona said in introduction, distracting the bronze rider from his gaff. "Weir woman," Jalanter returned with a brisk nod, his frank eyes clearly registering his surprise. "Aren't you awfully young for the duty?" "I've nearly 17 turns, bronze rider," Fiona corrected him. "Nearly," Jalanter said, his brows rising with his words. "That many? I hadn't realized." "I spent 3 turns back in Eigen," Fiona said. She gestured to one of the weirfolk, who handed Jalanter a steaming mug, and she added, "I remember all those warm days very fondly." Jalanter chuckled appreciatively, muttering thanks to his server, and draining his mug with evident relish. "We'll try to keep you warm," Fiona said. Jalanter raised his bushy eyebrows in surprise, and turned his head enough to see how his other riders fared. He gave Fiona a grateful nod as he saw that they were being bundled up and hastened out of the cold morning to their quarters. "So I see," he said. Fiona gestured to Hinez, who stepped forward. "Weir leader Tamar is recovering from injuries, and in the meantime, Hinez is senior flight leader." "Flight leader?" Hinez said with a nod toward Jalanter. "I believe you outrank me." "I might at that," Jalanter said. "We've a fall tomorrow. How would you like to array the wings?" Hinez said.
I think I'd like to get settled in first, Jalanter said. If you've any training you've planned for your flight today, please proceed. Gladly, Hinez said.
He turned to Fiona and nodded to her.
Weirwoman?
Fly safe, Fiona said with a wave. Once he was out of earshot, she muttered to herself, Old stick in the mud.
I've been called that, yes,
Jalanter said, turning to her. Not you, Fiona corrected, pointing to Hinez's retreating back. Him. Jalanter's brows rose once more as he registered the comment, but before he could make any remarks, Fiona continued. We've weirs set to your disposal and fresh food if your riders feel the need, Flight Leader.
Soon as we get settled and pay our respects to the Weir Leader, we'll probably want to join Hinez and get a feel for the air, Jalanter said.
Excellent, Fiona said joyfully. At Jalanter's surprised look, she added, I had a bet with our head woman, and you've made me a winner.
Glad to oblige, Jalanter said, smiling. Are there any other wagers I should aid?
I wouldn't know, Fiona replied innocently, glancing significantly toward Kindan. A weirwoman has to maintain decorum. Jalanter startled at that, asking,
Aren't you the same Fiona who was so fond of tunnel snakes as a youngster?
I was more fond of the marks I earned catching them, Fiona corrected him with a grin. However, I now have reason to believe that I was never in any danger, having been protected by my continued existence. Jalanter gave her a blank look, so she said, My snake-hunting companion was someone who knew that I would live long enough to go back in time to Eigen, and so had no worries inciting me to greater and greater levels of danger.
Oh, Jalanter said, enlightened. Not the sort of thing one encounters often.
Fiona nodded in agreement. If you need anything, bespeak to length. Or have your dragon ask me, Lorana said. Yes, Fiona said. Lorana can hear any dragon.
Oh,
Jalanter said, thinking quickly. He turned back to the taller woman.
Then you have my heartfelt commiserations. The past few months must have been quite a trial.
Fiona linked hands with Lorana at the same time as Kindan encircled the dark-haired woman's waist protectively. I am lucky in my friends, Lorana told him. Jalanter nodded and, somewhat bemusedly, turned back to the remaining Isten riders. Oh, Flight Leader, Fiona called as he departed. Jalanter turned back to her expectantly. As time permits, see the head woman. She's proper Telgar garb for the riders. Jalanter nodded absently, then brightened.
I shall arrange it at the earliest moment.
Fiona nodded and waved him back to his duties. The riders from High Reaches were the next to appear. They arrived just after the former Isten riders departed to join Hinez in drill. The sun was well in the sky, and the chill of the morning had vanished.
I wonder who they'll send to lead the wing,
Kindan said, craning his neck and sheltering his eyes to spot the lead rider. Fiona picked out the rider and discovered that her eyes were better than Kindan's as she said, He's thread-scored on the cheek. He's missing an ear, too.
Katav!
Kindan shouted, racing across the bowl to greet the rider as his dragon landed. Fiona and Lorana followed after him, exchanging looks of surprise. Sonia sent her best, Fiona said to herself as she examined the tall rider clambering down from his perch. She honors you, Lorana agreed. Us, Fiona corrected her firmly, reaching once more to grab Lorana's hand and give it a quick squeeze. I've got a lot to live up to. You'll do fine, Lorana said. Fiona's lips twitched, but she made no response. Kindan led Katav over to them, and the bronze rider bowed to Fiona.
We're woman, I present you with 37 of High Reach's best.
We're honored, Wing Leader, Fiona said. You are welcome here.
May I pay my respects to the Weir Leader?
Katav asked, looking beyond her to the Queen's Weir where Zarenth peered out. I think it would be best to wait until evening, Fiona told him. Jalanter and his flight from Ista have just gone off to join Flight Leader Hinez in drill. Katav nodded in understanding.
Then, with your leave, Weirwoman, as soon as we've stowed our belongings, we'll join them.
Head woman Shanice was expecting you, Fiona told him, waving toward a group approaching from the lower caverns. They'll take your gear and stow it in your quarters.
Thank you,
Katav replied, his eyes twinkling as he smiled at her. Fiona realized that disregarding the scorched side of his face was easy, given the animation the bronze rider brought to his expressions, particularly his piercing blue eyes. "My pleasure."
"I should have been there,"
Tamar said when Fiona recounted the events to him later. He shifted nervously in his bed. "You're not leaving that bed until Berenter says," Fiona told him, pressing a hand against his chest forcefully. "Even if I have to sit on you." "Or Berenter does," Lorana added in agreement. "I can't imagine he'd want to have a weir leader be the first patient he lost." Tamar lay back, fuming.
"Well, at least tell me what's going on."
"Nothing more than you would have guessed," Kindan told him with an easy wave of his hand.
"Inez let off the drill this morning. Jalanter has joined with the flight from Ista, and just recently Katav from High Reaches brought another 36 fighting dragons with him. By the first egg, we've got a fighting weir and a lamed weir leader,"
Tamar growled, his eyes going accusingly to Fiona. "And do you suppose, weir leader," Fiona returned hotly, "that in all these turns that situation has never before arisen?" Tamar pursed his lips mulishly.
"The records are pretty clear on the issue," Kindan said. "Even here at Telgar, the weir leader has been injured for months at a time." "And?" Tamar demanded.
"And he's appointed seconds, had reports made to him, and proceeded as best he could with due regards to his injury and his eventual recovery," Fiona told him. Her voice softened as she added, "I know it's hard, particularly with Inez in charge, but it is part of a weir leader's duty to train his replacement."
"And you, weir woman?"
"I'm doing very well in that department, thank you," Fiona replied primly. Tamar held her eyes for a moment more, then blew out a breath in resignation, forcing some cheer into his response as he said,
"You are at that."
"Thank you," Fiona said. After a moment she added, "I can only imagine how difficult this must be for you."
"Well, what cannot be changed must be endured,"
Tamar said with a sigh. From his weir, Zarenth craned his neck and blew a sympathetic sigh toward his rider. Tamar smiled at him and then turned back decisively to Kindan and Lorana.
"But my incapacity is no reason that Zarenth should get out of shape."
Kindan cocked his head at the bronze rider inquiringly.
"If Tajin could do it when I was lamed before, why not you and Lorana now?" Tamar asked.
"No," Fiona snapped without thinking. The others turned to her and she shook her head in confusion. "I could do with the exercise," Lorana said, casting a glance toward Fiona. "I think Kindan's up to catching Firestone."
"It takes turns of training to make a proper fighting pair," Tamar said. "I was thinking more of reserve than fighting." "Or we could observe and report back," Kindan said. "Dragons aren't good with subtleties," Tamar said.
Fiona gestured toward Lorana. "She can talk directly with me."
"She can?"
Tamar asked, surprised. His expression broadened when he noticed the same look of surprise on Kindan's face.
"You can?"
the harper asked, looking from Fiona to Lorana and back.
"And you didn't tell me?"
"We're not sure how well it works," Fiona said, temporizing. She glanced at Lorana and took in the other's stance and the look of excitement on her face, and added hastily, "But this would be a good time to learn."
"Zarenth is willing,"
Tamar said. Fiona thought she heard some sudden reluctance on his part, but the bronze rider shrugged, adding,
"And who am I to argue?"
"You're the weir leader," Fiona said in answer.
"And this is a way to adapt, isn't it?"
"It is," Fiona agreed, still reluctant. She turned to Lorana and Kindan. "But if you fly the fall tomorrow, or any day, stay behind and report in."
"She's right," Tamar said.
He glanced at Kindan, smiling.
"Much though I trust you both, I'd hate for either you or Zarenth to get injured."
"Dragon men must fly when thread is in the sky," Lorana quoted, her expression stolid, firm.
"And of us all, I suppose you have the best right to call yourself Dragon Man,"
Kindan found himself saying. Fiona and Tamar nodded in agreement. "No one knows what would happen to the dragons if anything happens to you," Fiona warned Lorana. The older woman nodded in understanding.
"Enough of this," Tamar said,
raising both arms to wave them off.
"Get your harness on Zarenth and have Fiona inspect it. Then we'll see."
Fiona brightened at the thought, then slumped as Tamar cautioned her.
"And don't think to keep them dirt-bound on a pretext."
Glumly, Fiona nodded, following the other two out. She turned at the entrance to Zarenth's lair and called back to Tamar. "As soon as they're safely airborne, I'll come back." Tamar's eyes flashed in gratitude. As it was, Kindan and Lorana had no trouble at all in getting Zarenth's fighting straps properly arrayed. Fiona, with some foresight, had them load up with 8 sacks of firestone, allowing them to refuel the fighting dragons. Jila came running up as they completed their preparations. "I could help," she said, looking imploringly to Fiona. "I could fly with firestone too." "Not until after Talarth's clutched," Fiona told her. "Right now our 2 golds are more valuable as breeders." Jila, pouting, agreed. To lift the dusky weirwoman's spirits, and her own, Fiona added, "But if we get some gold eggs in our clutches, we'll be able to consider other options." "We'll have to wait turns yet," Jila said. "Perhaps," Fiona said, "although some of us have found the turns come easier than others." At the reminder of Fiona's time in the past, Jila brightened. At Fiona's request, Jila joined her in Tamar's quarters. Tamar gave the petite weirwoman a cheerful greeting, and the 3 of them alternated between discussing weir matters and dissecting the messages from the drilling dragons.
"I think we should offer Jalanter the lead,"
Tamar said just after Fiona relayed how the Ista flight had outperformed its Telgar and High Reaches counterparts. He caught Jila's frown and nodded his head toward her.
"You disagree?"
"No," Jila said, sighing. "He's led a weir as well as a flight. He's had more experience than any bronze rider here." "Inez will be disappointed," Fiona predicted. Jila glanced sharply toward her, a calculating look on her face. "It would be wrong to hope he'd behave any other way."
"It would," Tamar agreed. "I would feel the same in his position."
"In fact, you do," Fiona pointed out. Tamar gave her a pained look even as he nodded in acknowledgement of her words. "His first concern is Pern," Jila said, almost to herself. "Then his weir, his flight, his wing, his dragon." With a rueful smile, she added, "After that, he considers himself and the feelings of others." "He is a hard man," Fiona said. "Tough times call for such," Jila replied. Her eyes flashed as she said to Fiona, "I know that you and he have quarreled in the past." "Our ways are different," Fiona said. "But your interests are the same." Fiona smiled at the dark-haired woman. "What I do know is that anyone who attracts your affection has my friendship." "But even so, we should let Jalanter lead," Jila said in agreement. She lifted her head to meet Fiona's eyes, then turned to Tamar, saying, "Weir leader, I agree with your decision."
"While I'm still recovering, I'll let Inez lead the fort riders," Tamar said.
"No, you will not!" Fiona found herself shouting in unison with Jila. They turned to each other in shock, and Fiona gestured for the other woman to speak first. Jila cleared her throat, then said with as much control as she could muster, "Weir leader, if you give Jalanter the authority to lead the fighting dragons, you must leave how to lead and arrange the wings and flights up to him as well." "Besides, we should mix up our riders as quickly as we can," Fiona said, after nodding in agreement with Jila's declaration. "We are Telgar now." "Exactly," Jila said. Tamar's lips rose in a small grin.
"I believe you have made excellent points, weirwomen."
Fiona made sure to accompany Berenter as he checked on Tamar shortly before the fighting drill was to end. She and Taryn brought him a lunch tray and waited until Berenter had inspected him before setting it in front of him and helping him set up enough to eat.
"Another 2 days at least, weir leader," Berenter said. "After that, we'll see how you are at standing." "I feel fine," Tamar protested. "Lying down, yes," Fiona snapped back. "Wait until you try standing." "With a concussion, people often feel as if their feet are floating above the ground," Berenter said. "Given the condition of your leg, the last thing you need to do is strain your sutures, particularly with a fall." Tamar grumbled in reply.
You rush your recovery and you won't recover, Fiona warned him. Tamar made a face and waved at her in a feeble display of irritation. She was about to voice an angry reply when she felt Lorana and brightened. They're coming back. A moment later, they heard the sound of a dragon bursting out of between, and Zarenth bugled happily at his low arrival. They reeked of firestone, the sort of smell that only comes from a flaming dragon. Zarenth, you know better, Fiona called chidingly to the bronze dragon, even as Lorana and Kindan jumped from the dragon's haunches to the queen's ledge nearby. Fiona ran out to the ledge, wagging a finger at the pair. And you two, you should know better. The broad grin on Lorana's face slipped for a moment, then redoubled. We knew where we were, Fiona. Seeing the ex-Dragonrider looking so happy robbed Fiona of any response, leaving her to shake her head wordlessly.
You look just like your father after you were caught hunting tunnel snakes, Kindan declared, laughing.
Fiona felt her cheeks burning. Embarrassed, she turned away, stamping her foot loudly on the ground of the ledge. She was surprised a moment later when Kindan wrapped his arms around her from the back in a strong hug. She twisted in his arms to face him and realized that she was very nearly at eye level with him. Kindan said nothing, merely looking deeply into her eyes until she buried her head against his neck.
We were careful,
he told her soothingly. Be more careful next time, Fiona huffed, still grumpy with worry. You knew what we were doing, Lorana said, coming up to them, looking not the least upset at their embrace. She smiled as she added insightfully, You're jealous. Fiona lifted her head and stuck her tongue out at the older woman, who chuckled in response. Of course I am, Fiona said. She broke free from Kindan, maintaining her grasp on one of his hands, reached and grabbed Lorana's right hand with her other hand, and tugged them both gently into Tamar's quarters. Tell us everything. Their report was not quite complete when it was interrupted by the sound of the return of the remaining dragons in one great rush of cold air from between. Tamar and Fiona glanced at each other for a moment, then turned their heads to strain for the sounds of the descending dragons. The four of them, Tamar, Fiona, Kindan, and Lorana, nodded approvingly as they heard the various wings descend and disperse, one after the other.
Lorana, could you ask Jalanter to report?
Tamar asked when they heard the last of the dragons rising on their way back to their weirs. I've asked Lalanthe, Lorana said. She glanced at the blonde-haired weirwoman, adding, I think Fiona's the only one I can talk with directly.
Probably just as well,
Kindan quipped, and instantly found himself the center of two piercing glares, one of blue eyes, the other of brown. He raised his hands defensively, saying,
Well, could you imagine how awful it would be if you could hear every dragon rider as well as every dragon?
Lorana nodded, conceding the point, but Fiona held the Harper's eyes for a moment longer before looking at Tamar to ask, And why do you suppose that is? Tamar paused before answering, and was rewarded with the sound of Jalanter rushing up the ledge to them. He gestured pointedly toward the entrance, and held his breath.
Weir leader,
Jalanter called as he entered, then seeing Fiona and the others added with a polite nod to each.
Weirwoman, Harper, Lorana. I wanted to talk with you about the drill,
Tamar said. Should I invite Hinez? Lorana asked. Tamar nodded in agreement.
Should we wait?
Jalanter asked, with a quick smile for Lorana.
No, I don't want to take up too much of your time,
Tamar said.
I know you've still got to settle into your quarters.
And you'll be hungry, too, Fiona said.
We were watching from behind you,
Kindan said, gesturing to himself and Lorana.
And?
Jalanter asked invitingly.
I learned a lot,
Kindan said. I think you'd be best integrating the wings and riders as quickly as possible, Fiona told him.
My thoughts as well,
Jalanter agreed. He glanced at Lorana and raised an eyebrow in invitation. I'm afraid I have nothing to add, the dark-haired woman said with a rueful look. She glanced slyly at Kindan, adding, We were learning how to flame.
Well, your additional unused firestone was much welcome, Jalanter said in response. And I did see your flaming. I think you have nothing more to learn.
But you will not fight Thread, Fiona warned them.
Weirwoman,
Jalanter began diplomatically.
Let us hope that they never need to fight Thread. But we need every fighting dragon,
Kindan and Tamar declared in chorus. The harper glanced in surprise at the weir leader, who shook his head, saying,
Kindan has the right of it. We need to learn if we can cross-mount dragons and riders.
Trained dragons and riders, Fiona said, glancing anxiously toward Kindan.
Our need is great, Jalanter told her.
He looked at Kindan, adding,
But there is no reason you can't be trained. It will be a bit of a change to get training before getting a dragon,
Kindan said.
Your dragon will come, lad,
Jalanter assured him, and was surprised to see Fiona and Lorana nod in agreement.
There's no reason you shouldn't know all you can beforehand.
But we won't have time to drill him on recognition points before tomorrow, Fiona said. She felt Lorana's hand tighten on hers and leaned against the taller woman, murmuring, I can't lose you. You can do whatever it takes, Lorana assured her, wrapping her other arm around Fiona and pulling the shorter woman tight against her, adding fondly, You are strong. You will survive. A shiver ran down Fiona's back, and she buried her head against Lorana's chest. After a moment, she pulled away again and gave Lorana a wan smile. A werewoman sets the example, Fiona said.
She does indeed,
Jalanter said in an approving tone. The sound of Hinez's approaching feet stalled further conversation.
We're leader,
Hinez said to Tamar as he drew up. He nodded to Jalanter and threw a general look at Fiona, Kindan, and Lorana.
What can I do for you? I'm pretty sure you know,
Tamar said, partly turning to Jalanter.
I think I do,
Hinez said, facing the older bronze rider.
Flight Leader Jalanter, you are the most qualified to lead the weir. I'll be happy to fly wherever you see fit for me. Well said, lad, well said,
Jalanter rumbled in response, his gray hair and grizzled features emphasizing his age and ability.
Your riders flew well today. They could have flown better,
Hinez said with a frown.
I'll be talking to them later.
Jalanter barked a laugh.
Of course, they can always fly better,
he agreed. He wagged a finger at the wiry rider, adding,
But it would be a mistake to make every flight a lesson. Sometimes it is enough to let the riders find their own shortcomings. Sometimes,
he added in a more somber tone,
it is our duty to lift their spirits, no matter what their failings.
Hinez nodded.
I shall try to remember. You do that,
Jalanter agreed heartily.
Do that, and you'll be a great weir leader.
Hinez raised his hands, palms open in protest, but the Istan rider shook his head, saying,
Every bronze dreams of a queen. I have a queen,
Hinez replied quickly, then flushed and amended,
My Gnurth was lucky enough to fly Gilas to Larth. One of the youngest and strongest queens of Pern, I believe, Jalanter said. Weir leader indeed.
Tamar coughed from his bed, and Jalanter barked another laugh.
No offense meant, Tamar. There are weirs aplenty. One even now goes begging. I'm Telgar now,
Hinez said.
As are we all,
Jalanter agreed.
As are we all.
For a long moment, no one spoke, savoring the force of the older rider's declaration.
I'd appreciate it, Jalanter, if you and the wing leaders could meet with me here after dinner,
Tamar said. This is going to be a nightfall, Fiona spoke up, glancing at Jalanter and Tamar. Have we coordinated with Nuella?
Worse,
Kindan added.
It spills over to high reaches. They'll be flying the darkest part. Thread should arrive the 7th hour afternoon,
Hinez said, casting an inquiring look toward Kindan, who nodded in agreement.
So we'll have sun for the majority of our part of the fall. I haven't had the honor yet of flying with Nuella,
Jalanter said. He caught the surprised look on Hinez's face and correctly guessed that the other was not yet convinced of the utility of the watchwares.
You should know that it was I, along with Matal, who first discovered their true worth. You flew Thread at night over Southern Bowl, Hinez. Do you still doubt their ability? Tamar asked. It's not that, Hinez replied with a shake of his head. We took a lot of casualties that night. And we haven't trained with them since, Tamar said by way of agreement.
He asked Jalanter,
Is there a chance to arrange training tonight?
The bronze rider pursed his lips thoughtfully, then shook his head.
I think our riders are too tired. It was a strain to drill at all today. Usually I prefer a day of rest prior to a fall." "It was necessary with all the influx," Inez said. "Oh, absolutely," Jalanter agreed. "But we're now all too tired to consider more drilling."
"We're not," Lorana said, gesturing to Kindan. "We could coordinate with Nuella."
"And you could talk to the watchwares, too,"
Tamar exclaimed enthusiastically. He glanced at Fiona, who flushed when she noticed his gaze, and shook her head resignedly. "It could work," she said. "In fact, Lorana, why don't you tell Sonia's Labyrinth of your plan and offer to fly the full fall?"
"At night?" Inez exclaimed. "With no training?"
"Needs must," Fiona told him. With a sly look toward Lorana and Kindan, she added, "Besides, your ability to coordinate will make you too valuable to risk fighting Thread directly." Kindan groaned in response, but Lorana merely nodded serenely.
"We should leave after dark," Kindan said. "Nuella and Nuellisk won't be awake before then."
"I'm coming with you," Fiona declared, her expression daring anyone to defy her.
"If,"
Tamar responded slowly, his expression neutral.
"Weirwoman, you feel it in the best interests of Pern to disturb your queen's rest before she has clutched, I will say nothing against it."
"Good," Fiona said, "because Talent says that she's bored lying around all day and wants to get out while she still can." They left with the last of the evening sun hovering on the horizon in the west. A light rain was falling and threatened to turn into a cold winter downpour. The evening meal had been a spirited affair, with riders from 3 weirs discovering their differences and similarities, while the Telgar weirfolk, grateful for the further infusion of strength, outdid themselves in making the new riders feel welcome and at home. Fiona announced Jalanter's position as fighting leader, which was greeted enthusiastically by all, except for a few grumbles from the older fort riders, which died down as they considered the sensibleness of the decision. Worries soon surfaced about fighting at night, and were soothed by Fiona's revelation of the mission to Nuella. It seemed that every one of the 185 fit riders found a chance to pay respect to Lorana, each profoundly grateful for her sacrifice and deeply moved that she had chosen Telgar as her new weir. Fiona was surprised to hear murmurs of approval about herself, too, mostly in praise of her ability to attract the likes of Lorana and Jalanter to the weir. "That's as silly as a wary bathing," Fiona declared the first time she heard it from one of the older riders, who should have known better. "It isn't," Jila chided her. "Think of how jealous Sonia must be." "Or Seska," Taryn added from her place near Fijian. Strictly speaking, the displaced headwoman should not have been seated with the Dragonriders, but the Telgar weirfolk had learned to respect the youngster and had discovered that their new weirwoman tended to ignore such traditions in favor of the comfort and enjoyment of all. "Or Talia," Fiona said in rueful agreement. Of course, she probably saw Lorana as a threat. "Almost certainly," Jila said. "Maybe Talia will get better now that she's not time-fuddled," Fiona said, taking a long sip of claw herself and remembering Matal's comment. If she was time-fuddled like Talia, then when would she be going back in time? And where? "What?" Kindan asked, leaning across the table toward her with a look of concern on his face. Fiona shook her head, smoothing her expression. "Nothing." The Harper's lips tightened into a frown. "It's not important now," Fiona assured him. Kindan gave her a look that reminded her that he knew her all too well, and made it clear to her that he would pursue the topic later. She could be certain. "Finish your claw and let's go." Grudgingly, Kindan did as she ordered, and with a glance at Lorana, rose from the table as soon as he'd finished his drink. They were all still dressed in their riding gear, so it was only a matter of moments before they were airborne, circling the Starstones before winking out between to the Werehold. They arrived with the last of the light, circling down quickly to the landing just outside the stone hold. A bugle from the ground announced their arrival, followed quickly by Talent's warbled greeting in response. "Nuellisk is awake," Talent relayed eagerly, diving so steeply that Fiona had to lean back and clutch her flying straps tightly.
Sorry,
Talent said as she caught her rider's flash of fear just before she pulled up into a perfect landing. No, you're not, Fiona replied testily. You're showing off. Talent answered with a chagrined silence. Fiona relented and patted the golden neck hard before loosening her grip on her straps and sliding down Talent's foreleg to the ground below. Off you go. Have fun. Talent sauntered off, taking a quick leap to cup the evening air beneath her wings and glide slowly in the darkness. She was joined shortly after by Zarenth, who flew protectively at her side.
Well, she's enjoying herself,
Zenor's deep voice exclaimed in the night air. With a yelp of joy, Fiona raced to the sound of his voice and threw herself into his arms. Zenor!
Hey, easy there,
the red-haired holder declared as he wrapped his arms around her.
You're not as small as you once were, and I've 10 more turns to my name. Indeed you do, Kindan said. You're practically gray with age. Kindan! Zenor exclaimed, unceremoniously dropping Fiona to race over to his lifelong friend. He paused long enough to pull Fiona back to her feet and along with him, adding, So, have you discovered the identity of your secret admirer? I have, Kindan said. He gestured toward Lorana on his other side. And this is Lorana. Ah, Zenor said in surprise. And it's complicated, Kindan said. Only to confused harpers, Lorana said, reaching a hand forward to Zenor, who shook it absently. Zarenth flew to length, Fiona said by way of exclamation. But we'd heard that Tamar was injured. A new voice, Nuella's, joined in the conversation. He was, Lorana said, turning toward the approaching woman, who was led by a young girl who was easily recognizable as her daughter. Zarenth would have gone between, except that Lorana and Kindan restrained him, Fiona said. And you, Lorana said. It took the 3 of us. The 3 of you? Zenor said. And so when Zarenth flew to length... Oh, Nuella said, her expression brightening. Then congratulations are due all around, aren't they? I think so, Lorana said. She glanced at Kindan. Some of us are still adjusting to the reality. Shards, Kindan, Zenor said, his eyes going wide. Only you would have partnered with the 2 most amazing women on Pern. Present company excluded, of course, Kindan added with a half-bow toward Nuella. He bowed at you, Mama, the girl said. I know, Nala, Nuella assured her daughter easily. He learned manners at the Harper Hall. He's the one who gave you your first watchwear, isn't he? Nala asked. Yes, he did, Nuella told her patiently. Only the adults heard the pain in her voice. It's good to see you again, Fiona said, rushing forward to hug Nuella and discovering, in surprise, that she was taller than the werehandler. I was hoping you'd come tonight, Nuella said in agreement. She had Sula lay out some dainties, Nala declared eagerly. Sula's dainties? Kindan asked. He turned to Lorana and Fiona, saying, You really have to try Sula's dainties. I have, Fiona reminded him. She added to Lorana, Remind me to see if we can pry the recipe from her. That good? Lorana asked. That good, Kindan agreed, gesturing them forward. We're here to talk about the Threadfall tomorrow, Fiona said as they made their way into the hold. Nuella nodded. So I'd guessed. Quickly, Fiona brought them up to date with the news. Jalanter? Nuella exclaimed in delight when Fiona mentioned his arrival. She gave Fiona an approving look, then turned to Kindan, saying, She certainly has a way of attracting the best, doesn't she? She does, Kindan said, when he recalled that Nuella could not see his nod. See, Lorana said triumphantly to Fiona. Everyone notices. Fiona blushed in embarrassment. Seated in the comfort of Nuella's quarters, even as Sula distracted Nala and the younger Zeller, Lorana explained her plan to Nuella. You can speak to any dragon, Zenor said,
his eyes going wide with surprise as he absorbed the notion.
"She can feel them, too,"
Kindan told his old friend, with a dour look.
"Oh,"
Zenor said, his face falling.
"That must have been painful."
Lorana nodded in response. "What's important now," Fiona said, with a sympathetic look toward her friend, "is that Lorana has offered to coordinate between dragons and watchwares." "Can you speak with the watchwares, too?" Nuella asked. In response, Lorana grew still, with the inward look of one communing mentally. A moment later she looked up and smiled even as a surprised squawk echoed in from the night air. "Yes, I think I can." "Yes, you can," Nuella agreed, adding wistfully, "Nuella says she's never heard a voice like yours before." "You don't suppose you could teach Nuella?" Fiona asked hopefully. Lorana shook her head. "I wouldn't know where to begin," she replied, frowning as she glanced thoughtfully at Fiona. "But maybe you could." "Me?"
"Why not?" Zenor said. "You're full of surprises."
Fiona grumbled irritatedly. "You can hear my thoughts," Lorana reminded her. "And you could plant images in my mind," Nuella added hopefully. Fiona shook her head. "Anyone could do that," she told Nuella, turning to Lorana and adding, "And you taught me how to hear your thoughts. I'm nothing special." "I'm not so sure," Nuella and Lorana said in unison.
"And I agree," Zenor said. "But Thread will not wait. Perhaps we should consider the issue at hand."
"I suppose," Nuella said, still wistful with the thought of communicating more closely with her watchware. She shook herself, dismissing the thought from her mind. "So, you are here to coordinate on tomorrow's fall?"
"Indeed," Kindan said, "given that Lorana can talk with any dragon."
"Or watchware," Fiona added.
"Or watchware,"
Kindan accepted the correction with a nod, continuing,
"We think it'd be best if we coordinated through her." "Aren't the next 4 falls all night falls?" Zenor asked, nodding toward Nuella. "That's what we've heard here."
Lorana and Fiona glanced expectantly toward Kindan, who frowned in thought, his lips moving silently. After a moment he nodded, saying,
"Talgar, Fort, and High Reaches twice."
"High Reaches flies tomorrow," Fiona said.
"It does, but the sun sets later there, so the fall will last from mid-afternoon to late evening there,"
Kindan told her. "Up to the 21st hour," Nuella agreed. "And then their next one actually starts the day before, on the 23rd, falling through into the 24th.
"For some reason," Zenor said with a droll grin toward Kindan, "the Threadfall charts are all based on Bendon time."
Kindan shrugged and grinned in response. "It's only natural," Nuella said. "That's where you were posted."
"You know,"
Zenor said, stroking his chin,
"if you and Lorana are going to fly this first nightfall, it might make sense for you to fly all of them."
Fiona gasped in surprise.
"It makes sense," Zenor told her. "Lorana can speak to any dragon. Her coordination will help save lives, dragon and watchware alike."
"If you're going to do that," Fiona said, turning to Lorana and then Nuella, "then Nuella should ride with you." "What?" Nuella barked. "Lorana can't talk to you directly by mind, but your ears work well enough," Fiona said.
"Besides, with Kindan's eyes, you'll not need worry about more thread score,"
Zenor added hastily, giving Fiona a grateful wink.
"Can Zarenth manage 3?
Kindan asked. "Of course," Lorana said with staunch loyalty for her surrogate mount.
"It would be an honor to carry the Weremaster,"
Zarenth declared with an accompanying rumble from outside. Nuella's face lit with a smile, making it clear to Fiona that the Bronze's announcement had been made to all present. "Well," Fiona said, "when Zarenth speaks, it's foolish to argue." So it was arranged. Fiona tried her hardest to convert her worry and disappointment into a method of acquiring Sula's recipe for dainties, but she was thwarted and made the return trip to Talgar in frustrated silence.
"That's excellent news,"
Jalanter said. He glanced at Kindan and Lorana, confiding,
"I'd been most concerned about our coordination with the watchwares."
He paused before adding wistfully,
We at Ista have never had a chance to work with them."
"Well, you'll get it tonight," Fiona said, her tone grumpy. Her worry for Kindan and Lorana increased with each passing moment. Jalanter frowned and looked over at Henez.
"This is going to be a difficult fall, even with the aid." "How so, sir?"
Henez asked. Fiona was surprised to hear the amount of respect in the usually self-possessed bronze rider, and leaned forward to better hear Jalanter's answer.
"We'll be flying into the setting sun," Jalanter said. "It may make it much harder to spot Thread." "It could also light it up," Henez countered.
"Or both," Fiona said. She turned to Jalanter. "I see your point. With such conditions, a rider could get too self-assured, especially with the falling chill of night to dull the senses."
"Indeed," Jalanter said, "and I'm concerned that it may not be dark enough for the watchwearers to use their abilities. Or even to fly," Henez said, his face set in a grim frown.
"What can we do, then?" Fiona asked, feeling more desperate than before.
"Fly Thread,"
Henez answered simply.
"Hope for the best,"
Jalanter said in agreement. He took a long sip of his claw and toyed with the eggs on his plate before saying to Henez,
"If anything happens to me, you lead." "Yes, sir,"
Henez said, and for once Fiona could tell that the bronze rider held no joy in the thought of leading the weir. "You've done a good job," Fiona said as she inspected the set of the riding straps on Zarenth's neck and shoulder. "You've room enough for 4 sacks of firestone, and yet you'll all be secure in your mount." Kindan nodded.
"I should, for all the times I've been made to inspect weirlings."
"Just part of your training, love," Lorana assured him with a smile that she extended with a nod toward Fiona. Fiona answered it with the same look, causing Kindan to mutter,
"You'd think you've got my egg all picked out."
"I haven't," Fiona said, her eyes dancing as she jerked a hand toward her weir and the sleeping Talent. "She has." Kindan snorted in amusement, a sound that died quickly as he began his climb up to his place on the great bronze dragon's neck. He reached a hand down to Lorana, who climbed quickly to her place behind him, leaving the rearmost position for Nuella.
"Don't hurt my dragon,"
Tamar bellowed from his bed, forcing good cheer into his voice.
"We'll do our best,"
Kindan called back in promise. "Fly safe," Fiona said, looking up at the pair of them. "I need you back." Kindan said nothing. Lorana nodded gravely in response, and then Zarenth moved away from the ledge, into the bowl proper, took a leap, cupped air, rose swiftly above the gathering dragons, up to the starstones, and was gone between.
"I've got to get better,"
Tamar grumbled from his bed. Fiona cast one last glance at the after-image of the bronze dragon and his riders, then turned to march briskly back into Tamar's quarters. "You will," she assured him, "if you are willing to rest."
"By the first egg,"
Tamar swore,
"I've never known anything harder."
"Fly well," Fiona called to Jalanter less than half an hour later as the last of the assembled wings made ready to take to the air. Above them the other 5 wings of Telgarweir circled, ready and eager for the night's fight.
"We'll see you in 3 hours' time," Jalanter said. "We hand off the fall to high reaches over Nabal."
Fiona knew this, and she was certain that Jalanter knew she knew this, so she gathered that the flight leader was making the announcement for the benefit of the knots of weirfolk gathered around the outskirts of the bowl to see off the fighting dragons. This was only the second fall since the disastrous time when Dagan and all the Dragonriders of the Weir were lost. Fiona could understand that they were naturally anxious, particularly as in the first fall since then, their new Weir leader Tamar had been seriously injured. She could sense the feelings of anticipation and worry, and fought to keep them from settling on her, too. "Good flying!" Fiona called loudly, waving Jalanter and the last wing into flight. The dragons rose gracefully, assumed their position at the head of the upper flight, and together 185 dragons disappeared between, to Thread, to battle. "It will get darker soon," Lorana assured Nuella as they followed slowly behind the fighting dragons, gouts of flame marking their progress in the battle against Thread. The Dragonriders had been fighting for more than an hour, with only 2 more hours left before they would meet with the High Reaches riders above Nabolhold. Even so, the fight had been difficult. For Lorana, who felt as well as saw the carnage, the first loss was the most shocking, as she saw the small blue and his rider engulfed from behind by a clump of thread that had been hidden in the gloam of the dusky night air, invisible one moment, mortal the next. She had cried out in unison with the tormented blue, had known that the small dragon had received its death blow, and then he was gone, forever, between. Nuella had wrapped her arms around her and buried her head against her spine in comfort, while Kindan had tried his best to turn in his perch to console her. "Keep flying," Lorana had told him. "I'll recover." "Yes, you will," Nuella had agreed fervently, sitting back enough to rub Lorana's shoulders in a soothing motion. Moments later, a brown cried out and disappeared, but winked back into the fight, having frozen off an assaulting strand of thread between.
"I think it's getting darker,"
Kindan said now, straining to pick out the dragons in the night air. "This is the most dangerous time," Nuella said, "when it is still too light for the watchwares and too early for the thread to have frozen." As if in answer, ahead of them, a pair of dragons bellowed in pain, their cries stifled as they went between. Only one returned. "Karalth made it back to the weir," Lorana reported, referring to the missing green. Her lips curved upward in relief as she added, "Fiona's with him."
"That's good to know," Kindan called back over his shoulder. "I'm going to close up or we'll lose sight of Jalanter."
In response, Zarenth swooped forward with easy wing beats, closing up to the nearest dragons. Lorana strained forward over his shoulder for a sight of Jalanter.
"There's Jalanter!"
Kindan shouted, raising an arm and pointing. Lorana strained over his shoulder to follow his aim and had just spotted the flight leader when she shrieked, "Jalanter! Behind you!" Too late, the bronze rider reacted to the clump of thread that had twisted on the rising turbulence of the night air to fall directly onto the backs of rider and dragon alike. For one brief moment it flared, gorging upon the leathers of the bronze rider and the skin of the unprotected dragon, and then they were gone, between. But not before Lorana could make out the pulsing red of blood as thread ate through the last of Jalanter's warehide jacket and feasted on his flesh, even as it grew in its feeding on Lalanth's spine. "He was too late!" Lorana cried, balling her fists and pounding them feebly against Kindan's back. "Too late!" "Jalanter is no more!" The voice rang out clearly, devoid of hope, bereft of all happiness, dry only with despair. "Inez, lead the flight!" Ahead, a dragon rumbled in acknowledgement, and the dragons of Talgar Weir hastened to reform their confused assault against the falling thread. When Fiona finally staggered into her quarters, after ensuring that the last of the 4 injured were comfortably settled into their weirs and certain to recover, she was too tired to notice much of her surroundings. She shucked her clothes into the bathroom, threw on her nightgown as quickly as tired fingers, spurred by the evening chill, could manage, and slipped herself into the warm bed with a sigh of contentment. She was surprised to realize that she was looking into Kindan's eyes.
"Lorana's keeping an eye on Tamar," he said.
Fiona murmured non-committally and closed her eyes. A moment later she opened them again. Kindan was still looking at her.
"Who ordered Inez to lead the flight?" he asked. "Was that you or Lorana?"
"I think it was me," Fiona said.
"It sounded mostly like you,"
Kindan agreed, his brows furrowed.
"But it sounded like Lorana, too."
"A bit of both," Fiona agreed. They looked at each other for a moment longer, then reached out and hugged tightly, comfort against the pain. Fiona felt her tears come and let them flow freely. When they were gone and Kindan was still in her arms, she felt a different feeling wake in her. Awkwardly, she moved her head to peer into his eyes and darted her lips against his for a kiss. Throwing despair away for passion, Fiona let her hands flow over his warm body, and had the reassuring pleasure of his hands moving in response. Slowly they maneuvered, touching, moving, silently, passionately. Long afterward, Fiona reached a hand up to his cheek and stroked it gently. Kindan cupped her hand with his and smiled down at her.
3 times,
he told her with a smile. Fiona chuckled and raised an eyebrow in challenge.
What do you mean I can't go out?
Tamar demanded testily when Berenter told him.
I waited an extra 2 days because you said so.
He turned to Fiona, who was eyeing him with one eyebrow raised archly.
And you, dousing my wine with Fellis juice so I slept an extra day. Give me those crutches.
Fiona pulled them away from him, saying, Not until you get some sense in your thick skull. You're acting like an addle-pated wherry.
I'm acting like a weir leader,
Tamar declared, but his words lacked conviction.
A weir leader sets an example, or so I'm told, Berenter said dryly, and a weir leader recovering from a severe pair of injuries would best set an example by listening to the weir healer, wouldn't he?
Tamar scowled stubbornly before leaning back in his bed, asking in a grudging tone,
So, healer, what can I do? If you wish to recover fully, Berenter responded, emphasizing the last word, you'll restrict your movements to your weir for the next 7 days or so. And then?
Then we'll see, Fiona told him, shaking her head in exasperation as she added, You're just as bad as the worst were back in Eigen, you know. Tamar's face twisted as the barb struck home. He had vivid memories of the younger Fiona arguing with grizzled old-timers and winning. Ah, you're remembering, Fiona said, taking in the look on his face. Perhaps you'll also remember that all of my charges recovered and are now fighting Thread?
I do,
Tamar growled with a resigned look on his face. He brightened as he turned back to the healer, saying,
So, just around here? If you don't tire yourself. How will I know?
You'll know when you fall over back into a coma, Fiona said with a shake of her head. Or, if you're sensible, you'll listen to your body and limit yourself accordingly. Tamar jerked his head to Zarenth's lair.
You could make him stop me.
I could, Fiona agreed, turning with a half-smile toward the slumbering bronze in the weir beyond. She turned back to Tamar. But they're desperate for him, and the night crew for the fall at 4th this evening, so I'm going to rely on your common sense instead. And with that, she thrust the crutches toward him, turned, and walked briskly out of the room, passing through Zarenth's weir and murmuring a fond greeting to the dozing bronze before moving on to the rest of her day's business. Berenter and Tamar were left behind to exchange surprised looks.
She has a way about her,
Berenter said.
Makes you forget her turns, doesn't she?
Tamar asked with a grin.
If there's one thing this weir doesn't lack, it's a strong weirwoman, Berenter said. For which,
Tamar said, his voice straining as he raised himself on his crutches,
I am extremely grateful. And does she know that?
Tamar greeted the healer's question with a glowering silence marred by a wince as he took his first step. You two will be careful, Fiona said as she glanced up at Lorana and Kindan perched atop bronze Zarenth later that evening. And you'll make sure that Nuella doesn't get hurt, won't you? Of course, Lorana assured her. Kindan added a nod in agreement. Zarenth, I hope you're well rested, Fiona said, patting the great bronze on his foreleg. The bronze rumbled in amused agreement. Talent and I are expecting you to be here for the hatching, you know.
Yes, you'd better take good care of him,
Tamar called from the entrance to Zarenth's weir.
He and I expect many more mating flights.
Fiona smiled at that and, with one last wave to Lorana and Kindan, stepped back from the bronze. In which case, she said to Tamar, you'll need to get some rest.
Come up here and I'll show you how much rest I need, weirwoman,
Tamar responded teasingly. To his surprise, Fiona jumped up onto the queen's ledge and trotted over to him, even before Zarenth had leaped up to go between.
I wish she wouldn't do that,
Tamar muttered for her ears alone.
She should take him up to the Starstones first.
She said she always knows where and when she is, Fiona assured him.
It's not that,
Tamar told her, shaking his head.
It's that it sets a bad example for the rest of the weir.
Good point, Fiona said. We should tell her when they get back.
We should,
Tamar said, jerking his head invitingly toward his weir.
In the meantime, perhaps you'd care for a demonstration of my newly regained strength?
Fiona gave him an arch look. Are you so desperate to put yourself in a coma? Tamar snorted.
Really, weir woman, I think you overestimate yourself.
Probably, Fiona agreed, but there are some experiments I'm not willing to try. Tamar's expression softened at the tone in her voice.
So, exactly what experiments are you willing to try?
Fiona snorted and waved for him to precede her into his quarters. They were lying together, asleep, much later when the sound of Zareth's wings awoke them. Fiona untangled herself from him and, with a restraining look, gestured for him to remain while she went and helped Kindan and Lorana. They reeked of firestone, as did Zareth. You've been flaming? Fiona said, her lips set disapprovingly.
Had to, Kindan said. When one of the wing leaders was injured, Kalior assigned us to take over.
Fiona's eyes widened in surprise. It was for the best, Lorana said. It got us closer to the fighting, so we could coordinate better. She smiled as she looked at Kindan. He did all the fighting, while Nuella and I did the controlling.
It worked out well enough,
Kindan said diffidently as they walked into Tamar's rooms.
You had my dragon flaming?
Tamar asked, sitting up in his bed. As you knew, Lorana said without any sign of apology. You were in touch with Zareth so much you nearly distracted him. You were? Fiona said, glaring at the weir leader. Even while we...
No, not then,
Tamar assured her hastily. I'm sorry, Fiona said to Lorana. If I had realized he was interfering, I would have distracted him more fully. Don't, Lorana said with a smile for Tamar. You'll only encourage him. Kindan's features sharpened grimly as he absorbed their banter, eyeing Fiona appraisingly. Fiona sensed that he was disappointed somehow, and her elated mood evaporated.
It's late, Kindan said. We shouldn't detain you too long, weir leader. How bad was it? Tamar asked.
They lost 4 dragons, had 2 seriously injured, and 2 who will take a good month to recover, Lorana reported.
High Reaches flies at night in 3 days' time,
Tamar said with a sigh. He glanced up at Kindan.
They'll want you again, won't they?
Kindan didn't reply, looking distracted, so it was Lorana who answered. I expect so, weir leader, if that's all right with you.
It's for the good of Pern,
Tamar said. He cocked his head toward Kindan, adding,
Though I'll be happy when you get your own dragon.
Kindan glanced sharply at Tamar and shook his head.
I'm not sure that'll happen, weir leader. Only because the right dragon's not been hatched,
Tamar declared stoutly. Fiona and Lorana nodded emphatically in agreement, but Kindan kept his doubtful expression. For the next 3 days, until the next nightfall at High Reaches Weir, Fiona felt Kindan grow more distant from her. At first, she put it down to nerves, exhaustion, and drill, but when he returned from the second nightfall at High Reaches, his attitude toward her was unmistakable. Rather than speaking to her, he made his report to Tamar only, excluding her from his line of vision and holding tightly to Lorana while he spoke.
A lot of their losses were because they were unused to flying with the watchwares and wouldn't listen to Lorana,
Kindan said, running a hand through his dark hair in exasperation. How bad was it? Fiona asked. Kindan said nothing. It was Lorana who replied, looking up from the seat into which she'd half fallen on their return. Bad. They lost 3 dragons, had 3 seriously injured, and 5 minor injuries.
Between their losses from the first nightfall and this one, they've only 5 wings now fit to fly,
Kindan said. 150 fighting dragons, Lorana murmured, her eyes wide with worry. We'll find a way through, Fiona assured her, curving her lips up into a smile. We're here now because of you. We won't fail." Lorana made no response. Kindan gave Fiona a sour look that both startled and hurt her.
"We need to rest,"
Kindan said to Tamar, gesturing politely toward Lorana and helping her up from her seat. Tamar nodded and waved them away. When they were gone, his eyes sought Fiona's. "He hates me," Fiona said, her voice a hoarse whisper.
"Of course," Tamar agreed. "Who else could he hate?"
Fiona's brows furrowed at his question.
"He can't hate Lorana, and hating himself is much the same,"
Tamar told her.
"You, on the other hand, are a living reminder of all his faults and failings."
He shook his head wearily.
"You are the obvious target."
"But I didn't do anything."
"Which is all the more reason," Tamar told her with a wry grin. "He hates that he's so angry that he has to find someone to take it out on. He's chosen you because you're the Weir woman, and he's hoping you're strong enough to weather his storm."
Tamar pursed his lips and gave her an inquiring look.
"Are you?"
Fiona was about ready to protest once more that it wasn't fair, but the words died on her lips. Was it fair that Coriana died of the plague? Was it fair that Lorana lost her queen in her attempts to save Pern? "Is he afraid to love me?" Fiona asked at last, feeling her heart churn heavily in her chest as though weary of beating.
"Yes," Tamar told her gently, "just as much as he's afraid that you don't love him."
"What?"
"In that, we're not all that different, he and I," Tamar said, glancing up at her from under his eyebrows, his expression guarded. Matal and I had several long conversations before he left for Ista," Tamar said to comfort her. He grinned as he added, "Apparently his observations about you quickly became pertinent to his own situation."
"We've a saying at Fort Hold, when you're talking to someone, 2 pairs of ears are listening," Fiona said.
"Precisely," Tamar said.
He laid his head back on his pillow, his eyes gazing unfocused toward the ceiling as he confessed,
"It is impossible not to love you."
"I love you, Tamar," Fiona replied slowly. "I just don't know."
"No, of course you don't," Tamar cut her off. "For all your maturity, you've still turns of learning in ways of the heart."
He roused himself and grinned at her wickedly.
"I expect you'll prove as quick a study there as you have with all things related to the Weir."
"If I could, without hurting too much," Fiona said, "I'd love everyone."
"Actually," Tamar said, lowering his head once again, "I think you already do, in your own way."
"And that's the problem."
"Weren't you the one who quoted, 'Problems are just challenges'?"
Fiona snorted at the taunt.
"And aren't you always up for a challenge?"
"Sleep well, Weir Leader," Fiona said, marching to Zarenth's lair. "You need your rest." 16. Dragonrider, dance in clouds, soar to stars, touch mountains, skim rivers. Telgar Weir, morning, AL 508.4.15. "Fit to fly?" Fiona asked as she raced up the Queen's Ledge toward Tamar. The Weir Leader grinned and nodded emphatically. The air was full of the fresh smell of spring, and while clouds danced overhead, Fiona felt that they wouldn't make rain that day, at least. The morning air was chilly, but without the harsh, biting cold of winter.
"Come on, Zarenth, let's see if you remember,"
Tamar called to the bronze dragon, who followed him eagerly out of his weir. He cocked a glance toward Fiona.
"Care to join us?"
Fiona shook her head ruefully. Talent is too gravid to be interested.
"She's 6 weeks or so shy of clutching,"
Tamar said, his expression growing serious. "Queens can clutch any time from 12 to 15 weeks after mating," Fiona reminded him, "although the norm seems to be about 14.
3.5 months, then," Tamar said. "So she's due near the end of next month."
"Or sooner," Fiona cautioned. Tamar raised a hand.
"Don't say that. An early clutch is small."
"We'll hope for a late clutch, then," Fiona said, nodding toward Zarenth.
"And a queen egg,"
Tamar said, as he moved to the side of Zarenth's weir, allowing the great bronze easy egress. Queen eggs are rare on the first hatching, Fiona warned him.
We need queens,
Tamar said, as Zarenth backed up against the ledge and crouched down to let his rider jump on his shoulders. Indeed we do, Fiona agreed. With an approving glance at Tamar's grasp of his riding straps, she added, And we need weir leaders, too.
She won't rise again until after her clutch hatches,
Tamar reminded her, as Zarenth turned away from the ledge and moved out into the weir bowl proper. So keep safe and fly well, weir leader, Fiona called, waving merrily after him. Tamar waved back over his shoulder, and then, with 2 bounds, Zarenth was aloft, pumping mightily toward the starstones and being greeted cheerfully by Tamar's fighting wing. The remaining wings of Telgarweir joined them, and together they winked between to drill in preparation for the next Threadfall. After they were gone, Fiona's expression slipped. The clutching would change things, she was certain, but the steady erosion of the weir's strength had only been recently reversed by the recovery of the first of the wounded. Telgarweir now had, with Tamar and the other 5 recovered Dragonriders, 5 full-strength fighting wings, a full wing less than they'd had when the weirs had redistributed their strength. And while Telgar was the worst off, none were all that much stronger, as both Fiona and Tamar had taken pains to point out to Henez, who'd resumed command of the fighting wings after Jalanter's sudden death. The wiry dour bronze rider had grown so distraught over the losses that Jila had begged Fiona to intervene.
I've heard nothing but good about you,
Tamar had told Henez when Fiona brought the issue to his attention.
I'll be hard-pressed to match your ability when I return to health. I wish you had recovered a month ago,
Henez confessed.
But I didn't, Tamar said, and you've not complained in all that time.
He gave Henez a grin.
Keep up the good work. I'll soon relieve you.
Tamar's encouraging talk was still not enough for Henez, and the bronze rider grumbled that when Tamar recovered, he'd request to be allowed to return to Fort Weir. No, you won't, Jila had told him heatedly. You'll stay here with me, where you belong. And that, as Jila told Fiona later, was that. Although Fiona thought with a grin, perhaps Jila had produced some extra inducements, as she had confided all this as a prelude to announcing her pregnancy. It's still too early to tell, Jila had cautioned when she'd shared the news, and I'm worried. Fiona raised her eyebrows inquiringly. Jila gestured to her petite frame and thin waist. I'm worried that the way I'm built, I might not carry to term. Wasn't your mother much the same as you? Fiona had asked. When Jila had nodded in response, Fiona had continued, And how many children did she have? 4, Jila admitted, but she miscarried the first. Well, Fiona had replied, we'll guarantee you the best midwife. I want Becca, Jila told her. She's not a midwife. Her and her mother, then, Jila had replied. I'll see what we can do, Fiona said. After all, I've reason to believe that Lorana may have need of one soon. And what about you? Jila had asked, casting a probing look her way. I think 2 will be enough to getting on with, Fiona had replied, turning the question aside. Jila had given her a thoughtful look, but had not pressed the matter. It was just possible that she was with child, but Fiona had always been erratic in her cycle, so she wasn't entirely certain. Surely she hadn't noticed any change in her eating habits, and if she felt a bit more emotional, it was far too easy to ascribe to the current mood of the weir, even of all Pern. There was no escaping the steady, slow attrition of the fighting strength of the weirs. High Reaches had fared best of all, while the other weirs found themselves nearly a full wing short, and this after only 2 months of fighting. With losses up to a wing every 2 months, there would be no dragons flying at any weir, save perhaps High Reaches, when the still unclutched hatchlings were barely old enough to fly. The advent of the new Ageno-3 throwers eased the requirement of the Dragonriders to perform endless patrols looking for any stray burrow after a fall, except that, alarmingly, more and more thread had made it through in the latest falls to cause burrows larger than the holders could contain. Fiona heard that Lord Holder Gadran of Bitra was practically dyspeptic with fury, when Weir Leader Benik of Bendon had to burn yet another of the Bitran's forests to check the spread of burrows. Telgar had been no luck here, having to fire 2 valleys, one in Telgar Hold and the other in Crom, much to the despair of all involved. The discussion around the Weir Leader's table of late had turned to the issue of when to start going between times to previous Threadfalls. "Hold off as long as you can," Fiona had urged. "The dangers of timing it are so great that I fear you'll lose more than you'll save."
"It matters not,"
Tamar had said. Fiona looked at him sharply, and he shrugged.
"You can be certain we won't be timing it until after we've timed it." "You mean that the first we'll know of timing it will occur when a flight from the future comes to our aid?"
Inez asked.
"Precisely,"
Tamar said, raising a hand to disguise a yawn, a move not unobserved by Fiona, who snorted and handed him his mug of claw. "Well, at least you know the dangers," she'd observed sourly. Thoughtfully, she added, "Although, given how tired you are, going between times might be doubly dangerous."
"Perhaps I'm tired because I've already done it," Tamar said. "Perhaps we're more accustomed to the effects."
Inez gave the Weir Leader a doubtful look, then turned imploringly to Fiona, who snorted and told Tamar, "And perhaps you're eager to let Inez have the Weir Leader's position permanently."
"I'll be careful," Tamar said.
Fiona bit back a tart rejoinder and converted her breath into a long sigh.
"Our strength is returning," Tamar told her soothingly. "We've 5 fighting wings as of today. We've been as low as 4.
He turned to Inez.
"We've time enough before the next fall. I think we should practice timing it."
"If you are, then I'm coming with you," Fiona warned.
"If you can get to length roused, we'll be happy to have you," Tamar said, knowing that the gravid queen was spending most of her time resting. Fiona glared at him in response, turned on her heel, and stomped off. "I'll be happy when her queen clutches,"
Tamar admitted to Inez once she was out of earshot.
"It'll be a while yet,"
Inez said. Tamar nodded in agreement, then shook his head to clear it of distractions before saying to Inez,
"Now, let's consider how best to practice timing it." "I would never have believed it if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes,"
Fijian said as the Dragonriders milled around the dining cavern later that evening. He pointed at Tamar.
"There he was."
And then he pointed to a spot above him.
"And there he was. 2 of him."
"2 of you as well?" Taryn asked, her expression troubled.
"I didn't see me," Fijian said. "I was too busy looking at the Weir Leaders."
He shook his head in bemusement.
"If I hadn't seen it myself, I never would have believed it."
The conversation was a sample of the murmuring throughout the cavern as Dragonriders joked and swapped tales of seeing themselves.
"I never knew I was that fat." "We did,"
and explaining to the wary Weirfolk the events of the day.
"We'll jump back tomorrow,"
Tamar said to Inez as they gathered at the wing leader's table. Timing it was difficult enough to do, but sometimes harder to explain. As they hadn't jumped back immediately in time after seeing their future selves, the jump from some future point still had yet to occur. "So soon?" Fiona asked, eyeing him carefully.
"That will give us more time to recover before the next Threadfall," Tamar said.
He frowned.
"I'm sure I wouldn't have considered jumping back any later than that." "You didn't look too tired,"
Inez said. "The worst of the exhaustion usually sets in after timing it," Fiona said.
"So it will only be a problem if we don't have enough time to recover."
Fiona looked at Tamar and they exchanged a frown, the Weir Leader saying,
"I'm not sure it's quite that easy."
Fiona pulled the pitcher of claw toward her and refilled Tamar's mug. "I'm not sure that either of us are good examples," she said, shaking the pitcher emphatically before placing it back on the table. "How did Kindan and Lorana do on Winearth?" Fiona asked, glancing toward the couple who sat at the opposite end of the table, engrossed in their own conversation.
"Well enough," Tamar told her.
He pursed his lips, adding,
"If we had more injured riders than dragons, this idea of pairing spare riders with dragons would work better."
"Dragons are larger than riders," Fiona said, "so they're more likely to get injured just because of their greater size." Tamar flipped the fingers of one hand up in agreement. Dragons were injured nearly 8 times more often than riders. Fiona was right. It was a simple question of size. "We're doing pretty well all the same," Fiona said, catching Tamar's eyes and glancing significantly toward Inez, who wore a glum look. "We've only 23 injured, and 9 of them only slightly."
"And 21 are lost forever,"
Inez reminded them grimly. Sheila, who was sitting beside him, reached for his near hand and cradled it comfortingly.
"Of all the weirs, we've lost the most."
"No more than Ista," Fiona said.
"And High Reaches is close, with 19,
Tamar added, shaking his head emphatically.
"So if you're to make comparisons, Inez, remember that you're comparing yourself with Matal and Devin, both of whom have been weir leaders turns longer than you've been leading falls."
Inez started to reply, thought better of it, and with a sigh, nodded glumly. "Besides," Fiona said, "if you'll recall, Jalanter led the weir for the earliest fall."
"He was a good man,"
Inez said.
"Even good men can make mistakes," Tamar said.
He shook himself and rose from the table.
"And with that, I will say good evening. I think we can all use our rest."
He cast a questioning look toward Fiona, hand outstretched. She frowned thoughtfully before rising and grabbing his hand. Together they paid their compliments to Shanice and departed into the darkened bowl. Much later, Fiona found herself taking a hurried bath in Tamar's quarters before quietly sneaking back to her own weir. She paused in Talent's lair for a long time, watching the flanks of her queen as they rose and fell with her breathing. Her stomach had turned lumpy with the growing eggs. Talent twitched in her sleep, as though reacting to Fiona's presence. To soothe her, Fiona moved over to the queen's great head and gently scratched her eye ridges. Talent exhaled noisily, twisted slightly on her side as though trying to get comfortable, and slid back into a deeper slumber. A smile played across Fiona's lips as she watched her queen, marveling that such an amazing person could love her. A slight noise from the entrance of her quarters warned her that she was not alone. Without turning, she knew it was Kindan. She couldn't say how long he'd been watching her. Beyond him she felt the comforting presence of Lorana, asleep. For a moment Fiona allowed herself once again to be amazed at how she felt Lorana's presence, much like she felt Talent, like fabric brushing against her skin or her hair when the wind tossed it, part of her and yet apart. It was not like that with Kindan. Her heart pounded in her chest, and her breath came faster to her. His very presence energized her. She turned then, her eyes seeking out his in the gloom. For a long moment they stood there, Fiona waiting, expectant, and vaguely surprised at her own serenity. Then Kindan moved forward. She waited for him, only moving when his arms wrapped around her, folding herself into his embrace.
"Never again!"
Tamar groaned as he slipped down off Zarenth's neck. Fiona caught him, disregarding his scolding look. She looked beyond him to Lorana and Kindan as they dismounted Wynerth in the distance. Lorana carefully helped Kindan down. His face was as ashen as Tamar's.
"I feel like I've been trampled by Talent and buried under her eggs,"
Tamar said, as he allowed himself to collapse against the weirwoman. Fiona gestured desperately for Zinna and Taria, and between the 3 of them, they managed to guide the fatigued weir leader up to his quarters, where he collapsed into his bed. The rest of the riders were no better. It took no urging from Fiona for the weir folk to rush out into the bowl and, in groups, guide each returning rider to their weirs. "Let them rest," Fiona said as she returned to the bowl and took in the scene.
"It was like riding a fall twice over,"
Inez murmured weakly as Fiona came to Gila's aid in propping up the much taller rider.
"I've never felt so bad."
Fiona gave him a sympathetic look, but secretly she wondered why the riders were so overwhelmed by it all. Hadn't she been dealing with the same problem for turns? Perhaps it was worse when they actually timed it. Even so, she decided, she would not behave as poorly as the rest of the weir. Hours later, when Tamar had recovered, the weir leader told her,
"If you think this is anything like what we've been feeling, I can assure you that you're wrong."
Fiona gave him a studious look, but her disbelief leaked into her expression. Tamar wagged a finger at her.
"Just you wait, weirwoman. You'll see."
"Either way," Fiona said, dismissing the issue, "if the riders are this fatigued, surely timing it is too dangerous."
"As compared to letting thread fall unchecked?"
Tamar said, shaking his head, adding the old weir saying,
"Needs must when the red star rises."
"All the same."
"I'm not eager to try it, weirwoman, but we had to prepare," Tamar said.
"Lorana's warned the other weirs," Fiona said.
"And well she should," Tamar said. "But the problem remains. The first we'll know of timing it is when we see ourselves back in time."
Fiona's expression darkened as she took in his words. How terrible would it be for riders, exhausted from a fall, to know that they would soon be even more exhausted going back in time to save themselves. "Casualties will be heavy," Fiona said. Tamar nodded in wordless agreement. "It should only be used as a last resort."
"We may be at last resorts soon,"
the weir leader said grimly. "The queens will clutch soon."
"Those dragons will only be ready to fight 3 turns from now," Tamar said. "It's today and tomorrow that concern me."
Fiona had no response to that. Every 3 days and 3 hours, Thread came again. Talgar flew over Eigenweir, then over North Caroon, then over the weir itself and Talgar Hold. And each time Thread fell, Lorana would grit her teeth in response to the anguish, the pain, and the loss of dragons and riders fighting against it. Fiona found herself carefully orchestrating a watchful group to tend to the ex-Dragonriders' special needs. Jila, Taryn, Zinna, Makiar, Shanice, even Berenter took part in the comforting, always solicitous, always available. Kindan was at first resentful, and then grew grateful as he realized how much of Lorana's pain he had taken upon himself. It was during the last fall that Fiona discovered that she herself also had a steady group of companions. It was Remy, the wide-eyed girl who seemed to have feelings beyond her years, who was most often at Fiona's side. "You feel it, too," Remy said. As Fiona drew breath to protest, the young girl blurted out, "Maybe not as much, but you feel it." Fiona let out her breath in surprise. "You do, don't you?" Remy persisted. "Not as much as Lorana," Fiona said. She was sure hers was only an echo of the dark-eyed woman's feeling. Finally, the thread fell elsewhere, outside of Talgar's borders, and the weir rested. The Dragonriders trained, and more recovered to gladly rejoin their wings. Even so, the weir flew only 5 wings, and one of those wings light by 4 dragons. While Talgar rested, the other weirs were busy. Istaweir flew falls over Eigen Hold, then Istahold, while High Reach's weir flew their fall over High Reach's Hold, and then Fort Weir flew fall over Ruatha Hold. The Dragonriders of Talgar Weir and the Weirfolk kept up to date with the losses of every fall. "Fort's down to 4 full wings," Fijian remarked glumly that evening.
140 fighting dragons, Henez said. "That's nearly 5 full wings." "Ista's worse. They've got 3½ wings," Brown Rider Jagurd pointed out. "There'll be eggs on the hatching grounds soon enough," Taryn said, trying to improve Fijian's mood. "Not too soon," Henez said. "Another fortnight yet." "They might clutch early," Jagurd said. Henez shook his head. "An early clutch is a light clutch. We need all the dragons we can get." "I think I'd prefer some sooner than too many later," Jila said. Fiona listened to the discussion silently. For herself, the sooner Talent clutched, the happier she'd be. Oh, she didn't want a small clutch, but she'd be glad when Talent wasn't so bogged down with the weight of the eggs, especially the way her gravid state seemed to give her such distressing dreams, dreams that Fiona sensed in a garbled way. "You are not going to lose your eggs," Fiona had told her that very morning. "You're doing fine." Talent rumbled in disagreement. "It's your first clutching. You can't expect everything to be perfect,"
Fiona assured her, raising her hand once more to scratch Talent's eye ridges, her hand still slippery from her morning oiling of Talent's stretched hide. "It just doesn't feel right," Talent complained, gently angling her head so that Fiona could reach to a particularly itchy spot on her eye ridge. Fiona continued scratching and made no response. She'd felt enough of her queen's dreams to understand Talent's words. The dreams had been unnerving, always predicting that something would happen, something horrible. Fiona dug deep into herself to find enough cheer to spread it to Talent and counteract the dragon's despair, but she realized that even her reserves were stretched. She knew how much the rest of the weir looked to her, how they shook their heads in amusement when they thought she wouldn't notice over her ever-cheerful manner, how she managed to find something good in the hardest of times. Oh, the old ones would prattle on and warn her that she was taking things too easily, but Fiona knew with a certainty that the mood of the entire weir was influenced by her cheerfulness, and that mothers would tell their daughters, "See, the weir-woman's not worrying. Why should you?" Dragonriders, too, took their cues from her, as did Gila and even Lorana. Fiona's lips turned down as she thought of Lorana. The ex-queen rider was finding it increasingly difficult to bear up under the weight of the loss of dragons and riders in Threadfalls, which she felt all too keenly. Fiona had a second-hand glimpse of Lorana's pain. She felt it more fully than Kindan, but she also knew by dint of the same strange bond that allowed Fiona to feel Lorana's pain that Lorana purposely shielded her from a lot of it. Ironically, it was their strange connection that kept up Fiona's spirits. If two people could form such a tight bond, then anything was possible, wasn't it? At least that's how Fiona reasoned the matter. Theirs was a strange relationship, Fiona mused. In some ways, Lorana reminded her of Tanaz. Fiona's hand stopped moving on Talent's eye ridge as that notion froze her into stillness. Lorana was like Tanaz. Would Lorana choose Tanaz's course if the situation continued to get worse? Fiona realized that she'd stopped breathing and forced herself to take a fresh breath. The difference was that Fiona was older, knew herself more. She could help Lorana where she couldn't help Tanaz. Still. She started as a hand clasped her back at the base of her neck and turned quickly, her sea-blue eyes flashing, only to find herself looking up into Kindan's face, his blue eyes framed by stray locks of dark hair. The Harper's lips were quirked upward. "Wool gathering?" Since that night 7 days before, Kindan's manner with Fiona had thawed into a warm, easy companionship. "Yes, I suppose so," Fiona said, glancing back affectionately to her dragon. "She says she feels heavy." Kindan chuckled.
"No doubt she does with all those eggs weighing her down."
"How's Lorana feeling?" Kindan's eyebrows furrowed. "No, I wasn't referring to that," Fiona said. Lorana was just starting her 12th week and only just beginning to show, although having been in close proximity with her for some time, Fiona had known that she was pregnant for a while. Her lips tightened into a frown as she added thoughtfully, "Though that might have something to do with it." Kindan nodded.
"She's at the stage where going between should be avoided."
Fiona turned back toward him, eyes flashing. "That's not it at all, Kindan." The Harper took a step back, arms raised defensively, alarmed at her fierce reaction.
"What is it, then?"
Kindan asked, lowering his arms and stretching out his hands beseechingly. "It's everything," Fiona said, throwing her arms open wide. "It's that Talent and Talarth both will soon clutch, that we're losing dragons every 3 days, and all the clutches on Pern will be too little too late, and that, on top of it all, she has a child coming into the world and she doesn't know where she fits."
"With me,"
Kindan said, with a decisive nod of his head. "With us," Fiona corrected. Kindan gave her a questioning look. "Here, in this weir, Telgar, where she's central to everything, where she can speak to all dragons, coordinate with Nuella and the Watchwares, and be surrounded by those who love her."
"So, where is the problem?"
The problem is with her, Kindan, Fiona replied tetchily, surprised at his obtuseness. The problem is that she sees all she is not. Not a weirwoman, not a mother, not a mate, and it worries her.
How do you know so much about her feelings?
I didn't, Fiona said. Mostly I learned it from Shanice and Makiar.
Do they have any suggestions?
Patience, sympathy, comfort, Fiona said with a heavy sigh. All the things I'm not very good at. Kindan grunted in disbelief. It's true, she said, giving him a sour look. I'm better at cheering, at encouraging than I am at comforting.
I think you're wrong,
Kindan said. He raised a hand to forestall her hot retort.
It may be that you feel inadequate to meet her needs, but I can't see how.
And he gestured toward Talent's egg-laden belly.
You can't be sympathetic about her pregnancy.
Fiona let out the breath she had gathered for her argument with a rueful grin. I suppose I do understand something of that.
And,
he continued, his voice going soft,
I expect you've dealt with the same issues of being a mate.
True.
And I think you can imagine her concerns about not being a weirwoman,
Kindan concluded. Ever since Tamar's recovery, I've watched her slip deeper and deeper into sorrow, Fiona said, her expression bleak. Kindan nodded in understanding.
I've seen it too, he said, although I question whether she wasn't just distracted from her sorrow when we were flying Zarenth.
If I could, Fiona said, I'd give her Talent.
No, you wouldn't,
Lorana's voice answered from outside the weir. She stepped into Talent's weir and made her way to the Queen's head, reaching up a loving hand to scratch Talent's eye ridges. Once you've impressed, only death can separate you. Kindan and Fiona exchanged alarmed glances at Lorana's words. Lorana caught the look and smiled wanly at them, shaking her head, her hand going to her belly. There are other loves than dragons, she said, reaching her hand out toward them. Kindan grabbed it firmly, and Fiona moved to the taller woman's side, wrapping an arm around her waist and laying her head on her shoulder.
I love you,
Kindan told Lorana feelingly. So do I, Fiona added, clutching Lorana tighter, even as she wondered in the depths of her soul whether their love would be enough. A moment later, Fiona felt Lorana stir and pulled away from her far enough to look up into her eyes. What is it? Lorana sighed. Threadfall's at Eigen today.
Matal's a good man. He'll handle it,
Kindan said. They have 4 full wings, Fiona added cheeringly. More than enough for a fall. Lorana made no argument, but Fiona could feel the other woman's deep sense of foreboding. To distract her, Fiona placed a hand on Lorana's belly. Is he sleeping? Lorana frowned thoughtfully, then shook her head. She grabbed Fiona's hand and moved it over slightly. Fiona's eyes widened and her mouth broke into a huge grin. He kicked me! She turned to Kindan, eyes wide in awe, exclaiming, Our baby kicked me! 17. Fly high, scan sky, brave all, fly fall. Istawir, afternoon, AL 508.5.5.
We'll keep 1 wing in reserve,
Matal said, glancing thoughtfully at the 3 other wing leaders standing in the archway joining Ista's kitchen cavern with the weir bowl.
Samaj, your wing's been in the thick of things far too often. I want you to sit back this time.
The grizzled old dragon rider snorted and nodded.
It's time you others picked up the slack.
The 2 remaining wing leaders chuckled. Both were younger than either Matal or Samaj, but both had been dragon riders for close to 20 turns. Jillian, a veteran of Jalantar's famous Lost Wing, was the youngest, having only 33 turns.
We'll take care of the fall for you, Grandpa,
Jillian said, his eyes twinkling.
Just make sure you get older, young one,
Samaj growled.
As long as there are queens in the sky, Jillian said. If we need any more help, we'll call up the reserves,
Matal said, referring to the half-wing that he'd decided to leave behind in reserve at the weir.
Well, It's not like they'll be shirking, Samaj said, seeing as they're hauling our firestone. All the work and none of the glory, Julian said, shaking his head and glancing pointedly at the older wing leader. It's enough to fly, Dragon Rider, Samaj said, picking up on the bronze rider's implied jibe. Mittal smiled at the banter. He waved for the others to precede him onto the warm sands of the Weir Bowl, where all the fighting dragons clustered in a small portion of the vast expanse. Thread would be falling over Eigen, roiled and tossed by the turbulent air rising from the hot desert sands below. Mittal was worried about that turbulent air, but he kept his fear to himself, projecting a carefully schooled air of professional nonchalance. "Fly well," 2 voices called from behind him. He turned and spied Selina, with Delia by her side. Mittal smiled and sketched a salute to the 2 women. As he turned away from the 2 very different women in his life, Mittal found time to send a stray hope in Fiona's direction that she, Kindan, and Lorana had managed to cement their relationship as well as he had with Delia and Selina. It helped that both were mature women and not given to fits of jealousy. He couldn't imagine Talia in a similar situation, but, he reflected as he clambered up Gaminth's side, perhaps the Bendon Weir woman would come to surprise him as well. "What?" Mittal thought as Gaminth bucked and dipped the moment they came out of between over Eigen. He was thrown first forward and then backward violently as Gaminth searched for an altitude where the winds were calmer. The hot air roiling up from the roasting sands below churned and swirled unpredictably, making it impossible to keep formation. The turbulence was far worse than he'd feared. "Spread out," Mittal ordered. "Gaminth, have Samaj's wing go high as lookout." The bronze dragon rumbled in agreement as he relayed the messages, and the 3 fighting wings spread out, seeking desperately to maintain what little formation they could in the fierce winds. Dimly, Mittal had the impression of Samaj's wing clawing upward, searching for a less turbulent level from which to scan for Thread. This is going to be rough, Mittal thought. The air is troubled, hot, Gaminth thought. Perhaps too hot for Thread? No, I don't think so, Mittal responded, even as he heard a dragon bugle warningly, its voice distant and thin in the rough air. Samaj has spotted it, Gaminth said. Mittal nodded, craning his neck upward and twisting from side to side to spy the thin wisps of deadly thread. There, he called, pointing at a clump and willing Gaminth to rise to meet it. With a bellow, the bronze surged upward in response to his unspoken command, jaws open, ready to flame. But as they approached, a buffet pushed them to one side while pushing the thread away to another. Instinctively, Gaminth dove after the twisting thread, twisting around to follow it as it slipped away again and again, saved by the fickle wind. Finally, to their surprise, the winds favored them, nearly blowing the thread directly onto them, but not before Gaminth's flame rendered it harmless ash. Good, Mittal cried, slapping his dragon affectionately on the neck. Let's get back to the others. But even as they resumed their climb, Mittal found himself astonished as he saw how scattered his wings had become, each dragon following their individual clumps of thread on the fickle winds. Shards, Mittal swore to himself as he tried to imagine a way to reunite the dragons into a coherent fighting force. This is going to cost us. As if in confirmation, 2 dragons, one after the other, bellowed in pain and vanished between as they tried to fight off thread that had fallen upon them unseen or were suddenly blown by the churning winds aloft. One returned quickly. The other, Mittal noted with a grimace, did not return at all. Tell Samaj to join in, Mittal said. We're going to need every dragon. Should we call up the reserves? No, Mittal said. It's going to be hard enough to get more firestone without exhausting them beforehand. They rejoined the forward line of dragons in their fight against Thread. Gaminth spotted and dove for a new clump, burned it, and rose again in search of more prey, all with the ease of previous falls. Perhaps they were beyond the turbulent air, Mittal mused hopefully. A sudden shout, a hiss of air, and a dragon's bellow were all the warning Mittal had
as another dragon dove over his head, its jaws agape with flame roaring into a clump of thread directly above and just behind him. Metal had only a moment to recognize that the other rider's sudden appearance was all that had saved Gamint from a terrible threading, and probably death, before the dragon and rider veered upward sharply and disappeared once more between. They were not gone so quickly that Metal didn't get a good look at the rider's back and the large double black bars encased in a bright red diamond on the back of his leathers. Metal knew those colors well, for he'd worn them himself for many turns. The man who saved him was wearing the colors of Bendon's Weirleader. Metal had barely time to send an unspoken thanks after the rider before another clump appeared, and he and Gamint dove upon it, flaming it quickly to char. As they scanned for more thread, Metal glanced over the condition of his wings and saw that all were spread out, ragged. Many had holes left by missing dragons, injured or killed by the thread blown erratically by the hot desert air. Here and there, however, Metal spotted another dragon winking into existence above them, burning through unseen clumps in the same manner as he'd been saved. Each time it was the same dragon, and whenever he could see, the rider wore the Bendon Weirleader's badge. Light glinted off the dragon's hide, specks of gold mixed in with darker colors. A rumble from Gamint distracted him, and Metal leaned forward as his dragon burned through another clump of thread, and another. Metal forgot about the Bendon Weirleader as he resumed his fight against the fickle thread.
"Shards, Metal! I don't know what you're talking about!" Bannik protested once again, pulling back from the older Dragonrider's hearty embrace. "You don't?" Metal repeated, his hands on Bannik's shoulders, pushing the other man away from him so that he could see his eyes. Bannik had not much of a sense of humor, but it was foul enough that he might try to play a trick on his ex-Weirleader, especially if Talia had urged him on. "No," Bannik repeated firmly, using his own hands to push Metal's hands off him and stepping further away. "I don't." Metal's face fell. "Then, if it wasn't you, who stole your jacket?" "My jacket?" Bannik repeated blankly. "Your Weirleader's jacket," Metal insisted. "I might have been mistaken in you. The distance was great, but the jacket and its emblem are unmistakable." Which hardly bore the mention, as the purpose of the Weirleader's jacket was to be visible at all distances. "No one stole my jacket," Bannik assured him. "It's in my quarters, just oiled." "Someone rode fall with us," Metal said. "Someone rode fall and saved us." "But it wasn't me." "No," Metal said, after a moment of thoughtful silence. "I think it was." Bannik drew breath to make a heated retort, but Metal raised a hand placatingly. "Not today, but perhaps sometime in the future." "You mean I timed it?" Bannik asked in surprise. "Yes," Metal said. "I expect you did." "But when?" Bannik asked. "And why only me? Why not a full wing at least?" "I don't know," Metal said. "I suspect perhaps you wanted first-hand knowledge of the effects." Bannik pursed his lips thoughtfully. "That would be prudent." "Indeed it would," Metal said. "Nothing less than I'd expect from you." "Expect what?" Talia demanded as she strode up to join them in the weir bowl. "Metal thinks I timed it back to his fall today," Bannik said. "Saved my hide," Metal said. Talia paled. "Timed it?" she said to Bannik. "When?" "Not yet, apparently," Bannik said, "or I'd remember." "You certainly would," Talia agreed feelingly. She turned to Metal. "How many others were there?" "I only saw him," Metal told her. He glanced over to Bannik's quarters and Coranth lounging in his weir. His eyes narrowed as he added, "Coranth looked darker than he does now." "It could have been a trick of the light," Bannik said. "Possibly," Metal said, shrugging off his doubts. "I only caught glimpses of you." "So you're going to time it, eh?" Talia asked, turning her head up appraisingly to her Weirleader and mate. "Apparently." "In a way, I'm saddened," Metal said. The others looked at him in surprise. "I was hoping that we wouldn't need to time it."
Talia gave murmured, heartfelt agreement.
Why? Binnick asked, turning from her to Matal. Because it means that we soon won't have the strength to fly alone, the older dragon rider said.
Binnick pursed his lips and nodded in grim agreement. The baby's fine, Lorana told Fiona, barely keeping her irritation out of her voice. Why don't you check on Talent? She's ready to clutch. She's got nearly a fortnight before that, Fiona said, glancing from their quarters back to Talent's weir, where the gold was dozing, shifting once in a while to find a more comfortable position. Fiona turned back to Lorana and added quietly, But if you want time to yourself, I'll let you be. Lorana gave her a grateful smile. I appreciate your efforts, but... You need some time to yourself, Fiona finished for her with a smile. I understand. She rose and made her way to Talent's weir and the weir bowl beyond, turning back to add, Call if you need anything. Lorana raised a hand in weary acknowledgement and then stretched herself out on the bed. Shanice and Becca both assured her that she would feel worse before the baby arrived, but for the moment Lorana did her best not to consider the notion. She was only in her 16th week with easily another 24 before the baby was born, but she was already heartily sick of peeing for two, as Shanice had so succinctly put it. The baby certainly seemed to enjoy its confinement to the fullest extent possible, going so far as to kick his mother awake in the middle of the night. And, through their strange and special link, whenever Lorana woke, Fiona woke with her. Deep inside her, Lorana recognized how much of a gift that was. She was extremely grateful that the younger woman not only never complained, but positively delighted in doing everything she could to help. A warm flood of love for Fiona's kind nature warred within Lorana against her need to vent, to release all the tension that was forever building in her, to get away from all the demands of her life. And lately, she'd been having dark dreams. Her mind went to the strange brooch Teniz had given her, and his note. The way forward is dark and long. A dragon gold is only the first price you'll pay for Pern. The first price? Lorana thrust the thought away as the baby kicked once more, as if in protest. You're worrying too much, Becca said as soon as she caught sight of Fiona in the kitchen cavern. Becca and Seaban had been delighted with the request that they return, as healer apprentices, to Telgar, and between them had convinced Gila, Lorana, and Fiona that they and Telgar's established midwives would be more than capable of handling any pregnancy. The two were welcomed back to the weir with such enthusiasm that Fiona suspected it would be hard for them to consider returning to the healer hall. Not only that, but Seaban exerted a steadying influence on Berenter, while still maintaining a respectful deference for the journeyman's greater medical knowledge. Fiona got the distinct impression that while Master Healer Betroni would sorely miss Becca and her father, that he'd been quite happy to force Berenter to take on the mentoring role. For her part, Fiona found herself looking at Berenter as someone who was being groomed as a future master himself. Fiona's eyes danced with delight at the young girl's complete lack of respect. She gestured toward an empty table, saying, "Why don't you tell me what's on your mind?" Becca followed her and sat opposite, immediately continuing, "You worry too much about Lorana." "She practically threw me out of our quarters," Fiona confessed. She raised her eyes to meet Becca's, and her tone shifted. "I do worry about her," she said. "She's like a big sister to me. More even. And Kindan loves her so, and it's his child, so—" "It's going to be all right," Becca told her firmly. The incongruity of the small, ever-active young girl assuring the senior weirwoman was not lost on her. She leaned forward to peer up into Fiona's face. "I've seen a lot of pregnancies. There's nothing wrong with this one." Becca's assurance had assumed greater merit after she'd been instrumental in the last two of Telgar Weir's deliveries. The two established midwives had both found themselves quite relieved to have her additional knowledge, not to mention her irrepressible energy, available for their aid. "But I'm still worried," Fiona said, her voice low and troubled. Your worry isn't helping either Lorana or the baby, weirwoman, Becca told her as gently as she could. It makes the both of them more nervous. Fiona nodded and took a long, steadying breath. What should I do then? Stop fussing so much, Becca said. You're acting like you're afraid she'll lose the baby at any moment. Fiona started to speak, but Becca stopped her with a raised hand. Honestly, weirwoman, it'll be all right, Becca said. The baby seems to be thriving. Lorana's doing well. She's having nightmares, Fiona told her. That's normal, Becca assured her. Many mothers, particularly first-time mothers, worry and have nightmares. She's afraid she'll lose the baby. And you're afraid you'll lose the both of them, aren't you? Becca asked knowingly. When Fiona, frowning, gave her a reluctant nod, the young girl continued. Isn't it possible that the both of them are picking up on your distress? Fiona bit her lips glumly and nodded once more. What can I do? Just be certain that they're both loved and cared for, Becca said. Lorana's tall, taller than you, and she's broad enough in the hips that she'll have no problem birthing this child. Fiona frowned, still unable to rid herself of a deep foreboding. If you can't keep your moods in check, then it would be better if Lorana found quarters by herself, Becca said. A new voice joined in from Fiona's side. Perhaps you're worrying about Lorana to avoid worrying about other things. Fiona turned. It was Shanice. The head woman sat beside her, laying a basket full of warm rolls on the table. Becca dove in and shamelessly grabbed one, gesturing for Shanice to continue talking. Like what? Fiona asked. Like Talent and her clutch, Shanice said. Or you and Kindan. Or her and Tamar, Becca added around a mouthful of roll and a mischievous look. So what do I do? Fiona asked, turning toward the older woman. Spend more time with Tamar, Becca said. Let Lorana and Kindan have time together. Let Lorana have time alone. She's got some good ideas, Shanice told Fiona. She turned to the young healer, her eyes twinkling. You know, she's just about as difficult as you, weirwoman. Fiona smiled even as Becca growled in response. I'll be right next door, Fiona said to Talent as she made her way to Tamar's quarters that night. Lorana and Kindan had both protested her plans, but she had heard the hidden relief in their voices. She kept Shanice's and Becca's words firmly in her mind and kept her expression neutral, her thoughts calm as she bade them good night and made her way to her queen's lair. Talent gave her a drowsy acknowledgement and went just as quickly back to sleep. I'll bet you'll be happy to fly again, Fiona thought to her queen, only to be met with silence. With a sympathetic grin, Fiona walked out of the dragon's lair and over to Tamar's quarters. She greeted Zarenth warmly and crossed the distance to Tamar's room quickly. Tamar met her at the entrance. Weirwoman? Fiona wrapped her arms around him. Just hold me, she said. Hold me all night. Wordlessly, Tamar scooped her up and brought her to his bed. He left her there as he finished readying for sleep, pausing only long enough to pass her one of the nightgowns she'd left in his closet. She slipped into it, carefully folding her day clothes and placing them on a nearby chair neatly, in readiness for any need. With a nod, he gestured for her to get up as he pulled the blanket aside and motioned for her to get into the bed first, carefully removing the warming stones that had been set at the end of the bed. Fiona scampered in gratefully, her feet finding the warm spot and relishing it even as Tamar crawled in beside her and pulled the blankets over the both of them. Silently, she nuzzled her head up under his and was soon asleep. She awoke in the middle of the night, her face wet with tears, and she realized, in surprise, that they were hers. What is it? Tamar whispered, hugging her more tightly. Something's going to happen, Fiona said, her chest tight with dread. Something horrible. We'll survive, Tamar said. Not all of us. The dark mood remained with Fiona over the next several days, even as 3 more riders returned to full fighting ability, giving Talgar a strength of 146, nearly 5 full wings. Perhaps, she reasoned, it was because she spent so little time now with Kindan and Lorana, or perhaps it was because Talent was so lethargic, burdened with the weight of her eggs. Taryn caught up with her as she was finishing her morning rounds of the injured. "I haven't seen you in a while," Fiona called in greeting. The younger girl blushed brightly. "I'm sorry," Taryn stammered. "It's just that Fijian—" "I can understand," Fiona said. She raised an eyebrow conspiratorially. "Should I have Becca see you?" "Oh, no," Taryn said, raising her hands defensively. She blushed again. "It's not— well, I'm not ready for that just yet." "Anyway, it's wise to wait a turn and a half," Fiona said, referring to an old saying. "A turn and a half proves the love." "Not everyone waits that long," Taryn said, her eyes flashing challengingly. "Some wait longer," Fiona said, with no bite in her tone. Taryn drew breath for a quick retort and cut herself off, a thoughtful look on her face. "But when dragons rise—" "Dragons are a passion of their own," Fiona reminded the younger girl. Taryn blushed again and ducked her head in a quick nod of agreement. The thought caused Fiona to reach out tenderly with her mind to her queen, even though she was certain that Talent was sleeping. "She's clutching!" Fiona yelled, turning on her heels and sprinting toward the hatching grounds. "Why didn't you tell me?" "I knew what to do," Talent said, sounding a bit strained as she passed another egg. "Come see." "Lorana, Talent is clutching," Fiona called excitedly. "I know. Come quickly," Lorana responded, causing Fiona a moment's chagrin at the notion that her dragon had chosen Lorana to escort her to the hatching grounds, until she dismissed the notion as silly. Doubtless Lorana had heard Talent's departure from her weir and had naturally followed. Fiona was down the stairs and racing across the weir bowl as she realized that Talent's clutching was early.
"Fiona!"
Tamar's voice called out from the kitchen cavern.
"What is it?"
"Talent's clutching!" Fiona shouted in response, not breaking her stride as she raced on by.
"Talent?" she heard Hanez's voice echo. "What about Talarth?"
"It's early,"
another voice declared ominously. Fiona disregarded the complaint, passing into the hatching grounds, her feet registering the warmth of the sands as she raced to the far end where Talent lay exhausted after her labors, her eyes whirling in a swift green of pure contentment. "I count 21, Lorana said as Fiona approached. She reached out for the younger weir-woman, giving Fiona a cautioning look. "I've heard that's very good for a first clutch." "Talent, you're marvelous," Fiona agreed, even as she eyed the eggs and tried to hide her disappointment. "No queen. 21 eggs and no queen egg. And were the eggs smaller than normal?" "There's no queen egg," Talent said, sounding disappointed in herself. "That's normal for a first mating flight," Fiona assured her steadfastly. "But now that you've figured out how to do it, you'll be certain to have a queen next clutch."
"Having them early will mean that they're ready for flying against Thread that much sooner," Tamar told the queen, his tone full of approval. Fiona shot him a questioning look, which the weir leader subdued with a quick jerk of his head. "And the clutch is small," Talent said. "Are the eggs smaller too?" "Don't worry, love. They'll be fine," Fiona told her. She continued to comfort her queen for several minutes, only leaving when Talent was calm enough to lay her head down on the warm sands for a well-deserved rest. "Let me know if you need anything," Fiona said, as she made her way from the hatching ground once more into the weir bowl. Talent made no response. The sound of her slow, steady breathing carried clearly to the entrance. She was already asleep. "She's asleep," Fiona said as Tamar joined her. She looked up worriedly. "Did we do wrong to have that mating flight the way we did?" Tamar pursed his lips thoughtfully. Finally, he shook his head. "A queen rises when she's ready,"
he said. He gave her a wry look as he added,
"Do you think you really managed to align her passions to yours, rather than the other way around?"
The notion startled Fiona, and Tamar chuckled at her expression.
A queen often mates for the good of the weir, often against her rider's desires or interests, he said. In the course of your life, there's no guarantee that you might not find yourself with several partners.
Several more partners, Fiona corrected with a smile.
Riders are often much like their dragons,
Tamar allowed noncommittally, although his eyes gleamed humorously. You still haven't answered the question. Tamar shook his head.
I've given you all the answer I have, weir-woman.
But if... Tamar cleared his throat and grabbed her by the arm, forcing her closer to him.
What I'm worried about,
he told her in a voice pitched for her ears alone,
is whether the low numbers and early clutch are related to the cure to the dragon sickness.
Fiona paled as she absorbed his meaning.
We won't know until the others clutch,
Tamar said, gesturing for her to start moving once more.
As I said, and as you know, it's not uncommon for a queen's first clutch to be smaller than her norm.
And she was ill not long before. Tamar acknowledged that with a nod.
That would have an impact, certainly.
So what do we do?
Wait, Tamar replied. If the other clutches are normal, then we've probably no cause for alarm.
It was odd, Fiona thought as the days passed, that Tamar's worries about the possible effects of the dragon cure would cause Fiona to dismiss or at least downplay the various whispered conversations that abruptly ceased when she came near. She knew they were talking about Tallenth's clutch, and was certain that some of the conversations were condemning her for allowing Tallenth to select Zarenth, as if she had a choice, over a different dragon, one with a conscious rider, and not the pairing of Lorana and Kindan. Fiona was pretty certain that some of the more traditional weirfolk were also chatting critically about her own choice of partners, but turns of similar such chatter as she grew up at Fort Hold had inured her to the effects of such gossip. "Some people can't live without carping," had been Nisa's response turns back when a very young Fiona had been taunted by some of the Hold youngsters. Fiona's reaction was quite different if she overheard any criticism of Lorana or Kindan, as one group of weirfolk discovered when she overheard them. "Lorana and Kindan saved the dragons of Pern," Fiona roared at them, "and anyone who cannot give them all due honor for their sacrifices need not remain in this weir." The women blanched, one looking beseechingly in Shanice's direction. That was a mistake, as Shanice bustled over to the group and weighed in heavily on Fiona's side. "I can see that you've all had too much idle time on your hands," Shanice had said in conclusion, "and I'm glad that you've all volunteered to help the healers with their medical laundry." She glanced toward Fiona, who gave her a slight nod of encouragement. "The weir-woman and I are certain that you will give all your efforts to ensuring that all their fabrics and tools are thoroughly sterilized, steamed for a full 10 minutes. Stunned beyond words, the women could only nod in mute agreement. Fiona's determination to talk with Lorana and Kindan about the issue was undermined the next morning just after breakfast, when Lorana announced, wide-eyed, "Mynith has clutched." Before Fiona or any of the others could react, Gila dashed up, crying, "Talarth is clutching!" Everyone raced to the hatching grounds, where Fiona quickly set herself as guard, turning back every gawker with a stern, "She needs no distractions." Indeed, Gila was the only one the Queen would allow into the hatching grounds. Tallenth, a mother with only a 7 days more experience, was tolerant of the other dragon's mood. "It's easier when no one's watching," Tallenth told her rider calmly, adding tantalizingly, "Ooh, that's a large one." Lorana shared a smile with Fiona but said nothing, waiting patiently with Hanez and the other riders until Gila finally called them in.
"That's a queen egg for sure,"
Hanez said as he noticed the larger gold-hued egg that Talarth had pushed off to one side and was watching protectively. "Aren't you wonderful?" Gila cried, scratching her queen's eye ridges and beaming with pride. She turned to Fiona, saying, 22, and one's a queen."
"I'm glad we've got a queen egg," Julian said as he and the other riders approached. That's 43 altogether, Kindan said. That makes a good dent on our losses, Tamar said, bestowing a huge grin on Gila and Hanez both. And a queen, Hanez said, as proud as if he'd done the clutching himself. Not bad at all for a first clutching, one of the Blue Riders allowed. Catching sight of Fiona, he added hastily, meaning no disrespect to you, weirwoman. Fiona waved a hand dismissively. None taken. Talia's Manith clutched 22, Lorana reported. 1 queen egg. Tamar and Kindan exchanged worried looks to which Fiona added a frown, and then, with a jerk of her head toward Lorana, gestured for them to head back to the weir bowl. The 2 men followed her lead, catching up to where she waited out of earshot of the others. Could this have something to do with the cure to the illness? Fiona asked the question that was troubling all of them. That's only 3 queens, Fiona, Kindan said. She gave him a look. His tone had made his own unease quite clear. If the cure means that the queens clutch early and light, how will that affect us? Tamar asked, glancing first at Fiona, then at Kindan. Well, Kindan said, it will mean that we have fighting dragons sooner. Only a little, Tamar interjected. And that will take longer to replenish our numbers, Kindan finished, nodding in agreement with Tamar's remark. We don't have enough at the moment, Fiona said. Getting only a few. We can't say what the future holds, Tamar said. It could easily mean that the queens will clutch more often. It could also be just a response to whatever was in the cure, Kindan said. Fiona arched an eyebrow inquiringly. It would make sense for the queens to have clutches quickly right after they've been cured, so that they can produce more queens to increase the dragon population. Then why didn't Talent have a queen? Fiona said. For that matter, why didn't each clutch consist only of queens? Kindan shrugged. Lorana and I only learned enough, and were taught enough, to know how to make the cure. We don't know nearly enough to understand all that was involved. From what I remember, Kitty Ping, who made the dragons, spent her entire life learning her trade and couldn't pass it all on to her daughter, Tamar said. Kindan frowned. I'm not sure how much of our knowledge of Wind Blossom is accurate. It seems that the watch wares were created more by design than mistake. He held up a hand to contain Tamar's objections. I think our records from the times were purposely misleading. Weir Leader and Weir Woman gave him shocked looks. It wouldn't be the first time that records were changed according to the feelings of the times, Kindan said. Fiona made a face and nodded in agreement. I saw plenty of that in the records at Eigen, she said. It was obvious that those writing the records had their own views of things. And as they were writing the records, those were the views that are remembered, Tamar said with an understanding nod of his own. He turned back to Kindan. But that still doesn't answer our question now. No, Kindan said. It doesn't. I'm more worried about how Lorana will take it, Fiona said. Kindan gave her a sharp look, so Fiona explained. How could she, after all that she gave to find the cure, handle learning that that same cure has caused such harm? We don't know that it has, Tamar said. If the other queens clutch early and light, that would be another matter. And so, in the meantime, we do nothing? Fiona asked, looking askance at the Weir Leader. I think better that than assuming the worst. Fiona's expression made it clear that she was not content with that answer, but she chose not to argue it. The next question is what to do with all the onlookers once the excitement has died down, Tamar said, partly to distract her from her concerns. Well, I've already spoken to Talent, and she's no problem with having some of the younger ones sleep in the hatching grounds with her, Fiona said. Her eyes flashed in challenge as she continued. And I'm definitely going to have Zinna touching all the likely eggs. There's only 1 queen egg, Tamar said. Who said anything about a queen egg? More news came at lunch. Malurth at Fort Weir had clutched, again only 22 eggs, and then again before dinner when Lorana relayed the news that Bedenth of Ista had laid 22 eggs as well. All the queens are laying light, Lorana remarked anxiously to Kindan.
Kindan shook his head, flexing open a hand in a dismissive manner.
There were queen eggs in the clutches at Fort and Ista.
We talked about this earlier, Fiona said to the ex-queen rider, trying to assuage her concerns. And we thought it might be possible that the cure caused the queens to clutch early. She heard Lorana's horrified gasp and added quickly, to get them started again and rebuild our numbers. But they're laying light, Lorana said, her eyes wide and worried. Kindan, what if they only lay light?
They might lay more often,
Kindan suggested, shaking his head.
We don't know what Windblossom planned. Perhaps this is normal.
And even if they don't, at least they're not going to die of the sickness, Fiona said. I think we should consider this a good thing. What if it isn't? Lorana asked. What if this is a sign that something's wrong? Nothing Kindan nor Fiona could say to the ex-queen rider seemed to console her, and it was clear that Lorana hadn't been the only one to come to that conclusion. Naturally, Talia chose to appear in person to vent her ire. Saved the dragons! Talia snarled as she confronted a stricken Lorana in the middle of the weir bowl the very next day. From the hatching grounds, Tallenth shrieked angrily, echoed immediately by Talarth and the bronzes of the weir. Fiona saw the ruckus and raced over to it, coming in on the last of Talia's words. I don't know about you, weir woman, but I owe Lorana not only my queen's life, but my own sanity as well, Fiona cut in quickly, her blue-green eyes flashing ominously even as all the dragons in the weir backed her up with a tremendous roar of discontent. If my queen had gone between, as hers had, I doubt I would have had the courage to continue seeking to cure others. Maybe she didn't, Talia said with a bitter smile. Maybe all she did was create a way where the rest of us would suffer her same agony. Fiona's hand flew from her side, but she contained herself before actually striking the Bendon Weir woman. A bronze dragon burst into view overhead and warbled anxiously. Bannick with Corinth. I understand your worry, Weir woman, Fiona said, folding her fingers against her palm to leave only the index finger pointing. Lorana shares your concern too, and you may be certain that I, and she, will do all in our power to solve this problem, if it is truly a problem. Bannick leaped down from Corinth and raced to Talia, wrapping an arm around her waist and tugging her away from the others. There's a queen egg at Bendon, isn't there? Fiona called to forestall any further outburst. Yes, Talia snapped. Just the one. Tallenth laid none, Fiona said. Perhaps you should count yourself lucky. I'm sure they're all greens, Talia said, given the way they were mated. Fiona firmly stood on her temper, letting her anger dispel with one long sigh and only acknowledging Talia's words with a curt nod.
Greens are good fighters,
Tamar said breathlessly, having raced from his weir up to Fiona's side.
We could use as many of them as we could get.
Talia snorted in response but allowed herself, finally, to be led away by Bannick. It was only after the gold and bronze dragons had disappeared between that Tamar allowed himself a sigh and gave Fiona an appreciative look.
Bannick has much on his hands. We're well shut of her,
Kindan assured Lorana later that evening over a quiet dinner in their quarters. Fiona was present, although she'd already declared that she would be staying with Tamar that evening. She is a bit difficult, isn't she? Fiona said. She turned toward the older woman. I don't know how you managed with her. Not very well, Lorana admitted. Nor very long, when it comes to it. She glanced speculatively at Fiona, and the younger woman easily guessed that the ex-queen rider was wondering how long their relationship would remain equitable. Fiona reached for one of Lorana's hands, grabbed it, and pressed it to her cheek. Always. Lorana gave her a surprised look and then shook her head, her lips parted in a smile. Whatever we have, the records at Eigen, and here at Telgar, never mentioned, Fiona told her feelingly.
There have been plenty of multiple partnerships,
Kindan said. That's not what I'm talking about, Fiona said.
I know,
Kindan said.
I was going to say that the records do not mention any mating flight like ours."
"Another thing for which to be grateful to Lorana," Fiona said, catching the dark-haired woman's deep brown eyes. She was the only one who could keep Zarenth from going between when Tamar had his concussion. She paused for a moment, reflecting on her own frantic memories of that horrid day, and added, "Without Lorana, we would have suffered a triple tragedy, perhaps worse." "Which only goes to say that you," Lorana retorted, nodding first to Fiona and then to Kindan, "both of you, have very prejudiced views." "For which I, for one, am extremely grateful," Fiona said with a chuckle. She released Lorana's hand and gently gave it back to her. "And now, I think it best if I left the two of you, I mean the three of you, to your rest." Tamar was already asleep when she entered his quarters. He'd resumed drilling the wings as soon as Talia had left, in preparation for their next fall over Upper Crom in 4 days' time, and perhaps in response to Talia's tirade, he'd worked the entire weir into exhaustion. Fiona spent a moment examining his features. He seemed more careworn than she'd ever recalled him, his face pinched in a combination of pain and anger. She turned away, shucking off her clothes and slipping into her nightgown before looking back toward him once more, her own expression anxious. Was this the right thing to do? Should she leave Kindan and Lorana to themselves, instead of being a constant reminder, goad, if one were honest, of the things neither had? She a queen, he a bronze, and both a love uncomplicated by third parties? Some hint of displeasure seeped into her from the distance, words unspoken but their intent clear. "Stop that!" In the same unspoken, unvoiced manner, Fiona apologized and then buried her thinking deeper, beyond the ken of either Lorana or Talent. And what if something were to happen to either? How would Fiona survive without her queen? How would she survive without Lorana? The bond between her and the older woman wasn't quite as strong as that between rider and dragon, Fiona knew, but it was also different. Beyond love, beyond friendship, beyond even being. They weren't two halves of the same whole. They were two women bound not just by their love for the same man, which in itself ought to be an endless well of jealousy and betrayal, but also by mutual respect, caring, and love for each other and the 2 dragons in their lives. Fiona sighed as she realized that Lorana was even more than that. She was the only person on Pern who felt all dragons, and their deaths, intimately. Fiona's eyes snapped open for a brief worried moment as she pondered, how could anyone suffer such pain and survive? Until she realized, as her eyes closed and her breathing slowed once more, that the pain was balanced by an equal measure of joy. She turned toward Tamar, seeking to bury her head against his shoulder and wrap herself around his warmth, and opened her eyes for a moment. Still asleep, he moved with her, his arms going around her, and, even as she watched, the care and worry etched in his face, smoothing away, vanishing. Fiona stretched her neck up and kissed him on the cheek before burrowing once more into his warmth and drifting into a restful, dreamless sleep. 18. Chew stone, flame thread, craft hone, else dead. Karoon Threadfall, morning, AL 508.5.21. The sun had been up for several hours when the riders from Ista burst forth over the lush Karoon plains. They were light, 3 full wings and a reserve of scarcely 24. Metal looked to his left and his right, to his wing seconds, wingmen, and the wings on either flank. Their spirits were good, he knew, buoyed by the clutching 2 days before and the sight of a queen egg on the hatching grounds. Even so, they were tired and wing-light. The spare wing was heavy with firestone sacks, ready to rearm the fighting dragons or drop them and join the fighting wings as replacements, as needs be. Metal looked up, scanning the heavens above him for the silvery shimmer of thread. Beneath him, Gaminth rumbled ominously.
"It feels wrong," the bronze declared.
Metal said nothing in response. He felt the same. He scanned to the left and right, extending his vision to the distant right and left horizon. Perhaps Thread had been blown off course, he considered nervously, his throat going dry in the hot morning air. "Have the others keep a lookout," Matal said. "Remind them that we're early on purpose." Gaminth relayed his thoughts, even as Matal wondered if they could be that early. A gust of wind blew Gaminth to one side, and Matal heard shrieks behind him to indicate that the rest of the wing had been similarly buffeted. The wind, always the fardling wind. It broiled off the ground below, rose and billowed in ways that were unpredictable. He craned his neck to look directly above him, wondering if perhaps the thread had been blown back up by the heated wind and had only an instant to cry, "Shards!" And then the clump of thread engulfed him, and it was too late. Gaminth gave one horrified shriek and disappeared between, taking himself and his lifelong mate to a cold beyond forever. Samaj had only a moment to wonder why Gaminth had cried before the thread struck, lacing into his dragon's back, and then they too were between. The rest of the three wings disintegrated as their weir leader and wing leaders were engulfed from behind by the fickle thread. "Help!" one forlorn cry went out, from whom or where no one could later say. "Help!" Lorana heard the cry. Fiona heard her gasp and turned toward her in surprise. They were in the hatching grounds performing their morning check and praise of the two queens and their charges. "Ista! Ista needs help!" Lorana responded, her words sounding louder than Fiona had heard before. "We're not ready!" Fiona cried in warning, as she heard the anxious bellows of dragons echoing around the weir bowl. "Tamar's drilling! They've no firestone!" "Help comes!" Lorana called. She turned to Fiona. "They need help now, at this instant!" Fiona felt the blood draining from her face as she realized what Lorana was saying. "Tamar," she called with no reluctance, "we need you to come back, and then to time it." She felt a rustle of surprise and then nothing as the bronze dragon and rider were suddenly no longer where she'd found them. She turned to race toward the weir bowl even as she heard more dragons bellowing outside. "Get Firestone! Get it now!" Fiona shouted as she burst out of the hatching grounds. She raced toward the Firestone shed and skidded to a surprised halt as she spied a group of weirfolk lined up outside, sacks of Firestone ready in their hands, looking at her in surprise. "My lady?" Shanice asked her in surprise. Fiona glanced at her, eyes wide with questions. "You ordered me to prepare the Firestone an hour ago, my lady." Lorana caught up with her, gasping and holding her belly protectively. She and Fiona exchanged one glance, and then Fiona called, "Talent, I need you." The dragon appeared from the hatching grounds to the surprise of all. "Get them loaded up," Fiona called as she ran to her dragon and clambered up to her perch, ignoring the lack of riding straps and waving toward the landing wings of dragons. "Talent, we must go back in time 1 hour." "I know," Talent told her calmly. "I heard you the first time." "The first time?" Fiona asked, surprised. "When you told me not to say anything," Talent told her calmly. She took 2 steps and leaped into the air, and between in the same instant, ignoring the indignant squawks of the descending dragons. Fiona had only a few moments between to consider this strange turn of events before they returned from between right above the weir bowl. Talent flipped one wing up and one down in a sharp turn to avoid flying into the wall of the weir itself, and executed a neat landing almost in the exact spot from which she departed. "How?" "I knew where I would be," Talent told her smugly. "I remembered." Fiona slapped Talent's neck affectionately, her pride in her dragon stronger than words could convey. "Now, you need to tell Shanice," Talent said. "You weren't here long before we went back." Fiona raised an eyebrow in surprise at her queen's determination, and then her lips quirked into a smile as she realized that the young queen was nearly as perplexed by the whole event as she was. Fiona raced to the kitchen cavern and caught Shanice's attention as soon as she entered, beckoning the head woman toward her. "Weir woman?" Shanice asked, her brows furrowed. I'm not here. Don't tell anyone, Fiona said. You're to get the weirfolk readying Firestone for a fall.
For a fall? Shanice said. But Thread's not due until tomorrow, my lady.
We'll be flying Thread in an hour, Fiona assured her. Get your people moving. I've got to get back.
Back?
To the future, Fiona told her. I'll be just as surprised when I find you then as you are surprised to find me now. Outside, Talent rumbled in agreement, echoed a moment later by Talent from her spot in the hatching grounds.
You timed it?
Fiona nodded, and with a wave, raced back to her queen. As she clambered into her place on Talent's back, she told her, When we return, we'll go to the Starstones. I don't want to cause any accidents. As they returned between and Talent answered the Watch Dragon's challenge, Fiona felt relief in the wisdom of her decision. The weir was a rainbow of colors as dragons hastily landed, loaded Firestone, and leaped airborne once more, reforming into their fighting wings. Fiona had Talent land near the hatching grounds, understanding the Queen's dilemma, torn between the need to guard her eggs and the excitement of the moment. Go on, you've done your part, Fiona said, as Talent's eyes whirled with a reddish tinge of worry. Although I'm sure that Talarth wouldn't let anything happen to your eggs while we were gone. From within the hatching grounds came Talarth's strident assurance. Fiona laughed and patted her queen once more before urging, Go on, you can count your eggs for yourself, just to be certain. Talent scrambled inside, a small echo of surprise winding back to Fiona as the queen thought, How did she know that she was counting her eggs? I'm your rider. I know everything, she called as she turned and raced back to the work parties hastily loading the fighting dragons.
I'm Weir Leader. How come I didn't know about this?
Tamar asked in an inverted echo of Fiona's earlier words when she caught up to him. Because there wasn't time, Fiona said. He glared at her. I had just enough time to realize that I would have to time it myself, not enough time to explain.
Well,
Tamar said, sounded slightly less mulish.
Lorana explained it to me while you were gone.
So you asked merely to vent at me? Fiona said, eyebrows arching menacingly.
I don't see how we'll get there in time,
Tamar continued, ignoring her.
We've taken the better part of an hour.
Lorana will give you the coordinates, Fiona said.
But they've been fighting unaided for an hour.
No, Fiona told him. They haven't.
They haven't, Tamar said. Then who's been helping them? And why are we going?
You've been helping them, and that's why you're going, Fiona said, smiling as she took in his confusion and dawning comprehension. You're going to time it, too. It's the only way, Lorana assured him from where she stood beside the work parties. She flinched as though struck by a burning brand, or as though struck by a searing strand of thread, and hissed in pain before adding, with a look of concern, Fly carefully. Tamar gave her a long, hard look, and then nodded slowly.
I'll bear that in mind, he said,
moving toward Zarenth. He turned back to Lorana.
How bad is it?
Best not to know, she told him. Besides, the fall's not over. Tamar's eyes widened as he realized that she would already have felt the pain of the injured Telgar dragons, the same dragons who had yet to go back in time to Ista's aid. You'll take charge as soon as you get there, Fiona said, distracting him. Metal's dead. Tamar nodded slowly, his lips pursed tightly. Fiona raced to his side, wrapped him in a quick hug, and whispered, Fly safe. He hugged her back, and she looked up at him, her eyes firm as she told him, Be certain you come back to me.
I will,
Tamar declared, then turned and vaulted up to his perch on Zarenth's back. He urged Zarenth into the air, found his place with his wing, and made the hand signal for the Dragonriders of Telgar to go between, back in time, to fight a Threadfall they'd not anticipated, a Threadfall they'd been fighting for over an hour already. A silence descended upon the weir, and Fiona turned to Lorana. He will come back, won't he? Lorana looked at her a long time before turning away, saying sympathetically, He hasn't been injured yet. I can no more see the future than you. We should set up the aid stations, Fiona said after a moment, turning to Shanice and the weirfolk.
She gave good coordinates,
Zarenth said in approving tones as they burst out into the hot morning air over Karun. Tamar nodded silently as he gazed out over the flight of Istan dragons arrayed before them.
Gnerth says they fly well,
Zarenth relayed. Tamar snorted, guessing that behind that observation lay Hinez's question, what were they doing here? Matal was in the lead, flying well, and... As suddenly as Tamar could think, a clump of thread whirled around in a dangerous looping arc, at first unseen in the distance, and was entangled around Matal. Tamar heard Gaminth's bellow of pain, saw the bronze rider slump even as the thread burnt through his warehide and into his flesh, and then dragon and rider were gone. Tamar barely had time to realize that the same thing had happened to 3 other Istan riders at the same moment, 2 of them wing leaders, before he cried out,
"Where? Thread!"
Zarenth lurched suddenly, arching his neck, his muscles straining mightily as his wings fought to gain even more height, and his mouth opened in a long arc of flame, burning a clump of thread out of the sky that just a moment before had threatened to engulf them the same way Matal had been surprised. Later, Tamar could never remember issuing any orders, but somehow he reoriented his wings upward, and in an instant they were far above the Istan riders, dragon flames reaching even higher to sear the steady line of thread that could just be discerned against the glare of the sun.
"Have them get above us,"
Tamar told Zarenth, who relayed the order to the recovering Istan riders. They went between, returning almost immediately above and behind the Telgar riders. A moment later he issued the same order to his dragons, and the 2 weirs leapfrogged until they were as high as they could fly, and Tamar could feel his lungs straining for air, his cheeks tingling with the lack, and the color in his eyes wavering, threatening to turn gray.
"High enough,"
Tamar said. He gazed at the thread in front of them and grunted as he saw it falling in steady, predictable streams. Some must have gotten through, he reminded himself. We'll have to send sweep riders later. But for the moment, they could fight thread, teetering at the very heights at which a man could breathe, every moment wary of going too high or straying too low. Tamar could sense Zarenth's concern and felt an echo come in from Hinez through Gnerth.
"It's hard to fly this high."
Tamar chuckled at the understatement and then laughed aloud as he saw the wings tearing into thread, flaming it into nothingness.
"At least we're on top of the thread,"
Tamar said, patting Zarenth lightly on the neck and peering around him to assure himself that the fight was now firmly in hand. "They're flying high," Fiona remarked absently as she and Lorana found a moment alone together. "It will wear the riders out even more." Lorana nodded lightly, and Fiona narrowed her eyes speculatively. She gestured to Shanice. "Lorana needs to sit." The head woman nodded and sent a weir girl sprinting off with a wave of her finger. The girl came back just as quickly, puffing under the load of one of the canvas chairs, but she smiled brightly as she set it up and conscientiously guided Lorana into it. "How are the eggs, my lady?" the girl asked, greatly daring. "They're doing well," Fiona told her with a smile. "Perhaps after this fall is over, we'll let you have a look." "I'm only a girl," the youngster replied, deflated. "I can't imagine a queen will want me." "It still doesn't hurt to look, does it?" Fiona asked. The girl thought it over and shrugged. "It'd be better if I was a boy," she said after a moment, frowning. "And even if I were, I'd be too young yet." "Dragons pick who they will," Fiona said, gesturing to herself with a grin, and then glancing significantly toward Lorana. "Yes, weirwoman," the girl agreed dutifully. Fiona snorted at the response, and the girl gave her a startled look. "I'll tell you this, it'd be hard to imagine a dragon impressing someone who's so certain she won't." The youngster pondered upon that for a moment, and then nodded solemnly. "Yes, weirwoman." "So stop with the long face and come find me tomorrow, and we'll see if the queens are ready yet to accept visitors." A shriek broke quiet of the weir, and Fiona glanced up as the first casualty returned to the weir.
"I never imagined I could be so tired,"
Hinez said as Jila hauled him into bed later that day.
It's not even evening, and I can—"
He yawned widely.
"Oh, hardly keep my eyes open."
"The air, timing it, and the stress of fighting," Gila said in terse explanation as she drew the covers over him.
3 days,
Inez said, fighting back another yawn.
3, and we fight again. How can we be ready?
Gila shushed him, leaning down to brush his lips with her own. "Sleep, rest, and we'll talk later." She straightened up, giving her mate an expectant look, surprised that he didn't have some martial retort ready, but instead the soft, jagged sound of his snores rose up in response. She smiled lovingly, then her expression changed as she asked herself, how could they fight again in just 3 days?
"I don't feel as bad as some of the others,"
Tamar said the next morning at breakfast, as if in answer to Fiona's unspoken question of the night before. Fiona quirked an eyebrow questioningly, and the Weir leader shrugged.
"I think it's because I felt so exhausted these past several turns that the stress of timing it and flying in thin air didn't affect me as much as the others," he said, with a jerk of his head toward Inez's empty place. Fiona reached for the claw and topped off both their mugs with a grin, saying, "Well, if it's only that bad, they'll be ready enough for the next fall." "Only if we don't have to time it beforehand,"
Tamar cautioned. "On the other hand, if you do have to time it, you might want to tap those who are suffering from this exhaustion," Fiona said, "if they too prove as unaffected as yourself." Tamar raised his hands and spread them wide in a warding gesture, saying,
"I wouldn't consider myself all that well-rested."
"But you could fight again, if you had the need." Tamar accepted her notion with a grimace, saying,
"I'd prefer to leave it to another Weir."
"True," Fiona said, and was silent for a moment as she spoke with her dragon. "I've had to length relay the news to Malurth at Fort and Larinth at High Reaches."
"Good thought," Tamar said. "We should have done that last night."
Fiona's eyebrows rose in agreement, adding dryly, "So Sonia has just told me."
"They know about Matal, don't they?"
"Of course," Fiona said. The loss of a Weir leader was the sort of news that traveled instantly through all the Weirs. She shook her head sadly, saying, "It must be a double blow for Delia, on top of losing Sirion." Tamar nodded, his lips pursed tightly.
"At least she's got Samaj," he said a moment later. "He's a seasoned rider. That should be some help."
"But Bedenth won't rise until after her clutch is hatched, so there could be a lot of friction beforehand," Fiona said. She frowned, adding, "I can't recall all that many bronzes at Ista, come to think of it." Tamar thought for a moment.
"Samaj's Kapith isn't much younger than Matal's Gaminth."
"Age has nothing to do with the mating flight."
"But it can affect the size of the clutch," Tamar said, "particularly if both dragons are elderly."
"You know," Fiona said, shifting abruptly in her chair, "I hadn't realized how few bronze dragons we now have." Tamar bit off a quick retort, instead cupping his chin in his hand thoughtfully.
"Not all that many more than the queens themselves,"
he agreed after a moment. "There are more bronzes at Fort, Bendon, and High Reaches," Fiona said.
"Particularly true for Fort, but not so much now with a queen egg," Tamar said. "Bendon probably has the most bronzes per queen. Ista has the least, with just the 2 bronzes and 2 queens."
"And we've lost quite a number of bronzes in the past half-turn," Fiona said, raising her eyes to catch Tamar's. "We're likely to go on losing them, as they're usually wing leaders, too." She shivered. "What if we lose them all?"
"I suppose you'd have to make do with a brown."
"Even if a queen would let a brown catch her, wouldn't the clutch just naturally be smaller because the mating flight would be shorter?"
"Probably,"
Tamar agreed with a grim look of his own.
"Although, if we keep losing bronze dragons at this rate, you, may find out before too long."
"Perhaps we should consider conserving our bronzes," Fiona suggested. Tamar shot her a look that she shrugged off, saying, "Just as we do with our queens."
"So if a Weir's strength in bronzes falls to just 1, you'd recommend keeping that bronze out of a fall?" Tamar asked, adding, "I'd like to see you explain that to someone like Samaj."
They need someone at Ista to cheer them up, Fiona said, clearly having reached this conclusion without reference to the rest of the conversation. Someone like McCurry.
So, are you now going to tell Kalior how to arrange his weir?
Tamar asked, giving the younger woman a glowering look. No, I'll leave that to Sezka, Fiona said. She rose from her chair.
Where are you going?
Tamar asked, anxious at the implications of Fiona's actions. I'm going to talk with Lorana and Kindan if they're awake, Fiona said with a victorious smile at his discomfiture.
And if not?
I promised one young girl a chance to view the eggs on the hatching grounds, Fiona replied easily. Her eyes twinkled as she caught the quick turning of heads at her words.
I expect she'll have lots of company,
Tamar said in agreement, glancing around at the eager weirfolk. We'll start small, Fiona said to him as the girl who'd spoken with her yesterday came scampering up and curtsied, eyes shining with delight and anticipation. And with small groups, too. She looked down at the youngster. Ready? Now, weirwoman? The little girl squeaked in surprise. Right now, Fiona told her crisply, turning toward the weir bowl in the direction of the hatching grounds. She glanced down at the girl's feet. You've sandals on, so you shouldn't be bothered by the heat of the sands. And I'm wearing white, my lady, the girl chirped, pulling at the edges of her dress in emphasis. It's a bit early for that, Fiona said. The eggs won't hatch for a while yet. And I'm too young, the girl added by way of agreement. I wouldn't know, as I've no more idea of your age than I do of your name, Fiona told her, smiling to remove any sting from her words. The youngster blushed mightily. I'm sorry, my lady. I'm Derry, and I've nearly 8 turns. Do you know Zinna and Taria? The youngster nodded mutely. Well, can you run and get them? Fiona asked. Bring them to the hatching grounds when you come back. Shanice, who had moved closer to get an ear on the conversation, spoke up warningly. They're in one of the back playrooms. Tell them to bring whoever's with them, Fiona told Derry, adding to Shanice. It will be all right. The young girl gave the head woman a questioning look. Shanice shrugged and waved her off. After the youngster had scampered away, Shanice said to Fiona, Just remember, my lady, that the behavior you encourage is what will persist. Fiona smiled. I'm counting on it, she said. I won't be at all surprised if I'm shortly deluged with all sorts of requests. Shanice's eyebrows rose in surprise. Which, Fiona continued, her smile growing broader, I will soon delegate to Zinna and Taria. Oh, Shanice said. She smiled, adding, I can see how that will work on many levels. Fiona gave her a quick nod and grinned. I rather thought you might. But what if the queens get too bothered? Then they'll let Zinna or Taria know, Fiona said. Anticipating Shanice's next question, she added, I've already spoken with Gila about this, and she agrees. So those 2 young ladies will be hearing directly from the queens? Shanice asked, mulling the notion over. Fiona nodded. It will add to their duties. It will, Fiona agreed. I'm sure they'll manage just fine. I can imagine some riders might complain about letting anyone wander the hatching grounds with only the by your leave of those 2, Shanice said. Yes, I suppose that's possible, Fiona said. Besides, the queens are agreeable. Shanice raised an eyebrow as she asked, And Henez has no problem with this? Wing Leader Henez wasn't asked, Fiona retorted crisply. After a moment, she relented under the older woman's gaze and added, But, to be honest, I don't think he'll mind at all. And I'm certain that Zinna and Taria will be fair about it, Shanice said to herself. Oh, Fiona said with a grin, I wouldn't be at all surprised if some of their least favorite duties were relinquished. You're not expecting them to get some of the weir lads to watch the little ones? Shanice asked in wonder. Fiona shrugged. I imagine they'd even agree to diaper duty if the demand's high enough. She gave Shanice a measured look, adding, I think that Zinna's already well proven she's able to do a lad's work, so why shouldn't they have to show they can do a lass's? Shanice snorted loudly at the notion. And, Fiona added a bit more seriously, I think that those who are willing to undertake some of those more demanding duties are exactly the sort who will appeal most to a new-hatched dragonet." Shanice pursed her lips for a moment, then nodded decisively.
"You could well be right there, weir-woman."
Which is exactly what Tamar said when I mentioned the notion to him. Grinning, Shanice asked,
"And did he, before he impressed, have to do diaper duty at Fort Weir?"
"I certainly hope so," Fiona replied tartly. "I have warned him that he'll definitely be obliged when the time comes." Shanice's eyebrows rose high in surprise.
"I thought—"
She cut herself off. Fiona gestured for her to continue. Shanice cleared her throat, choosing her words carefully.
"I mean, and is this a duty he will be expected to perform soon?"
"Perhaps not for me," Fiona said, surprised both at her own tone and her own feelings in the matter. "But I've told him that he can expect to be aiding Kindan as much as I'm aiding Lorana when her first baby comes."
"I see," Shanice said.
She screwed up her nerve for another question.
"And this is what he wants?"
Fiona shook her head. "I'm not sure," she admitted. "I think that he still doesn't know himself." Then she grinned, saying, "Not that I plan to give him any chance to object, regardless." Shanice hesitated once more, then moved closer to Fiona.
"Not that it's my place," she told the younger woman, "but there aren't many who don't get jealous over time."
"I know," Fiona agreed with a sigh. "I'm not one of them, nor is Lorana." She allowed a wary look to cross her face. "I'm not quite sure what Tamar wants. I think Kindan is still grappling with his feelings."
"He probably always will be," Shanice said.
Fiona looked up at her, trying to keep her worries from showing.
"You look like the woman he first loved. You aren't the woman he learned to love next. And yet—"
"And yet he loves me in spite of all that," Fiona said, hoping that the words made the truth. Shanice nodded.
"I think that's so."
A moment later she added,
"But Tamar?"
"He thinks he's too old for me, even though he's not much older than Kindan," Fiona said, "and he worries that his place is with me only because his bronze flew my gold."
"But isn't that so?"
"I can't say for certain, but I don't think so," Fiona said. She met the older woman's eyes squarely. "He was my first. I chose him. But I think more than that, I love him because he's honest with me and will tell me truths I don't want to hear, and trusts that I'll listen to him and respect his words."
"He is quite a man,"
Shanice said in agreement. She gave the young weir-woman a calculating look and raised her hand to wiggle a finger warningly under Fiona's nose.
"And if you do decide that he doesn't suit you, don't be surprised to find him with me instead."
Fiona chuckled at the thought. "You are quite an attractive person," she said, "and I believe that the two of you would make a good pair." Then she chuckled mischievously.
"What?"
"Why don't you find out then?" Fiona said. The head woman's surprise was total, so with another chuckle Fiona turned away from her and started out to the weir bowl, pausing only long enough to call back over her shoulder, "I see nothing wrong with sharing." "She should take you up on that," Lorana said as they stood inside the hatching grounds. When she'd met Fiona, she'd asked her what was so funny. Fiona had relayed the entire conversation. "She'd be good for him," Fiona said. "She's closer to his age, and she'd bolster his confidence."
"Whereas you," Lorana said with a twinkle in her eyes, "have entirely too much."
"Maybe," Fiona said, shrugging one shoulder. "Sometimes I think it's all an act, and perhaps when I get older I'll regret all the decisions I've made." She paused, hugging Lorana closer to her. "Except this one."
"Which one?"
Lorana asked.
"The decision to save Zarenth was mine, and the mating flight was a natural result of that first decision."
She pursed her lips.
"Unless you're trying to claim you influenced Talent in her choice of mate."
"Not as much as she influenced me," Fiona said. "But we worked as a team that day, as you and I work as a team now."
"Do you suppose we could choose to break our bond?"
I hope not, Fiona said. But I suppose it's possible. She frowned, adding, There's nothing like this in the records and no guarantee that it will last. She glanced down to Lorana's belly. Perhaps when your baby is born, the bond will break. I hope not, Lorana said softly, surprising Fiona. She caught the young woman's reaction and patted her on the arm, admitting softly, I need someone to share this all with. What about Kindan? With him I share what he can't feel, Lorana said. With you, I share what we can feel. We complete each other, don't we? Fiona asked, hoping that Lorana would agree and worried that she might not. The three of us. 4, I think, Fiona said. I think Tamar is part of it. Lorana furrowed her brows questioningly. If it had been another bronze injured, and you and Kindan had bonded with it, I'm not sure I would have reacted the same way. I'm not sure Talent would have mated with him. And if it had been another man with me, then Kindan? I'm not sure. So what happened required 4 people to be in love and committed to their best interests, Lorana said. Yes, Fiona agreed. I doubt it would happen any other way. She smiled at Lorana. And not just any people, but 4 very special people. Each with their own pain and their own need, Lorana added in agreement. Fiona said nothing. She hugged her tighter.
So, are we rested? Tamar asked Nez. His lips quirked teasingly as the tall, lanky bronze rider and he strode out to their dragons shortly after lunch 2 days later. As much as we can be, Hanez allowed grimly. He leaned closer to the weir leader, lowering his pitch for his ears alone. I'm still concerned about the wings. With the split? Tamar asked, glancing up at the taller man's troubled brown eyes. We need a reserve group, riders to get more firestone. That's exactly what Matal thought. His reasoning was sound, Tamar said, and Banik reports light winds aloft, as do our watch riders. One of the reasons Tamar had decided to keep the 25 dragons of Telgar's 5th wing in reserve was that it allowed him to send out watch riders who would, after the fall, be immediately available to sweep for thread burrows. After the disastrous fall over Karun, Tamar's exhausted riders had discovered no less than 3 well-established burrows. Fortunately, all were quickly dispatched, aided in particular by the flamethrowers that Fiona had inspired the Smith Hall to develop 10 turns ago, when they were back in time at Eigenweir. Tamar shook his head and slapped the lanky rider on the arm affectionately. Don't worry. Hanez glanced down at him, frowning. He let out a deep sigh, releasing his worries with it. We'll do our duty. Tamar mounted Zarenth quickly, waving back at Fiona, who very ostentatiously blew him kisses while, standing next to her, Jila did the same with Hanez, causing the swarthy rider to color noticeably. Tamar smiled, wagging an admonishing finger at his weirwoman, and totally spoiled the effort immediately afterward by blowing a kiss back at her. Fly safe, Fiona called loudly. Tamar grinned, surprised at the warmth of his feelings for the difficult young woman who chose her own ways to love and, with one final glance into her eyes, raised his arm in the ages-old signal for the dragons to fly. Fiona's grin faded the instant the last of the dragons winked between. Grimly she turned to Jila. Help Shanice finish setting up, would you? Jila accepted the request with a nod, adding, Where will you be? I'm going to check on Lorana and the hatching grounds, Fiona said, trying to keep her tone light, but as she turned to leave, Jila reached out with a hand to restrain her. Fiona turned back, worry plain in her eyes. What is it? Jila asked softly. I don't know, Fiona said. I just feel that something is going to happen. Something bad. Maybe, Fiona said. Then with a shrug, probably. She shook Jila's hand off her arm and strode off purposely toward the hatching grounds. Kindan caught up with her just as she arrived. Have you seen Lorana? Fiona shook her head.
Kindan's eyes narrowed as he sensed the stress in her motions and followed her. "Weir-woman!" a voice called out excitedly as soon as she was visible. "It's the Weir-woman!" another young girl's voice piped up in excitement. In a moment, Fiona and Kindan were surrounded by a small cluster of wide-eyed, excited, happy Weir children who all seemed intent on telling their particular story with all the excitement of the very young. Fiona noticed that even though they all wanted to be heard, they were all very careful to keep their voices down, not wanting to disturb the two queens indulgently watching the proceedings from their respective nests on the warm sands of the hatching grounds. Zinna appeared and walked briskly toward the cluster, looking anxiously around for Taria. "I'm sorry, Fiona, I was just looking at the eggs," Fiona finished for her, smiling. "That's what you're here for." "Taria and I are supposed to be watching." Fiona cut her off with an upraised hand. "Have you seen Lorana?" Zinna's brows rose in surprise, and she shook her head. "I think she was here earlier," she said, glancing around. "She left," Taria said, approaching with a gaggle of youngsters trailing behind. "She was here earlier." "Where?" Zinna asked abruptly. "I don't know," Taria replied, sounding cross herself. Fiona sensed Kindan glancing at her pointedly, but she didn't need the Harpers' presence to guess that the two had been quarreling. She'd heard some rumblings through Makiar and Shanice already. Apparently Taria was convinced that Zinna would impress a queen and leave her, while Zinna feared exactly the same of Taria. Fiona searched for something to say to diffuse their fears, but gave up with a shrug. Finding Lorana was more important to her at the moment. With an arch look, she turned and strode out of the hatching grounds, heading for her quarters.
"Thread!"
Zarenth called as they entered the air over Crom, diving suddenly to avoid the menace, then turning and twisting back up while at the same time flaming, charring and burning the threatening thread with sinuous grace. Tamar had only a moment to wonder at the speed of the assault before he was completely engaged in the instant-to-instant fight against the streams of falling thread that threatened his life and his planet. He heard and grunted in surprise at each injured bellow, keeping a half-count in his head as dragon after dragon went between to freeze off tenacious thread, trying to count back all who returned to the fray, but he was too overwhelmed by his own efforts and those of his bronze to keep any more than a vague number in his head. Dive, rise, turn, twist, bend, flame. Reach down, grab a bag of firestone, haul it up, toss the stones into Zarenth's open maw, turn back to scan the skies overhead, and flame again. Too much, too quick, Tamar thought in a sudden, grim, chilling realization. He peered from side to side and then over his shoulder, craning to count the dragons of his wing and the wings on either side of him.
"Call in the others!"
A new group of dragons suddenly appeared, the reserves. With an eager bellow, the 20 fresh dragons joined the fray, and for a moment Tamar felt safe. And then, "They're too heavy with firestone," Tamar growled to himself as first one, then two, and finally 3 dragons screamed in pain and blinked between. Only 2 returned. A bronze dragon suddenly appeared beside him, Henez. One quick look at Henez's expression was enough to confirm Tamar's worst fears. "We must get help," Tamar thought, wondering which Weir to ask and how soon help could arrive. Another dragon screamed in pain, its bellow cut off midway as it sought the safety of between. "We're getting destroyed," Henez's voice carried across the dragon-length's distance. Tamar nodded in grim agreement. "I'm going to ask for help," Tamar yelled back. "Who?" But before Tamar could respond, a bellow from above caused him to glance up, and he saw a wing of dragons burst into existence above him. "Bendin!" Henez shouted. "We're saved!" Even as he said it, he urged Gnerth down into a tight dive to circle back and up to the head of his own wing in flight on Tamar's right. Tamar glanced up, a big grin of relief on his face, as he picked out the brilliant red diamond with the Bendin 2 in the center. Benik himself had come to their aid. Tamar waved enthusiastically, and then, as he saw the sudden peril, waved frantically to the weir leader, hoping to alert him to his peril, just as the clump of thread landed on the rider's back and in one instant obliterated the red and diamond of Bendon Weir, engulfed the rider in a haze of blood and death. With one horrible scream, rider and dragon disappeared between forever. A lone bronze dragon burst into the early evening air above Bendon Weir and dropped quickly into the weir bowl, the rider ignoring Mynith's warbled challenge and racing across the grounds, eyes wide, searching desperately for something. "What is it? What are you doing?" Talia shouted to the frantic man. She recognized the shoulder knots of a weir leader and the white and black fields of wheat. Tamar of Telgar. Tamar skidded to a halt in front of her, tears streaming from his eyes, and he fell on his knees in front of her, clasping her around the waist.
"I'm so sorry, so sorry,"
Tamar cried, his voice muffled against the folds of her pants. Talia raised a hand to her cheek, eyes wide with fright.
"Bnik!"
Tamar glanced up at her, his face tear-streaked.
"He flew to our aid, flew to save us, and—"
"No!"
Talia cried, herself collapsing to the ground with him.
"No, it can't be!"
Inside the hatching grounds, Mynith bugled in concern and horror.
"It can't be!"
Talia repeated, tears starting down her cheeks as she shook her head in the vain hope of shaking off the Telgar weir leader's words. A rush of air above them and a roar of dragons startled everyone. From within the hatching ground, Mynith bugled again, this time sounding defiant and proud. Talia glanced up at the returning dragons and then over accusingly to Tamar.
"You lie! How dare you!"
She threw off his hands and stood up abruptly, reaching down to drag him up beside her.
"There he is! There's Bnik! And Caranth, safe as can be!"
She turned and slapped him hard across the face, palm wide with all the force she could muster.
"What sort of a sick trick is this? Did Lorana set you up for this?"
Tamar shook his head, looking from her to Bnik, confusion written in his eyes.
"What's going on?"
Bnik asked, closing the gap between them quickly while pulling off his riding gloves. He recognized the bronze rider.
"Tamar, how are you? How was the fall?"
"Bnik?" Tamar repeated in blank surprise. He turned to Talia in apology and surprise.
"But I saw—"
"So what?"
Talia demanded.
"This is just some sick joke."
She cut herself off, grabbing Bnik tightly in her arms and growling,
"He told me you were dead."
"Dead?"
Bnik said, pushing her away from him, careful to keep a hand on her as he looked over to Tamar.
"We were overwhelmed in the Threadfall. It was falling in clumps and our strength was too little,"
Tamar said, his eyes smoldering with the memory.
"And then you came with a wing and— But you're here." "I didn't come," Bnik told him. "We never flew to your aid." "There was a rider wearing your jacket, the Bendon Weir leader's jacket," Tamar said. "He flew with a wing until—"
"Until what?"
Talia demanded.
"Until he was engulfed in thread,"
Tamar finished in a whisper. He looked imploringly to Bnik.
"But if it wasn't you—"
Tamar broke off, his confusion evident.
"Yet,"
Bnik said.
"Yet,"
Talia repeated, glancing at her mate demandingly.
"Have Mynith talk with Zarenth,"
Bnik said in a flat, chill voice.
"Talk with Zarenth?"
Talia repeated dully.
"Why would—"
"Because Zarenth saw it too,"
Bnik told her, his expression wooden, his eyes bleak with pain.
"Tamar tells the truth."
"Yet," Tamar repeated to himself, hissing in a horrified breath as he looked sharply at the Bendon Weir leader.
"This is yet to be?" "Clearly."
"What?"
Talia cried as she absorbed his meaning.
"Bnik, you can't die!"
"I can't see how I can't,"
Bnik told her sadly. He waved a hand to Tamar.
"It's already happened."
19. Smither, tanner, crafter know where and how your work must go. As prospers thus the dragon weir, so will Pern be kept thread clear. Talgar Weir, Evening, AL 508.5.26.
We can't fight with just 3 wings again,
Inez said, controlling his temper with difficulty as he and the other wing leaders discussed their tactics for the next day's fall.
We can't fight without Firestone,
Fijian replied, wearily wiping a hand across his face. They had been arguing for the better part of 2 hours, ever since their evening meal just after another grueling day of drilling. Katov sat silently between them, clearly not happy at the issue set before them.
So the only choice is to time it,
Tamar repeated, glancing first at his oldest and then at his youngest wing leader.
And because of that, I'm elected.
Trying to emulate Benik? Fiona asked sourly from where she sat in solitude at the end of the long table. Her sense of doom had only increased with the news of Benik's impending loss. She kept the worry to herself, lying to both Kindan and Lorana, pleading duty or distraction when she couldn't otherwise avoid them. She sensed that Lorana had an inkling of her fears, but Fiona was desperate to keep any stress from the older woman and her growing baby. Tamar gave her a sour look.
Not particularly, he said, but we have to face our needs.
And the weir needs its weir leader, Fiona shot back. She regretted her words even before she caught the look of disappointment in Tamar's eyes. She knew that he was doing his best, just as they all were. It just wasn't enough. Tamar's lips twitched as he suppressed his retort, and Fiona, realizing the effort he was making, gave him an apologetic shrug.
We're all under stress,
Tamar said, cutting his gaze to the other wing leaders, a gesture that caused Fiona's spirits to sink even further at the implied rebuke.
But as you know, Weirwoman, I and those who share your fatigue seem to be less sensitive to the extra strain of timing it.
Fiona grimaced at his words.
So it would seem that we are the best choice for the job. So you're going to provide our reserves and bring Firestone?
Inez asked again, his incredulity unalloyed. No, Fiona replied, before Tamar could draw a breath. They're going to ferry Firestone and provide relief only if needed. She nodded toward Tamar. So you'll only time it if absolutely necessary?
That wasn't my plan,
Tamar admitted, choosing his words carefully.
But I think there's sense in that. Let me get this clear, Fijian said. You'll fly the fall with Firestone, and then, only if we need it, you and your wing will time it, after the fall, to give us additional strength. Makes sense,
Inez muttered, reluctantly approving. Then he frowned.
But won't it be a bit unnerving to supply yourself with Firestone? I suppose that's possible, Tamar said.
He spread his hands open above the table.
But it's the best plan we've got.
So it's agreed, Fiona declared, glancing down the table challengingly. It was late the next evening when Tamar collected his weary wing and urged them back into the skies, and back in time to fight the Threadfall they'd already fought.
At least we know the worst,
Belen, Tamar's latest wing second, allowed with a grim look as they mounted their dragons once more.
Are you sure you want to do this?
Tamar asked the brown rider.
We know that I already did,
Belen said. He straightened as he looked toward Loreth, his brown.
I've had time to say goodbye, and that's more than Jalanter had.
Belen had come to Talgar as Jalanter's wing second. They'd flown together for many long turns.
You know,
Belen said philosophically,
it's really true that knowing you're going to die gives you a greater appreciation for all that's good in life. I'm sorry. Don't be, Belen told him. I've had a good life, and I know that I'll die the way I wanted, taking Thread with me. And saving Pern, Tamar said. If I had known, Belen, I wouldn't. Don't say it, Weir Leader,
Belen cut him off, clapping him on the shoulder.
You would have done it because it was needed, and still is needed.
Tamar groped for words, found none, and shook his head in mute sympathy for the brown rider who would shortly go back in time to his death. Belen! Fiona cried, running up to him and wrapping her arms around the brown rider's waist, enveloping him, as best she could, in a tight hug.
Weir-woman,
Belen said, returning the hug. After a moment, he pushed away from her.
It has been a pleasure knowing you.
And you, Fiona said, tears suddenly welling in her eyes. Somewhere, somewhen, if there is something beyond between, we'll meet again.
It will be a merry meeting,
the brown rider replied with a weary grin. I'm looking forward to it.
Not too soon, I hope, Weir-woman,
Belen told her. He caressed her cheek softly, and she leaned into it.
You have turns yet, and more before your time.
He grinned, adding,
Not to mention children of your own to raise.
Fiona could say nothing in reply, nodding mutely. Belen turned away and climbed up to his mount on brown Loreth. I'll see you later, Fiona said to Tamar, embracing him fiercely. Tamar hugged her back but was unable to suppress a weary yawn, and Fiona called, I'll have Claw ready. Later, in the dark night as she lay awake, worried, Fiona felt the warm, wet tears of the Weir leader who had led his men back in time to death. She moved slowly and softly against him, shushing any protests he made, as she gave him all the comfort she could. In the morning, Tamar woke to see her young, freckled face grinning up at him. He arched an eyebrow questioningly, and she chuckled. There are always things to live for. Tamar frowned, perplexed, until the young Weir-woman proceeded to demonstrate. At breakfast, Fiona noted the weary, wary look on Hanez's face, saw the way that Jila cautiously caressed his hand, and guessed that the other Weir-woman had herself demonstrated to her mate one of the fruits of life. Jila caught her look and gave her a half-smile in response, confirming Fiona's suspicion. The dark-skinned Weir-woman's smile flared briefly across her face as the two shared a quiet flash of understanding. Fiona reached a hand across to Jila, who grabbed it and clenched it firmly before releasing it. Men might fly the falls, Fiona thought, but it was the women who kept the Weirs whole. Kindan and Lorana approached and sat beside her. Fiona gave the harper a quick glance, saw his troubled look, and raised an eyebrow inquiringly.
Bendon lost 6,
Kindan told her softly, his expression grim. 6 dead, 7 mauled, 3 injured, Lorana said in a quiet voice, a shiver of pain running down her body. And? Fiona prompted, aware that that older woman had more news to impart. Siade's sedenth clutched, Lorana said. Siade was the younger Weir-woman at High Reaches. 21 or 22? Jila asked, guessing that Lorana was distressed over the paltry number of eggs. 22.
1 queen egg,
Kindan added, his tone upbeat. So that's good news, Fiona said brightly. Lorana glowered in her direction. Fiona knew that the older woman was convinced otherwise. We'll have Weirlings soon, and that always cheers a Weir. We'll have them everywhere on Pern.
Weirlings aren't fighting dragons,
Hanez said. He jerked as Jila pinched him under the table, but he was not to be deterred.
It takes 3 turns to make a fighting dragon. 2 if need be,
Tamar said, dropping his tray onto the table beside Fiona and glancing over in the older bronze rider's direction in greeting.
I'm sure we'll hold off as long as we can, but I imagine they'll be fighting before we would like.
Lorana has news from Bendon, Fiona told the Weir leader, and then groaned inwardly as he winced in anticipation. They lost 6 and 10 injured. Tamar's expression cleared. This wasn't the news he'd feared.
They don't fly again for a while,
Kindan said. Nor do we, Fiona said. The rest will do us good, and we'll have 2 more ready to fly again before the month's end.
But only 3.5 wings,
Hanez remarked sourly. He glanced over to Tamar.
And we'll have to time it again, almost certainly. We'll be well rested,
Tamar said, not disagreeing with the grim bronze rider.
We can't keep taking these losses. We'll do what we must.
Tamar responded in a tone more acerbic than he'd meant. Hanez jerked in reply, his eyes glowering. In an effort to restore the mood, Tamar turned to Jila.
"And how is your Talarth today, Weirwoman?"
"She's doing well, thank you, Weir Leader," Jila said, her tone almost as frosty as Hanez's. Fiona shot her a surprised expression, which the other Weir woman ignored.
"She can hardly sleep with all the little ones crawling over her,"
Hanez growled. He glanced at Fiona, then turned back to Tamar.
"I don't see why you allow it. None of those will impress."
Tamar flushed at the heat in the other man's words. "Zinna and Taria will stand on the hatching grounds," Fiona said. "It's right that they get to see the eggs early."
"And it's good for the rest of the Weir,"
Kindan said. At Hanez's look, he continued,
"Children are the future of the Weir. We all know that."
Jila gave the harper a warm smile and turned to Hanez, her hand caressing his possessively. The lanky rider looked down at her hand and covered it with his other hand, his mood lifting. Fiona gave the Weir woman a quick, probing glance and leaned back in her seat, her eyes glowing brightly. Jila was definitely pregnant. Her previous fears had clearly vanished. The dark-eyed Weir woman noticed her expression and gave just the slightest shake of her head, imploring Fiona to keep the revelation to herself. Fiona nodded. "We'll have Weirlings soon enough to teach," Fiona said, raising her voice and casting about for Shanice, even as she rose from her chair. "I doubt I'll need to ask Shanice, but it is a Weir woman's duty to see to such things as preparations for the Weirling quarters." With a nod toward Tamar, she added jokingly, "And, O Weir Leader, whom will you entrust with the care and rearing of our future flock of flamers?"
"Kindan,"
Tamar replied immediately. The harper, who was eyeing Jila with an abstracted, thoughtful air, startled at the mention of his name.
"Weir Leader?"
Kindan asked, bemused.
"He's no rider,"
Hanez said.
"He knows the lore,"
Katav shouted back, having paid closer attention to the conversation than Fiona had expected, given his unusually morose look.
"It's all moot until they're older, anyway," Fijian said in Kindan's defense. "It's not as though he doesn't know the drills, and he'd be teaching them the ballads regardless."
Kindan's eyes widened as he caught up with the import of the conversation, and he turned to Tamar in surprise.
"You want me to be Weirling Master?" "I can't think of anyone better," Tamar told him. "You've raised watchwares and fire lizards, you know all the dragon lore, and—" He frowned as honesty compelled him to admit, "We can't easily spare any fighting pair for the duty." "He's flown Threadfall, too!" Fijian declaimed loudly with a challenging look in Hanez's direction. The older bronze rider snorted derisively. "Actually," Jila spoke up, her tone conciliatory, "he has more experience than anyone else." She smiled at Kindan as she ticked off her fingers. "Raising a watchware and a fire lizard." "It won't be forever,"
Tamar told Kindan, with a half glance in Hanez's direction.
"But, Weir Leader,
Kindan groped for the right words and trailed off as he realized he didn't know what he wanted to say. He glanced at Lorana, his eyebrows arched questioningly. Lorana met his eyes for a long moment, then turned to Tamar. "What if he impresses on the hatching ground himself?" Hanez snorted in surprise at the question. A moment later, he admitted,
"I suppose it might happen."
"I think he should still take the duty," Jila said. "His age would make him steadier than any other rider, and his understanding of dragons would make him a natural choice as senior."
"And it'd be about time,"
Katav agreed heartily, pounding the table before him emphatically. Kindan found himself grinning broadly at the man who had been his boyhood enemy. Katav grinned back, then wagged a pointed finger toward him.
"Although you may find your age makes your aches all the greater." "I think we're counting our eggs too quickly," Tamar said, bringing the conversation back to the ground. He rose and leaned on the table, looking down at the harper, his expression firm, hand outstretched. "Will you accept the position?"
"I will, Weir Leader," Kindan said, taking Tamar's hand.
"Heard and witnessed!"
Katav and Fijian roared in approbation. You do realize that you've agreed to take on a third job, don't you? Fiona asked Kindan later that evening as they prepared for bed. Lorana, who was already curled up in a comfortable spot, chuckled wickedly.
3? Kindan repeated blankly.
Harper, Wheerling Master, and Father, Fiona said, ticking the duties off on her fingers.
4, if you count mate and lover,
Lorana murmured from the bed. Not to mention comforter and caresser, Fiona agreed, turning to Kindan and tugging him toward the bed. The older man gave her a startled look, but before he could make any protest, Fiona giggled and shook her head, gesturing toward Lorana. It's her that needs the comforting and caressing, she assured him, turning toward Tallenth's unoccupied weir. I'll see that Tamar gets some rest. Kindan nodded vaguely, relieved that he hadn't been required to ask the weirwoman to leave, particularly as it would have required him to ask her to leave her own quarters. Still, he felt awkward. She was so gracious in her behavior that he wanted to dash her off her feet and wrap her in his arms, yet at the same time he was pleased that she didn't expect it. She offered, Lorana said, looking up from the bed and gesturing for him to climb in. A smile played on her lips. She is a remarkable person. You're lucky she loves you.
I'm lucky you love me,
Kindan replied emphatically. I suppose, Lorana said, her tone uncertain. Fiona's voice from the entrance startled them. Hey, there are warming stones at the side of the bed, Kindan. You're supposed to comfort her, not talk her ear off. She made a gesture of someone rubbing with their hands, then shook her head in exasperation and trotted off into the darkness of the weir.
Oil, too,
Kindan observed as he turned in the bed and found the small basket of warming stones. He poured some oil over them, inhaled deeply of their soothing scent, carefully wrapped his hand around one, and turned back to Lorana.
Roll over, and we'll ease those sore muscles.
Kindan ignored her feeble protests, and, as the warm stones and his oily fingers sought out the tense and tired muscles of her lower back, was rewarded with her soft, contented sighs. When he was done, he placed the used stones back in their basket with warm feelings for Fiona's foresight. He would never have thought of such things. The soft noise of a woman clearing her throat alerted Tamar to Fiona's presence, and he looked up from the slates he was poring over as he stretched out on the table in the back room of his quarters. You should be sleeping, she said to him as she approached and peered down at his work. Reorganizing? Tamar agreed with a frazzled nod and bent back over the table. You've 2 sets of slates here, enough for 2 flights, but we've barely one, Fiona remarked. Her eyes narrowed as she peered at the marks he'd chalked. Timing? When Tamar nodded, she cried, You're planning on timing it with the full weir?
I think it's our best choice.
Are you hoping to imitate Benik and die in a blaze of glory?
I'm hoping to save the weir and do our duty until we have enough weirlings, Tamar countered, running a weary hand through his hair and rubbing the back of his neck. Fiona batted his hand aside and replaced it with both of her own. I'm sorry, she apologized, as she found a knotted muscle and started gently kneading it. I know you're under a lot of stress. Tamar stood up straighter, easing the tight muscles Fiona was working, and grunted. What if they're right?
They who? Fiona dropped one hand from its work and ducked around under his shoulder to peer up at him inquiringly, while still working on his neck with her other hand.
Everyone,
Tamar said. She quirked an eyebrow and frowned, so he expounded.
The ones who say that the cure caused the small clutches, and that all we'll get are small clutches.
And that they won't be enough, and that we'll die out and lose Pern? Fiona asked softly. Tamar dipped his head in agreement. Fiona took a deep breath and met Tamar's eyes frankly. I don't think it's so. But even if it is, I won't stop, and you won't stop either. Tamar frowned, unconvinced. Fiona continued, If worst comes to worst, then I'll feed Tallenth Firestone, and you and I will fly together, with Lorana and Kindan flying any uninjured dragon, and Nuella and all the watchwares of Pern flaming at everything we can." She paused, pursing her lips grimly. "And if that doesn't work, then we'll go together. You, I, our dragons, everyone. We won't stop until the last of us falls or is charred beyond life."
"You,"
Tamar said in a voice choked with emotion, even as he wrapped his hands around her and dragged her tight against him,
"are a gift."
Fiona's eyes welled with tears. She could find no words. A moment later she pushed back against Tamar, and he looked down at her as she told him in a soft, firm voice, "You have to share me, you know."
"I know,"
Tamar said, his voice both soft and tender. His lips quirked up as he added,
"You're far too much for one man alone."
Fiona joined him in a smile, and he crushed her in another hug that he only broke when she gasped, "And you've got to let me breathe." 20. Sands heat, dragons hum, shells crack, mates become. Talgar Weir, early morning, AL 508.6.19. Zinna blearily rubbed her eyes as one of the youngsters whimpered beside her, clearly disturbed by a bad dream. She saw that it was little Derry, and moved herself close enough to touch the youngster's head, crooning, "It's all right, it's all right." Derry rolled her head away from Zinna's hand with a soft sigh as the dream lost its grip on her. Zinna spared a fond look for the little girl, and then her expression darkened into a frown, as she wished that events of the past 12 days could be as easily forgotten. 66. That was the total fighting strength of the Weir at this moment. There were nearly as many injured, but only the 35 least wounded could be expected to fight again in the next 30 days. In the past 2 falls, the strength of the Weir had fallen by more than a full wing. Zinna heard others muttering darkly that Talgar was unlucky, that it was taking a far greater strain than the other Weirs, that timing it was killing dragon and rider. There was a certain truth in that last moan. It was evident that timing it left both dragon and rider more exhausted and less able to fight a fall than those who didn't time it. The second fall, the last one over Eigen, had been the worst of the 2 last falls, causing 21 casualties, including 10 lost, the majority of the losses occurring when the fighting dragons timed it back to fight again. Zinna wondered how anyone could force themselves to jump back in time, knowing already that it would mean their death. But the brave words of Belen were echoed time and again by Dragonriders, bright-eyed with repressed sorrow, as they assured themselves and their lovers that it was for the best, that they were glad to actually know it was their time, that they were glad to have a chance to give a proper farewell. Zinna wasn't sure if Tamar's practice of allowing enough time between the original fight and the timed return to the fall made it easier or harder for the riders. Clearly, resting up from a fall was important, but she wondered if it really helped the riders who knew that they were leaping back in time to their death. Derry stirred again, and Zinna absently hummed a little melody to ease the child back to sleep, even as her eyes darted to the entrance of the darkened hatching grounds. She could just make out the first gloaming of morning. She would have to get up soon. Carefully she schooled her worries away, knowing that the little ones would be looking to her for guidance. She heard Taria stir beside her and smiled. Perhaps there would be time for a quick, heartening cuddle before the work of the day overtook them. But Taria was in no cuddling mood, her eyes suddenly going wide as she sprang up, crying, "Get up! Get up! They're hatching!" "Quickly, quickly, put this on," Fiona urged as she threw the white robes toward Kindan and immediately busied herself dressing him. "We can manage," Lorana called from the bed, rolling over and sitting upright with some difficulty. At just over 20 weeks, Lorana's belly was only beginning to show a bulge with her pregnancy, but she was careful not to jostle the baby and handled her movements protectively. "You go on." Fiona needed no further encouragement and tore out of her quarters, through the weir bowl, and into the hatching grounds, telling Talent, "I'm coming." Tamar met her at the entrance, reaching up a hand to point at the cluster of white robes she still had thrown over her shoulder.
"What are these for?"
"I'm not sure that Zinna or Taria got theirs," Fiona said. She looked around hastily, licking her lips. "And if I can snatch Becca, I'll set her out there, too."
"So you've, what, 5 girls on the grounds for 21 eggs?"
"And 30 boys," Fiona corrected him archly.
"What about Kindan?"
"That's including him," she said as she reached over and grabbed the robes off her shoulder, shifting them from one hand to the other so that he could guide her toward the stands. "No," Fiona said, shaking him off. "I want to be down here." Tamar gave her a surprised look.
"Breaking more traditions?"
"I'm going to be with Talent," she said, snatching the robes back out of his hand. "You head up to the stands and talk nicely to the holders." A roar from Talent affirmed Fiona's choice, so Tamar, still shaking his head ruefully, made his way up to the stands even as his weirwoman moved toward the clump of eggs nearest her queen. Fiona reached Talent's side as soon as she'd handed out the last of the robes, and turned back to stare out across the clutch of eggs toward the light of the weir bowl with an air of fierce possessiveness. "You were great," Fiona said aloud as she patted Talent and felt herself glow with pride as the first cracks appeared in the nearest egg. A dragonette burst forth, creeling anxiously, and looked in Fiona's direction. "That way!" Fiona called, pointing to the waiting candidates. Talent bugled in agreement. With another cry, the dragonette awkwardly scrambled out of its shell and wobbled off, skirting the other eggs and searching, neck craning one way and then the other, searching for its mate. Fiona felt the dragon's hum grow to a higher pitch as the little dragonette and her new rider found each other with an exclamation of joy. Another egg cracked, and another, and suddenly the hatching grounds were filled with creeling, red-eyed, anxious dragonettes searching for their mates. Fiona shouted encouragement to each and every one, lost in the thrill of the moment, and cheered with each impression. One green stood in front of Taria, creeling anxiously while the youngster waved her away. "She's yours!" Fiona shouted. "What's her name?" Taria looked toward the weirwoman, straightened her shoulders, and looked back at the green in front of her, gingerly reaching out a hand to touch the green's snout, even as her own face burst with a look of pure joy. She cried back, "Coranth!" Finally, there were only 2 eggs left. One was rocking, the other seemed quiescent. Talent craned her neck over to the still one and wailed. "Maybe," Fiona began, wondering how to gently tell her queen her fear that the egg was stillborn. "He needs help." Talent leaped forward, her jaws agape. She bit at the egg gingerly with her fangs, just breaking the surface. From inside, a creel erupted, and then a beak could be seen tearing away at the inner membrane. Meanwhile, the other shell had torn open, and a brown dragonette squirmed out of it, frantically searching for its mate. "Help him!" Fiona cried, rushing forward to join her queen in freeing the still struggling blue. Her words were unheard over the din of the creeling brown, and the remaining candidates were distracted by the din. "He needs help!" Fiona shouted again, looking around frantically even as she reached the egg and bunched her hands into fists to pummel at the hard shell. She spied someone in the distance and shouted, "Zinna!" Startled, the girl looked her way and then raced over as Fiona beckoned urgently with one hand while still working away with the other. The blue, eager to escape his shell, nipped her, and Fiona snarled back, "I'm trying to help you!" Zinna appeared opposite, her eyes darting fretfully to the gash on Fiona's hand and back to the sharp teeth of the dragonette. She hesitated only an instant, even in the knowledge that he might deal her the same injury, before diving in and pounding and kicking the shell to release the trapped dragonette. Come on, you can do it!" Zinna cried as sweat burst forth from her brow from the speed and strength of her exertions. Fiona paused, eyes widening as she looked at the desperate girl and the desperate blue. Zinna must have felt her gaze, for she stopped in her efforts and lifted her eyes to the weirwoman in surprise. "But blues are for boys." "What's his name?" Fiona asked her softly, even as she moved forward to gently stroke the wings and back of the dragonette. Zinna dodged the answer, looking around frantically for any free candidate. The blue creeled in a tone mixed with urgency and despair. Zinna stopped her head in its frantic arc and slowly looked back at the blue. "But I'm a girl." "I don't think he cares," Fiona said softly. Zinna looked up at her, her expression a mix of horror and hope as Fiona repeated the ancient question. "What's his name, Blue Rider?" "Tzith," Zinna replied quietly, raising her arms once more to tear apart the shell. She took a deep breath and started smashing the shell open with all the fierceness of a mother protecting her child, or a rider fighting for her dragon. "Louder!" Fiona called back, gesturing to the great expanse beyond them. "His name is Tzith," Zinna shouted, turning her head back so that her words could echo strongly across the sands. "Good, Blue Rider," Fiona said, grinning at her friend. "Now let's get him out of this shell." "No, you're not," Fiona declared firmly. She glanced from Lorana toward Kindan. "I completely understand your desire, Kindan, but Lorana will stay here. She needs her rest, and you aren't going to be getting any for the first fortnight, at least, probably the first 2 months."
"Well, you're too small to keep her warm," Kindan returned hotly. "And who's going to help her soar back?"
"Tamar," Fiona told him simply. She raised a hand imperiously as both partners drew breath for hot retorts. "He's large enough to keep us both warm, and he's got good hands." A smile flicked across her face. "I can assure you." Kindan gave her a mulish look and opened his mouth to argue, but she beat him to it. "It's settled, Wheerling Master." From his look, however, it was clear that it was not settled, and Fiona's choice of title was inappropriate. She held up both hands placatingly. "Tamar's honorable, Kindan," she told him in a softer tone. "Let him honor Lorana and help your child grow in a calm environment." Kindan snorted, his eyebrows twitching with humor.
"If I was hoping for a calm environment, I couldn't imagine you as part of it."
Fiona gave him a hurt look which was compounded by defensive noises from Lorana.
All right,
Kindan declared, raising his own hands in capitulation.
"I'll grant that Tamar is honorable and that my place is with the Wheerlings, although, to be honest, with Zinna on hand, I'm not at all certain that they've any need of me."
"Zinna is good with children, not dragonettes."
"But still—"
and Kindan raised a hand to indicate that he hadn't finished making his point.
"I don't see why Jila couldn't stay with you. After all—"
"She's smaller than I am, Kindan," Fiona said, stamping a foot impatiently. "And she'll soon need all the cosseting she can get." Fiona regretted her choice of words and went on quickly to cover her gaffe. "Talarth's clutch will hatch next week, after all." Kindan gave her a dubious look. "It's too early to say for certain," Fiona told him, remembering that nothing is ever kept long from a harper's hearing, and guessing that he'd already heard rumors of Jila's pregnancy. "Even so," Fiona persisted, "Lorana's going to need strong arms to help her up morning and evening." "And while we both expect and hope those arms will be yours," Lorana added smoothly, "I think we all have to recognize that you might not always be available."
"This is my child we're talking about,"
Kindan said, still not entirely pleased. "This is our child," Fiona corrected. "We will raise him together, all 4 of us."
"You've mentioned this to Tamar?"
Kindan asked, eyebrows arched high. "Not officially," Fiona temporized. Kindan's expression deepened. "I told him that he was to expect to provide lots of aid and support as he would need the practice."
"Wouldn't it simply be easier for you to stay with Tamar and Lorana with me, then?"
Kindan asked in a reasonable tone. "No," Fiona said in a small voice. "Tamar will have duties that keep him out at all hours, and so will you, and I can't sleep alone." A smile played across Kindan's lips.
"I remember that,"
he said softly, turning toward Lorana to explain.
"She used to invent every excuse to crawl in with me when she was little."
"And if not you, then someone," Fiona said. She gave them a troubled look as if weighing whether to relay a deep confidence, and then admitted, "I've always wanted a large family." Kindan nodded slowly, glancing quickly to Lorana, who was herself nodding in agreement. He had come from a large family himself, and while he never recalled the times he shared his bed with two brothers fondly, he could understand how a young survivor of the plague that had swept through Pern 12 turns back would feel the need of the comforting warmth of others. How was it, he wondered, even as he realized that once again he would relent to Fiona's whims, that such a young person could possess such a forceful personality? "And lots of kids," Lorana added, her eyes reflecting Fiona's quiet fervor. "I'm a good sharer," Fiona said to Lorana hopefully. Lorana nodded and smiled back at the younger woman. "You are at that." "Good," Fiona said with a firm nod, grinning up at Kindan, "because now I'm going to share with you two the joy of explaining the new arrangements to Tamar."
"Look at this shell,"
Tamar said, tossing a chunk of egg to Kindan as he, Fiona, and Lorana entered his quarters, minutes later. Kindan made the catch easily and glanced down at the proffered shard for a long moment before looking back up again to the weir leader. At a gesture from Lorana, the harper passed the piece over. "It's thick," Lorana said after a moment, glancing up to Kindan and Tamar to see if they agreed. She passed the piece to Fiona. "This was from Tzith's egg."
"No,"
Tamar said, reaching for another, even thicker shard of egg.
"This is."
Kindan cocked his head thoughtfully, gesturing for Tamar to pass him the piece.
Much thicker."
Fiona peered up from her inspection of the first piece and craned her head over the piece the harper held. "I can see why he had such a hard time breaking out."
"I'm surprised Moore didn't have trouble,"
Tamar said, his lips pursed tautly. Lorana and Kindan exchanged a troubled look. "You think this might have something to do with the cure?" Fiona said.
"It certainly seems the case,"
Kindan said reluctantly. Beside him, Lorana nodded, her face bearing a glum expression. "You two!" Fiona snorted. "It's as well you've agreed to be separated, or you'd take responsibility for all of Pern's woes."
"She's right,"
Tamar said, raising a hand to forestall Kindan's protests.
"Oh, it could well be an unwanted effect from the cure, but it could also be a desired effect, or even a result of merely having the cure."
"How so?" Lorana asked.
"I could see that Windblossom might have decided that the shells would need extra protection,"
Tamar said, hefting the thicker shell.
"I imagine this would be proof against most thread."
Something in his words caused Fiona's eyes to light with interest, but they dimmed again as he continued.
"Of course, it's also possible that Talent had eaten enough shell material to make thicker shells, or that, as a result of her recovering from the sickness, she had extra shell material. If that were the case, queens who weren't sick would make normal eggs," Kindan said. "And as Talent is the first queen to clutch, we won't know one way or another for the next 7 days,"
Tamar said. He glanced at the other three, brows narrowing as he added,
"It is certain that the clutches will hatch next week, isn't it?"
"The records all agree," Fiona said. "The time from mating to clutching is variable, but the time from clutching to hatching is always 5 weeks.
"I imagine if the sands were colder, it might be longer,"
Kindan said. "Or shorter, if hotter," Fiona agreed with a shrug. "I wouldn't be so sure," Lorana said, cocking her head at Kindan and intoning, "Count 3 months and more, and 5 heated weeks, a day of glory, and in a month, who seeks?"
"That is what the teaching ballads say,"
Kindan agreed. Tamar frowned, saying,
"I'm not sure I understand them, even now."
Kindan gave him an expectant look, so the weir leader continued.
"Well, it seems that the 3 months and more is the time from mating to clutching, correct?" "That's how I learned it,"
Kindan said.
"And so the 5 heated weeks would be the time the eggs are on the hatching grounds,"
Tamar said. "All the records I've read agree on that," Fiona told him, clearly wondering what he was getting at.
"And a day of glory refers to impression, doesn't it?"
Tamar asked, keeping his attention on Kindan. The harper nodded.
"So then, What's the last part mean? And in a month, who seeks?
I've always thought that referred to the time when a queen could rise again, Fiona said quietly, not surprised to feel heat rising from her cheeks.
It seems out of place, though, doesn't it? Tamar persisted. Why bring that up when the rest of the verse is about eggs and impression?
Kindan thought it over and nodded.
I hadn't really thought on it too much, as no one's ever questioned it before. It all seemed to make sense, Tamar said. And, he added with an apologetic grin, we're all used to the way harpers take license with the truth.
Anything to keep a rhyme, Fiona said with a sardonic look at Kindan. But what else could it mean? Lorana asked, recalling her own memories of Arith, unless that it refers to the time a weirling can fly.
Perhaps,
Tamar said, not sounding convinced. He dismissed the matter with a wave of his hand, saying,
Well, I was just wondering. It's not something that should concern us at the moment.
Nor should thick shells, Fiona asserted, especially when we've only the one clutch, and Talent's first at that, to gauge by.
If Talarth's clutch is the same, then we'll have to reconsider, Tamar said.
In the meantime, Fiona said, what are you going to do about the next fall? Tamar's face darkened, and he shook his head. Fort's the strongest. They could loan us a wing, Fiona suggested.
They've less than 5 wings.
And we have little more than 2, Fiona said. She cocked her head at him consideringly. You're not thinking of timing it with just 2 wings, are you?
It may come to that.
But not now.
It might be better to find out now rather than later, Tamar said.
Only if you've got support arranged beforehand, Fiona retorted quickly. She gave him another suspicious look, then declared, You've talked with Kalior.
I have, Tamar admitted, nodding. I've discussed it with Hinez as well.
So that explains the strange looks he was giving you this evening.
Partly, Tamar said.
Fiona eyed him again and shook her head in exasperated admiration, saying, He had some suggestions regarding our casualties, did he? Tamar's expression betrayed him, and Fiona's temper flared up, and she shouted, As if he could do any better! Tamar raised a hand in a calming gesture, but it was pointless. Telgar is going to take more casualties than the other weirs because Telgar is fighting over a greater area than the other weirs.
Not that much, Tamar said.
Enough, Fiona said, glancing at Kindan for agreement. Reluctant to be drawn into the argument, Kindan cleared his throat before saying,
Telgar and Bendin tie at 6 falls each cycle for the greatest number of falls. Things would be different if Eigen were flying.
There are still not enough dragons, no matter how many weirs you put them in, Fiona said.
It doesn't matter, Tamar said,
giving Fiona a quelling look.
I'm the weir leader.
Until Talent rises again, Fiona snorted angrily.
And I've made the best decision I can,
Tamar finished, acknowledging her interjection with a sad nod.
As it stands, Telgar has the greatest experience in timing it, and our dragons and riders are trained the best in coping with it. I felt that it would be more dangerous to introduce a new wing into our ranks, given that we would probably have to time it even with their numbers, so I decided we would perform the experiment.
And how many will die in this experiment? Fiona demanded hotly, then quickly brought her hand up to her face in horror, her eyes wide with guilt and sorrow. Tamar, I'm sorry. That was uncalled for.
Fewer, perhaps, than would die the other way, Tamar responded, his voice cold with anger. Although, as we'll be certainly fighting twice, the chances of your needing a new weir leader are clearly doubled.
Stupid, 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 Fiona growled, then offhandedly said to Tamar, Not you, me. I should never have said anything of the like. It's only that I'm worried about you. She caught his eyes with hers and added in a softer voice, I'm afraid that you'll make the mistake Binnick made.
He hasn't made the mistake yet,
Tamar said, reaching up a hand to accept her apology. His eyes narrowed as he continued half to himself.
In fact, it might not even be him.
I thought you said you recognized him.
Not him, Tamar replied with a quick shake of his head. His jacket.
He took a breath and continued.
I saw the bend in Weirleader's jacket quite clearly before the thread consumed it.
Well, I couldn't imagine Benik just giving that away.
No, I couldn't either, Tamar admitted. But it could be possible that a different person inherited it. Not as long as Talia's senior, Kindan said, chuckling. Indeed, Tamar said. But until it happens, we won't really know who wore the Bend in Weirleader's jacket when it did happen. But it seems fair to guess that whoever was wearing it was the Bend in Weirleader, Kindan said. Even if this Weirleader is from the distant future, he was still destroyed by Thread. And just as true if it really was Benik, Tamar said. But my point is that we don't know when this will happen, when some future Benik jumps between to save us after saving Matal beforehand.
Although, with our numbers so low, it could be soon, Fiona said with a grim look.
It could be, Tamar said, but it gives me hope that perhaps we can survive longer before that day comes to hand.
Long enough for our Weirlings to grow to fighting strength? Tamar shrugged at the notion, but Fiona could tell he was hopeful. So, Fiona began slowly, because Benik's not dead yet, you're hoping that this will somehow mean that you won't die when you fly the same fall twice? Am I right? Tamar's hopeful look faded as he stammered,
I wasn't quite looking at it that way.
Tamar was not completely surprised when Fiona arranged for Kindan to stay with Lorana that night with only the thin excuse, Zinna needs a chance to prove herself. Nor was he surprised to be awoken by her quietly slipping into his bed not much later. If you are going to get yourself killed, Bronze Rider, then I'm going to need something to remember you by, Fiona told him firmly. As his lips quirked up in a smile, she added severely, and more than just one good night. She put actions to her words and gave herself so completely and demanded so much of him that neither was in doubt afterward of the nature of the gift, the willingness with which it had been given, nor the love with which it had been received. Later, in the afterglow, Fiona propped her head on one arm and told him, "And when you come back, you're to make more time for Shanice." She smiled as she plumbed the depths of his expression. "As I told Lorana, I share, and I plan to get all the help raising children I can." Wisely, Talgar's Weirleader said nothing. "You came back! You came back!" Fiona cried, flinging herself into Tamar's arms 2 days later as they returned from their first round of flying the fall.
We still have to fly again, Tamar warned her.
"But you'll come back from that, too," Fiona said, gesturing toward Lorana in the distance, before burying herself once more against his chest. "She knows."
"I see," Tamar said, hugging her back tightly. He pushed her away gently, his eyes filled with pain as he asked, "And does she know how many we've lost?"
"Yes," Fiona replied, equally grim, casting her eyes upward to avoid meeting his. 7 lost. 2 now. 5 more when you go back. 3 severely injured and 5 moderately injured, in addition to more than the usual number of scrapes, cuts, and near misses."
"How did she take it?"
Fiona raised a hand, gesturing toward the distant figures of Lorana and Kindan as they went from rider to rider. "She's taking it well," Fiona said. She moved away from the Weirleader, adding, "I'm going to make my farewells." Tamar let her go with a solemn nod. He needed to rest a moment before he went to speak with those riders he knew wouldn't be returning. "Here, drink this," a voice piped up beside him. He looked toward it and saw Shanice proffering a large mug of steaming claw. "Fiona said you'd need it."
"She's right,"
Tamar agreed wholeheartedly, taking a long draught of the warming liquid. He gave Shanice a quizzical look as he swallowed. When he found his breath, he said,
"You've added something."
"A bit of spice," Shanice agreed. "Nutmeg. It gives it a special kick."
"It's very good,"
Tamar said, and recalling Fiona's words, gave the head woman a very grateful smile.
"It's clear that you show proper respect for a Weirleader."
"I certainly try," Shanice replied, a smile dimpling her face. She glanced around to distant throngs of riders and dragons, adding, I know that the weir-woman sometimes gets too involved to notice such matters."
"Usually she's very good,"
Tamar said in agreement,
"but sometimes she lets her youth carry her away."
He smiled down at the dusky-skinned head woman.
"I'm pleased to see that you are so able to alleviate her deficiencies."
"She and I try to work as a team," Shanice said, glancing up shyly at the weir leader.
"Together, I'm sure you're more than the sum of your parts,"
Tamar said, draining his mug and holding it apologetically to the head woman.
"I'm afraid it's all gone."
"Oh, there's plenty more where it came from," Shanice said, turning toward the kitchen caverns. "Shall I get you some?"
"Maybe later," Tamar said. "We've another fall, rather the same one again, to ride."
He smiled.
"And when I get back, I fear I shall be too weary to do much more than crawl into bed."
"I'll see to it that hot stones are ready for you," Shanice offered.
"I'm sure you'll be just as busy and weary as I will," Tamar allowed, his senses not so dull that he couldn't detect the double meaning. "I'd hate to think of delaying you from your bed just for that."
"It would be no trouble."
"I could ask Fiona to bring them with her to bed," Tamar said, wondering how far to push this exchange.
"That would be difficult for her. As I understand, she's decided to sleep in the hatching grounds to keep Talarth and Gila company," Shanice said. "She suggested you would be too tired to put up with her this evening."
"She did she?" Tamar said. "And she thought I'd appreciate a cold bed by myself?"
"No," Shanice said, her lips curving upward in a smile.
"Well, if she's not going to be there and you're going to bring the hot stones, I see no reason for you to have to traipse across the cold weir bowl back to your quarters by yourself."
"I really couldn't ask you to escort me back after flying 2 falls," Shanice demurred.
"And I," Tamar confessed, "couldn't imagine myself capable."
He paused as if in thought.
"But if you'll be so kind as to bring the hot stones, then, if you don't mind, you could just as easily rest with me."
He added quickly,
"Not that I'll be much company, with 2 falls flown."
He held up a cautioning hand as he added,
"I'll probably snore."
"Fiona says that your snores are cute," Shanice said, grinning. Her grin faded as she added, "I'd like to hear them."
"Then, if you wish, you shall,"
Tamar told her, placing a hand on her shoulder companionably. "I'll look forward to it," the head woman said, her face blossoming with a grin that again showed her marvelous dimples. "Now, I'd best be about my duties," she said, turning away and gently removing the hand he'd placed on her shoulder, her own grasp lingering for a moment before she let him go. "I'd hate for people to say I was monopolizing you."
"Of course,"
Tamar allowed with a smile of his own. Much refreshed, he turned to survey the rest of the group in the weir bowl. The riders and dragons were a small knot nearly lost in the growing dusk. Small, Tamar thought grimly, and soon to be smaller. His eyes sought out the slim form of Fiona. He spotted her and saw that she was looking in his direction. He waved at her, smiling. "That girl takes on entirely too much to herself," he mused. And yet he had to admit that now he was looking forward to his return from the fall in a way he would not have expected, and he owed it to her forethought and caring. He raised his hand to his mouth and expansively blew her a kiss. Fiona theatrically caught the kiss, clasped it to her breast, held her hand there while raising her other hand to her lips and returning the gesture to him in the grandest style. If anything were to happen to her, I don't know what I'd do, Tamar thought grimly.
"You'd survive,"
Sarenth responded, surprising Tamar, who'd believed that he'd kept his thought to himself. He got a glimmer of feeling from his bronze, and the chord resonated with him. She'll see to that. Is that why, Tamar mused, his heart suddenly going cold, she arranged this evening with Shanice? True to his word, Tamar practically stumbled into his bed that evening when he returned from the fall. He was extremely grateful that Shanice was there and quickly demolished all her attempts to leave him alone. He was glad that he did. The head woman was older and more mature in the ways of people than Fiona, but she was nearly the same size while more pleasantly rounded. Her brilliant eyes and bright teeth shone in her dark face with an intensity that Fiona's blue eyes and tan skin would never realize. But there was a similarity between the two that Tamar couldn't identify in his exhaustion.
"Thank you,"
he said a moment later as Shanice rubbed his back with a warm oiled stone.
"I didn't think about that."
"Fiona suggested it," Shanice murmured quietly.
"She suggested the whole evening,"
Tamar grumbled. He felt Shanice stiffen for a moment, and then she continued moving the oiled stone over his sore muscles. She sighed, and Tamar turned his head back to cast her an inquiring glance. "Can you love more than one person?" she asked him softly, her hands not pausing in their work.
"Yes,"
Tamar said. He thought for a moment, choosing his words carefully.
"It takes time and effort and caring, but it can be done. Fiona does it."
"Fiona is a world unto herself."
"No,"
Tamar replied slowly.
"not really."
He felt the head woman's surprise and added,
"She doesn't even want to be her own world. She wants all of us in it, and she'll do whatever is required to make that so."
Shanice thought on that, moving the oiled stone to another tight spot and rubbing. "She snares people in her delusions," she suggested at last.
"No, honestly, I think she inspires them to share her dreams."
"Even now?" Shanice asked, her question encompassing all the pain and loss that Talgar and every weir had endured since the beginning of the third pass.
"Particularly now,"
Tamar replied. He thought for a moment, adding,
"She is not without limits. I know that she's afraid and that she hurts."
"I've seen that too."
"But as long as she can keep her spirits up, she'll keep our spirits up," Tamar finished. "She knows that if we lose hope, we'll lose everything."
"And so she arranged for me to be here tonight to keep up your hopes?" Shanice asked with a trace of irritation creeping into her voice.
"No," Tamar replied. "I think she expects that to come in the morning."
He turned over and grabbed the stone from her hand, dropping it back into the basket at the side of his bed as he gestured for her to lie down, telling her with a mischievous grin,
"And for that, you'll need your rest."
Shanice closed her eyes for a while and then opened them when she was certain he was asleep. She could see his eyelids flutter and his mouth work in silent pain as his dreams replayed the events of the last fall. A feeling of tenderness overwhelmed her, and she ran her hand across his cheek, stroking him out of his nightmare and back into relaxed slumber. She looked at him as he slipped into a deeper sleep and then laid her head beside his. "Weir-woman, I accept," she thought, as his slow breathing turned into gentle snores.
"What are you doing here?"
Kindan's voice betrayed his surprise as he spied Fiona curled up on the warm sands of the hatching grounds. "Waiting for you?" Fiona replied with a smile, taking great enjoyment in the Harpers' increased surprise.
"I was just chewing—"
"The shell-seekers," Fiona finished for him, her brows furrowing in confusion. "I've never quite understood the logic."
"It's complicated,"
Kindan agreed, turning back to herd the last of the Weirling riders out of the hatching grounds and back to their beds. Fiona waited patiently, carefully settling the most disturbed knot of youngsters who were camped out near Talarth's clutch. She was satisfied with them pretending to sleep, knowing that they would soon bubble up again, their excitement overwhelming their fatigue. Fiona smiled. She hadn't guessed that the first hatching would increase the interest the younglings had in the second clutch. She suspected that Shanice or any of the older weirfolk could have told her, but Shanice, Fiona's face lit with a wicked grin, was otherwise indisposed at the moment, or at least she hoped, and all the other weirfolk were probably too busy with their anticipated joy at the weirwoman's discomfort. That they were wrong in their assessment pleased Fiona even more. She liked children and enjoyed their wide-eyed excitement, breathless babbling, and the sheer joy they brought to every activity. "Complicated, you said?" Fiona murmured to Kindan several minutes later as he, having finally seen off the last of the Weirlings, made ready to head back to the Weirling barracks himself.
"Complicated,"
Kindan agreed, willing to put off his next duty for a moment. He frowned, gesturing toward the children.
And why is it, Weirwoman, that you are in charge of this brood?
It's part of a deal with Zinna and Taria, Fiona said, adding quickly, So what about this seeking egg shards is complicated? Kindan shrugged.
First, it depends upon the seeker.
Fiona raised an eyebrow politely, and Kindan's lips curved upward as he acknowledged her restrained response.
For those who've impressed, the purpose is obvious. The shard represents a memento, a good luck piece, he explained.
Fiona nodded in understanding, then flicked her eyes for him to continue.
For those who didn't impress, it's more like a promise, a token of a future possibility.
So did you take a piece?
No,
Kindan replied, shaking his head. Fiona gave him an inquiring look.
I have pieces of Kisk's egg and pieces of Vala's egg. I think I've got all the tokens I need.
Fiona reached into her vest pocket and pulled out a shard, grabbing one of his hands with her other and placing the shard in his hand, clasping both hands around his and forcing his fingers to close. Then this is for you, she said. Kindan's brows twitched, and he pulled his hand out of her grasp, holding up the piece to the light.
It's a blue shard, from Tzith's shell,
Kindan said as he examined it. His blue eyes looked down to meet hers.
Are you saying that I should set my hopes on a blue?
Fiona chuckled, shaking her head. No, I'm saying that you should consider that some shells are harder than others. She took a quick darting step toward him and stood on her tiptoes to rap him gently on the skull. But that doesn't mean there won't be a hatchling coming forth. Kindan met her twinkling eyes with a dour expression.
It's also possible that not all eggs hatch.
That's an old saying, Fiona agreed, but it refers to chickens and other fowl, not dragons. Kindan snorted softly at the correction. He glanced around, noticing Talent curled up in the distance for the first time, and glanced meaningfully in her direction. Talent decided to keep Talarth company, Fiona explained. In a whisper, she added, I think it might have more to do with the hot sands, personally. Fiona turned to Talent and impulsively back to Kindan, grabbing his hand and tugging him after her. Maybe you should try it. It's good for muscles.
But
Zinna will take care of the weirlings, Fiona told him, carefully keeping her face away from him lest her expression reveal that that was part of her plan. Much later, as they lay in a quiet, sheltered spot that had, Kindan noted, been both carefully chosen and carefully prepared, he muttered to himself,
Good for the muscles.
I didn't say which, Fiona purred in response, nuzzling up close against him. A short while later, as Kindan was still trying to decide whether he was glad, angry, or bemused over the whole thing, Fiona rolled over and sat up, staring down at him sleepy-eyed. You've got to go, she told him, her tone half sad, half firm.
Go?
Lorana needs someone to be with her, too, you know, Fiona said, her eyes losing focus as they peered unseeing into the distance. She glanced back at Kindan and turned to the pile of clothes nearby, pulling out his trousers and sliding them toward him.
Lorana,
Kindan began in protest, but Fiona cut him off. She needs someone to be with her, Kindan, nothing more, she said chidingly. I've got to watch the weirfolk here. Fiona pulled on a night tunic and snaked a pair of sandals, neither of which Kindan had seen her wearing previously, he noted with some amusement, and then hustled him into getting dressed. I'll walk you to the exit, she told him, adding a quick kiss and intertwining the fingers of one hand with his.
What if some of the children see us?
Well, those who are old enough to know probably don't care, and they're not here, most likely, and the rest are too interested in the eggs to notice us, Fiona decided with an easy twinkle in her eyes. Besides, I like children, and I've discovered I'm pretty good at distracting them when they ask awkward questions.
That's only because there's not so much difference between you and them,
Kindan said gruffly. It may be, Fiona said easily, but I like to be prepared, so I think it's wise to spend time with children, don't you?
So this,
Kindan waved a hand around the hatching grounds with a firm nod toward their cozy, quiet place,
is all for the children?
Yes, Fiona replied, her eyes twinkling with mischief. Either about keeping them or, she lowered her voice suggestively, getting them. Kindan groaned. Really, Kindan, Fiona said, her brows arching downward disapprovingly. You would think, being a harper and all, that you'd understand that at the end of things it's all about children. Kindan gave her an inquiring look. Without children there is no future and no reason for living, Fiona told him. Her mood lifted as she added with a giggle. Besides, they're too incredibly cute.
You were cute,
Kindan blurted out suddenly. I hope I still am, Fiona said, batting her eyelashes at him outrageously. Kindan chuckled.
You still are.
Then I'll say good night to you, Harper, Kindan, and please give my best to Lady Lorana. Kindan waved and took off briskly across the cold weir-bowl toward the weir-woman's quarters, wondering how it was that Fiona always seemed to get exactly what she wanted. It was, he decided as he increased his pace up the ramp toward the weir and sleeping Lorana, because she quickly decided on her goals and never wavered from them. Something I learned from you, Kindan heard her saying in his head. He shook himself, wondering whether he had really heard her or if he was just imagining her response. Kindan? Lorana called from the bed.
You're supposed to be asleep,
Kindan called back softly, a smile curving his lips as he crossed the last of the distance between the entrance and the bed. Fiona's been tormenting you again, hasn't she? Lorana asked in sympathetic humor.
How did Talent?
No, Lorana replied with a laugh. It's just that I understand her.
How so?
She's frightened, Lorana told him sadly. She's afraid she'll lose everything, and she's doing her best to grab what she can.
A child?
Kindan asked in surprise.
From me?
From you, from Tamar, as many as she can get, Lorana said.
She said that children are the future,
Kindan said musingly. Without children there is no future, Lorana corrected in oblique agreement. Kindan could see her glance down in the dim of the glows to her own belly. He threw off his clothes, pulled on a night tunic, not at all surprised to see it ready to hand, draped over the back of a chair, and quickly dove into the bed.
I love you,
he told Lorana feelingly, wrapping hands around her back and gently kneading the tight muscles he found there. I know, Lorana replied. She exhaled blissfully as Kindan found a knotted muscle and teased it out. She leaned herself against him, her head resting on his shoulder. I know.
Yes, Weir-Woman, 5 more fighting dragons have recovered,
Inez said heatedly to Fiona 2 days later as the wing leaders met in the council room.
But that's no cause for cheer. We've still got nearly 2 full wings of injured dragons and less than that of fighting dragons. In these days, we need to find cheer where we can, Fijian said. We'll fly in 4 wings, Tamar repeated, firmly reiterating what he'd first said to start the discussion. That way we'll have bronzes leading each wing, and we'll have a reserve to haul Firestone. And 14 dragons in each wing, Inez growled darkly. Fiona shot him a glare, and then a beseeching look toward Gila, who, instead of backing her authority, lowered her eyes and glanced away. Inez saw the exchange and raised a hand placatingly. Oh, I'm not saying it's a bad plan. In fact, Tamar, I think it's the best plan we have, given our circumstances. Fiona gave him a surprised look and glanced at Gila, who raised her eyes to meet hers again, her lips quirked in a lopsided grin. Fiona smiled and shook her head. She should never have doubted the petite weir-woman. The question is, Tamar, when are we going to be too weak? Inez asked him seriously. And what will we do then? He paused and glanced around the table. For, like as not, the day is coming. And soon, Katav said in agreement. There'll be another hatching soon, Fiona began hopefully. And 3 turns from now we'll be grateful for the extra strength, Inez said dismissively. 2 turns, Katav protested. Inez shot him a look, but the scarred bronze rider persisted. We can get them ready in 2 turns. But it won't solve our problems now. No, it won't, Tamar agreed with a sigh. And I plan on talking with the other weir leaders about this, after this fall. He glanced at Inez before continuing. But for the moment, we've a fall to ride in less than 2 hours. The ground crews are ready,
Kindan said, glancing at Fiona, who nodded in agreement. This fall would be over both Telgar Hold and the weir itself, and weirwoman Fiona was responsible both for the care of the injured and the weir's ground crews. Kindan, as weirling master, had been tasked with detailing weirlings to ground crews, part of the revised training that he, Tamar, and Tenez had all unanimously agreed upon. "We're going to have the reserve wing deposit crews and equipment up with the herds and the other outliers," Fiona said, nodding toward Katav, who'd been elected to lead the reserves.
"So," Tamar said, rising from his chair, "I think we've covered everything we can. Wing leaders, prepare your wings."
The others nodded, rose, and filed out of the room. After a moment, Kindan shuffled off after them, nodding to both weirwomen as he departed. Fiona sat for a long while, her eyes darting toward Jila, who kept her head bowed and remained silent. Fiona waited patiently. "This baby will have a father," Jila said. "Of course." The other weirwoman glanced up at her, glaring, challenging, dark eyes brooding. "Can you guarantee that?" "No," Fiona told her softly, rising from her chair and coming around to where Jila sat. She crouched down behind her, placing her arms on the petite woman's shoulders. "I can't guarantee anything, except that as long as I draw breath, I will do everything to protect you, your children, and your loves." Silently, tears started down Jila's face, and the weirwoman leaned her head on Fiona's right hand, where it rested on her shoulder. "I'm not like you. I can't live without him." "Yes, you can," Fiona told her encouragingly. "You can because you'll have the baby. If you lose him, you'll still have that part of him." After a moment, Fiona stood and, grabbing Jila's arms, forced the weirwoman to rise out of her chair. "You have the strength of the desert in you, Jila," Fiona told the dark-haired woman quietly. "You'll not succumb to a drought, or to sorrow." Jila's eyes brightened as she looked up into Fiona's blue eyes. She wiped her tears away and smiled tentatively, telling the taller weirwoman, "You do realize that you are every bit as difficult as my relatives said you were?" "Did they say that?" "They did," Jila declared with a nod. "Stubborn, prideful, cheerful, indomitable, and—" She paused to gather breath, her lips curving up in a tentative smile. "The best hope of Pern." "By the first egg, I certainly hope not," Fiona chuckled, feeling the discomfort of the weight of all those expectations bearing down on her shoulders. "You and Lorana." "We can't do it on our own," Fiona said, marveling again at the other woman's thin bones and petite frame. She grinned at Jila, adding, "I'd like to think we'll get help." "If I lose him—" "It's never wise to take sorrow before its time," Fiona said, wondering where she had first heard the phrase. "Kindan?" She wrapped her arms around the other woman and hugged her tightly. "So, you're pregnant," Fiona murmured after a while. "When's the date?" Jila drew in a sharp breath and stepped back so that she could look up, incredulously, into Fiona's eyes. "You too?"
"We were incredibly lucky,"
Tamar said when he returned from the fall for the first time.
"We only lost 3.
He frowned as he glanced at 2 disconsolate riders and those grouped mournfully around them.
"Rather, we lost 1 now, and we'll lose 2 more when we go back in time to fly again."
"I know," Fiona said, gearing herself up for the renewed loss. "How many were injured from those that timed it?" Tamar pursed his lips thoughtfully.
2? 3?
"We've 1 mauled and 2 injured now," Fiona said, nodding toward the weirfolk who were working to patch up 1 badly scored green dragon and her rider. She wrinkled her nose distastefully. "Why does it always have to be greens and blues?"
"Because there are so many of them,"
Tamar said, glancing around the shadows of the night-darkened bowl.
"When we return, it'll be the middle of the night."
"We'll be ready," Fiona said. She shrugged, adding, "Although it'd be nicer if I knew how many injuries I had to deal with, then I could let helpers get more sleep."
"Doesn't Lorana know?"
"She can talk to any dragon, but she can't talk into the future," Fiona said. "Imagine how awful that would be if she could." Tamar, too tired from Threadfall, merely nodded. He turned to the others, then back to Fiona.
Have Lorana let them know that we fly again in 2 hours' time.
Go to your quarters. Take a break, Fiona suggested. I'll come along later. Tamar gave her a guarded look, and Fiona smiled. You'll have enough time to let me work on some of those knotted muscles. I won't do anything to put you to sleep, but there's no point in having you fight the same thread twice if you're too sore to move.
I wish someone could do the same for Zarenth,
Tamar said feelingly, as he and the bronze trotted off to their weir. When Fiona found him later, he was seated at his desk, his legs stretched out under the table, a tray with a pitcher of claw and a mug before him, the steam still rising from the mug.
Shanice brought it,
he said as he gestured for her to sit down. He smiled as he added,
and someone must have mentioned my whining to her, as Zarenth had a whole wing of weirfolk oiling him not much later.
Fiona went around behind him, laying her hands on his shoulders. They were as hard as stone. Silently she began kneading the muscles, working her hands up to his neck, particularly at the base. Get up, she told him after a few minutes. Tamar rose as instructed, eyebrows raised.
Should I lie down on the bed?
No, just sit backward in your chair, Fiona said, reaching around him to turn the chair around and shoving him toward it. If you're not too cold, you might lift your tunic, so I can get to your muscles directly. Smiling, Tamar pulled off his shirt, draped it over the back of the chair, and then sat down in reverse position, with his chest pressing against the shirt. This is something I learned from Becca, Fiona said as she crouched down and began working her hands over his hips.
From Becca?
She learned it from her mother, to ease knots out of expectant mothers, she said as she leaned into her work. A moment later, just when she expected to get the greatest rise, she added, I expect you to take a careful note. You'll need it. However, instead of even twitching at her revelation, Tamar said nothing. Tamar? Fiona asked, irritated that he hadn't responded as she'd hoped. She peered around to look him in the eyes. They were closed. The weir leader was snoring gently, asleep, his head bowed. That's the last of them, Fiona told Taryn as she and the youngster stood, bathed in the green dragon ichor that they'd been drenched in while sewing up the worst of the injured dragons. Fiona reached for a towel, threw it to Taryn, and grabbed another for herself, wiping off her hands, arms, face, and then what was left of her clothes. She had sensibly dressed in older clothes, a tunic and trousers with soft shoes. Her feet hurt from standing so long, her back hurt, her shoulders and hands felt cramped, but she smiled at the younger woman. That wasn't so bad. It could have been worse, Taryn agreed, stifling a yawn. Get to bed, Fiona ordered, jerking her head in the direction of Fijian's weir. Bath first, I think, Taryn said, sniffing herself reflectively. Then come with me, Fiona said. If you bathe alone, you're likely to fall asleep and drown. Taryn's eyes flashed, but another yawn stifled her retort, and with a sheepish look she gestured for the weir-woman to precede her. As they made their way through Talent's empty weir and into Fiona's quarters, she whispered, We'll need to be quiet. I don't want to disturb Lorana. I can't sleep anyway. A voice from the bed startled them. The room grew lighter as Lorana turned over aglow. She gave the two others a quizzical smile as she explained, The baby's kicking. We're going to wash off all this muck, Fiona said, gesturing to the remnants of the dragon ichor. Why don't you join us? A warm bath might help, Lorana agreed. Fiona moved quickly to her side, gesturing for Taryn to help. Solicitously they helped Lorana out of bed, ignoring her protests. I'm not that big. Somewhere along the way, Fiona dozed off to be woken by a dig from a giggling Taryn. I was saying, Taryn told her, making it clear that she'd spoken before she'd noticed Fiona's slumber, that this is the first time that the three of us, recipients of Taniz's gifts, have been together for months. She frowned at Fiona thoughtfully as she added, Have you gotten any closer to figuring out his meaning? Well, Fiona began slowly, As there's a queen egg on the sands, I suspect we know what your gift means." Taryn sniffed wistfully. "I wouldn't presume that egg is meant for me." She turned to Lorana. "Wouldn't it be for you instead?" Lorana gave her a questioning look, and Taryn responded, "I mean, your prophecy implies that you'll have another queen, doesn't it?" Lorana flicked her eyes away, expression grim. "Well, mine makes it clear enough," Fiona said cheerfully. "Teniz said it would all work out." She glanced Lorana's way, adding, "And in many respects, I think it already has." She caught Lorana's dubious look and continued, "We've weirlings and eggs on the ground. We've dragons that can fly when just months before we feared we'd have none. And new life is on the way. I think things will only go on getting better." Even if she didn't quite believe it herself, Fiona knew that she had a duty to appear unworried, cheerful, and maybe there was more truth than hope in what she'd said. Perhaps things were getting better. They finished quickly, and Fiona made certain that Taryn made it back to her weir before turning in. By the time she got into bed, Lorana already looked to be asleep. Fiona pursed her lips as she wondered whether to continue their earlier discussion, but, with a weary sigh, decided to leave it for morning. When she woke the next morning, the demands of the day and injured dragons and riders drove the issue completely from her mind. Kindan arrived early with a pitcher of steaming claw and a smile on his face. Fiona took a mug for herself and bustled off to the dining cavern for a proper breakfast, leaving Kindan and Lorana time alone together. She found Tamar and the wing leaders already in deep discussion, breaking their fast almost as an afterthought. "Make them eat or they'll be useless," Shanice said urgently as she came by to place a basket of fresh steaming rolls temptingly in front of the weir leader. She gave Fiona a probing look and added, "And make sure you eat your share. Don't forget the juice." Fiona looked at her in surprise, and the head woman continued brusquely, "You're eating for two now. Even if you thought you had no need, you've got to consider the other." "The other?" Fiona glanced around furtively to see if any of the wing leaders had noted the exchange, and was surprised at her sense of disappointment when she realized they hadn't. "Men," she snorted disgustedly before glancing back up to the head woman, her eyebrows raised in inquiry. "Think Teniz was the only one with gifts?" Shanice asked. "You're the right age, and you've been trying so hard. Wouldn't be surprised if you had two." "That'd be a good start," Fiona said. Shanice smiled, saying, "I suppose it would, for you at that." She reached over, grabbed a moisture-beaded pitcher, snagged a clear glass, and deftly poured a large helping of the juice, placing it near Fiona's right hand and the pitcher just above it. "Be sure you drink at least 2 glasses, then," Shanice ordered. "Every meal." "But you've never—" Fiona uttered, trailing off in surprise. She judged Shanice to be within 10 turns of her own age, and not yet a mother. "I've a mother and sisters," Shanice replied. She glanced openly toward Tamar, and added in a poorly concealed tone of joy and surprise, "After Lorette, I never thought the right one would come along for me." Fiona hefted her juice glass, half-turned, and raised it high in salute to the head woman, before draining it in one go. She put the glass back down on the table, her brows raised in surprise as she exclaimed, "Tart, but sweet." "Good for you, too," Shanice said, reaching over to refill her glass pointedly. Dutifully, Fiona emptied the second glass. As she reached for the pitcher of claw, Shanice warned, "You might want to be careful with that. I've heard it said that some babies'll keep their parents awake at night if they've had too much." "It's better to be awake at night than asleep in the day," Fiona said, punctuating her words with a wide yawn. She poured the claw and gratefully downed a portion before adding, "I don't know how I'd survive without this." "Talk to Becca and Berenter before you get too far along," Shanice said, resting a comforting hand on the weir woman's shoulder. Fiona turned again to look up at her questioningly. Shanice responded with a troubled look, then leaned down close to Fiona's ear to confide worriedly, "This may not be the best time for you." Fiona's eyes widened, but she said nothing. "If that's so, there's ways." "Ways? 7 breaths between keeps a body flat and lean, is what I've heard," Shanice said, her tone devoid of any emotion. I'd heard 11, Fiona said. Are you saying that I should be careful going between? At least you should know your choices, Shanice said. She gestured toward the pitcher of claw. You've still no understanding of why you're so tired. Nor does Tamar. But he's not growing a baby, is he? No, just flying thread, Fiona reminded her, surprised at her own clashing emotions. She was irritated at the head woman's suggestion. She knew what she was doing and why, but she hadn't considered that her weariness might provide complications. Come to think of it, was there a correlation between the tired riders and injuries? She glanced at the wing leaders, saw Tamar and Fijian both stifle yawns, which Fiona conceded could just as easily be from their ongoing fatigue as from their exertions flying thread. She made a note to herself to follow the issue up later. I'll support you either way, Fiona, Shanice said, grasping some of the younger woman's feelings better than the weirwoman did herself. But I'd be remiss if I didn't make you aware of your options and your risks. Thank you, Fiona said, aware that her tone was stiff, but unable to control it. The thought of terminating the pregnancy was nearly as frightening as the thought of losing it to her fatigue. Shanice rubbed her shoulder affectionately. Talk to Becca and Berenter. They'll know better. I will. Shanice moved away, not without a worried glance back over her shoulder as she left. Fiona returned to her breakfast, switching partway through her mug of claw to another glass of the juice, somewhat surprised that the smell of the claw wasn't as pleasant this morning as it usually was. As she self-consciously chewed on a roll, Fiona found herself paying more attention to the wing leader's discussion. It was a moment before she realized that they had stopped and were staring at her.
I asked, weirwoman, Tamar told her with a smile, if you knew the strength of high reaches? 92, she replied quickly to disprove any notion that she might not be fully alert. A moment later, she added, 94 later, when 2 of their wounded are cleared back to flying. And don't forget that 5 of our own injured should be cleared tomorrow, Fijian said, glancing pointedly toward Hanez. We'll have 55 then. Less than 2 wings.
Bendon will have another 5 as well tomorrow, Fiona said, so that'll give them over 3 wings, 3.5. There was a moment of polite silence before Tamar cleared his throat, saying,
Yes, we'd already mentioned that.
Oh, Fiona said, sitting back in her chair, feeling heat rise in her cheeks even as she explained, I was talking with Shanice. Hanez glanced pointedly away from her and back toward Tamar.
So, the fighting strength of all Pern.
He cast a glance quickly in Fiona's direction.
Tomorrow will be 479. That's over 5 flights, Katov pointed out. And yet, we should expect at this moment to have better than 18 flights with all 6 weirs, Tamar said with a sigh and an acknowledging look toward Hanez. We know the situation is grave, but it is less than it was when the sickness was taking dragons every day.
Hanez turned to Fiona.
Was there ever a time in all the records that you read that a weir's fighting strength was less than a flight?
Fiona shook her head. Eigen had a time in the interval when it was down to 2 flights, but that's the worst I recall.
And their solution was to merge with Telgar,
Tamar said, grimacing. Hanez nodded, returning his gaze to Fiona as he asked,
And so, even given that we survive the next fall, on what do you base your hopes that Pern will find the missing flights, more than 4 weirs worth, before we are all annihilated?
Fiona shook her head in painful admission of her ignorance. The other bronze rider shot angry glances at Hanez, but there was no dodging the question. I don't have anything, Fiona told him slowly, beyond a feeling, a determination that somehow we will prevail. She paused before reminding him, just as we prevailed against the sickness.
I, for one, will go on fighting with my very last breath, Katov told the older rider firmly.
He knows that, Fiona told him sadly. Hanez raised his eyebrows in surprise. She nodded at the other riders, adding, He knows that you'll all give your lives to protect Pern.
That's not the question,
Hanez said in confirmation. Fiona locked eyes with him. The question you want answered is, who will watch over your child when you are no longer? The answer is, I will. Mutters went around the table.
Child? Hanez?
The bronze rider broke away from Fiona's gaze, his face flushing as he met the eyes of his fellow wing leaders, and nodded mutely.
Congratulations, man,
Katov said, rising from his chair and patting the old rider hard on the shoulder, his face split ear to ear with a huge smile.
I can see why you're concerned. But it also means you've got something to live for,
Fijian added, trying to puzzle out why the wing leader was so glum. I think our ancestors, back when the first threads destroyed their crops and their dwellings, must have felt the same way, Fiona said to Hanez. And they found a way to overcome the menace. Hanez turned back to look at her.
Dragons. And watchwares.
A new voice spoke up, closing in from the exit to the weir bowl. It was Kindan. He nodded toward Fiona and Hanez and pulled up a seat opposite the wiry bronze rider.
You know what killed Lorana's queen, Hanez?
The bronze rider shook his head.
She didn't know it at the time,
he went on, his expression bleak.
But one of the 4 vials was meant to be kept separate.
A sour look crossed his face, which he schooled away with effort.
The vials were mixed up, and we didn't know.
He shook himself out of his grim reverie.
The 4th vial was meant to make a watchware into a dragon. So if we lose all our dragons, we could start over? Katov asked. Only if there were still watchwares,
Hanez muttered. Does Nuella know? Fiona asked. Kindan nodded. Good, Fiona said to herself. She glanced back to Hanez. So there is still reason to hope, as much or more than our ancestors had.
How are the weirlings?
Tamar asked of Kindan, to change the subject.
They're doing well,
the harper said, adding with a grin,
Zinna is showing her mettle. Woman riding a blue,
Hanez muttered darkly. The dragon chooses its rider, Fiona reminded him.
Strange dragon,
the wiry rider said.
We'll see,
Tamar said, turning back to Kindan.
But we've turns yet.
If we sent them back in time, Fijian began.
Eigen was the only unused weir, and we filled it with our injured,
Tamar said. Well, Fijian said, groping for a solution and looking up, eyes bright with sudden inspiration.
Why not send them forward in time, to after the fall?
Hanez's dark look made it clear to Fiona what he was thinking, assuming anyone lives.
How?
Katov asked the younger bronze rider.
It's too far a jump, Tamar said. It was dangerous enough.
He shot Fiona an accusing look.
To go back 10 turns in time, but to go forward 50?
He shook his head at the impossibility of it.
I suppose so,
Fijian agreed, his shoulders slumping. But don't stop thinking, Fiona told him encouragingly. There may be something we haven't yet considered that could help.
I'm not sure it would be a good idea to send the weirlings away, Tamar said. It was far too great a risk the last time.
We needed them, Fiona said. If we hadn't done it, imagine where we'd be now.
And it was Kalior's idea,
Fijian said, partly in the weirwoman's defense.
It was Kalior's suggestion that the least injured go back in time,
Tamar replied quellingly. He glanced toward Fiona, adding,
Someone decided to lead the weirlings and the most injured back in time as well.
Which only emphasizes the need of them, Fiona responded tartly. Besides, Weir Leader, we know that it wasn't my idea, so you can stop with the accusing glares. Tamar pursed his lips sourly and sat back in his chair, flipping open a hand in a gesture of defeat.
Anyway,
Katov went on, returning to the original subject.
With all the eggs on the sands and all the weirs, we've only got, another 3 wings? 22 eggs, 1 queen in each of the 5 clutches,
Kindan said, glancing meaningfully toward first Tamar and then Fiona.
105 fighting dragons and 5 queens. Well, 5 queens would be a help,
Fijian said. Fiona caught his eyes and the bronze rider flushed. It was an open secret that he was hoping Terran would impress the queen from Talarth's clutch.
In 3 turns, when they rise,
Hanez remarked sourly. But with the hatching, our queens will soon rise again, Fiona said. The others looked at her. The records show that the queens usually rise twice a turn, sometimes as many as 3.
All of which might,
Inez began, and corrected himself when he caught Fiona's arch look.
Will help us in the turns to come, but...
He shrugged.
It's not wise to count your eggs before they hatch,
Tamar told Fijian in a reproving tone whose sting was softened by his grin. The younger bronze rider accepted the rebuke with an easy shrug. Tamar sat forward decisively, glancing toward Fiona.
The hatchings will be soon.
Probably tomorrow, Fiona said. She glanced toward Kindan for confirmation as she added, The records are very firm that hatching occurs 5 weeks after clutching.
It's very consistent,
Kindan agreed.
I remember from the teaching ballads,
Katov said, frowning as he recited,
Count 3 months and more, and 5 heated weeks, a day of glory, and in a month, who seeks?
He glanced toward Kindan, asking,
I've always wondered about the last 2 lines. What do they mean?
Katov's question sent a chill through Fiona. She'd heard this only days before from Lorana, and read it in the records even earlier. What did it mean? Clearly it meant something special, that she, Lorana, and now Katov remarked upon it. She sat back and let the rest of the conversation spill over her, engrossed in thought.
A day of glory? That's the hatching,
Inez told him chidingly.
I figured that,
Katov said with a dismissive glower for the older rider before returning his attention to Kindan.
But what about the last bit? In a month, who seeks? Well,
Kindan said with a wry look toward Fiona.
The current thinking is that the last line is merely a harper's twiddle, said to make the whole verse rhyme. And how many of the teaching ballads are riddled with such twiddles?
Inez asked archly.
It's easier to remember that which rhymes and trips off the tongue, Inez,
Kindan said without any hint of apology in his tone.
As far as I can recall, though, all the other teaching ballads are without embellishments. So what makes this an embellishment? Katov asked.
Kindan shrugged.
If it's not, I can't decipher its meaning.
Maybe that's when dragons can go between, Fiona spoke up into the uneasy silence that had fallen. The others turned to her incredulously.
I suppose it's possible,
Tamar said. He glanced toward Kindan with a warning look as he added,
But I wouldn't recommend it. We had impressed not much more than 2 months before we went back in time to Eigen, Fijian said. And I still wouldn't recommend it, Tamar reminded him with a quelling look. Anyway, even if they were old enough to go between, Katov said thoughtfully, they'd be too small to fight Thread. Too small to carry Firestone, Fijian snorted in agreement. 2 turns, at least, Inez agreed tersely, looking toward Tamar. 3 is better. 2 in a pinch, Tamar said. And we're in a pinch, there's no doubt, Fijian exclaimed. Tamar nodded, then glanced at Fiona with a sad look. The weir woman needed no dragon to interpret it. 2 turns or 3, either was too long for Pern. 21. Eyes faceted, eyes fearful, hearts beating, beat as one. Telgar Weir, evening, AL 508.6.25. Fiona smiled as she spied a glint off the red-blonde hair of the figure walking through the entrance into the hatching grounds as the last rays of sun filtered through the weir bowl that night. I figured you'd be here, she called out, waving Taryn over to her, not worried about disturbing the group of weir children clustered nearby. They were not sleeping, too excited at the prospect of the hatching the next day, most likely in the morning. Fijian sent me, Taryn said, her tone mixed with anger and fear. She gave Fiona an anxious look. But I'm too young. You're not much younger than I was when I impressed to length, Fiona said, and you're older than both Zinna and Taria. But they didn't impress a queen. I don't think age chooses color, Fiona replied, chuckling. Taryn glanced around nervously, even as baskets of glows were turned over to add their illumination to the dimming light. There are a lot of girls here. I'm not sure that all of them are hoping for queens, Fiona said.
Why not?" Fiona laughed. "You'd think every girl would wish to ride a gold, but I think, with Zinna's example, some have realized that they could actually fight Thread." "Queens fight Thread?" "In the Queen's Wing," Fiona agreed, "when there are enough of them and at a relatively safe level." Taryn frowned at her. "I read the records at Eigen." "You did?" Fiona asked. "When?" "When you were off gallivanting around or stuck in exile as Watch Queen," Taryn snapped in reply. "And I read enough to know that those queens in the Queen's Wing, while not chewing firestone, weren't exempt from scoring and injury." Fiona nodded, surprised that the youngster had taken note. It was not something often mentioned. Fiona suspected that part of that was because the Weir women traditionally kept the records, they certainly edited them, and did not want to make the dangers of the Queen's Wing too apparent to any nervous Weir leader. "Still," Fiona said, conceding Taryn's point with a shrug, "it's not the same as flying in a fighting wing." "Yes, I can see that," Taryn said, swiveling her head to gaze at the ranks of smaller eggs set not so close to Talarth's watchful gaze. Fiona could follow her thinking, her indecision as the temptation of flying Firestone together with Fijian formed in her mind, and could see the slight shake of her head when Taryn decided that she'd prefer to be a queen rider. "You'll make a great Weir woman, Taryn," Fiona told her. "You act as if the eggs have already hatched." Fiona shrugged, reached closer, and patted the younger woman on the shoulder. "If not this time, then certainly sometime." "It would be perfect if it were now," Taryn said, turning back to Fiona as she continued softly. "But I was really hoping it'd be one of yours." "Well, if the egg hatches and the queen comes toward you, don't tell her," Fiona teased. Sleep came with difficulty, for the youngsters and the candidates were all too anxious to do more than toss and turn, causing Fiona to reconsider her decision of allowing Weir folk to sleep on the hatching grounds. What she got was fits and starts and even giggles and mutterings from the youngsters, until she finally lost her temper and shouted at them. She regretted it instantly, but she was too out of sorts to show any contrition. Apparently her outrage worked. The gathering quieted down enough for her to get some moments of sleep before she woke up again later, grumbling. "What makes you think they'd sleep any more in their own rooms?" Taryn asked, stifling a yawn even as her bright eyes flicked toward the queen egg, straining for any signs of motion. Dawn had come and light was creeping into the hatching grounds, changing the eggs from indistinct grayish blobs into blurs of various colors, some greenish blue, some bluish green, some brownish bronze, others copper brown, none, save the queen egg, identifying with any certainty the color of the dragonette still slumbering inside. From the distance of Talenth's Weir, Fiona heard her queen rumble cheerfully. A noise returned with both greater volume and greater enthusiasm by Talarth, where she lay curled up, the queen egg protectively within her grasp. "You have done marvelously," Fiona called to the queen. Talarth regarded her with complacent green-swirling eyes. "They will do," Talarth said in an agreement tinged with some hidden certainty, as though these dragonettes were destined to save all Pern. "As will ours," Talenth added with the same sort of smugness that made Fiona agitatedly wonder how the dragons could be so certain. They barely remembered yesterday. How could they predict tomorrow? The bronzes started humming, and Fiona felt, on a level below her own senses, an exchange between Talarth and Talenth that resulted in her own queen suddenly bursting into the air above them, startling all the Weir folk and the bronzes as she winged her way in deftly to take a place close to Talarth, nearly exactly where she'd lain before with her own clutch. "Careful!" Fiona called warningly. "I always know where I am," Talenth assured her, her smug tone still quite evident. "She gets it from you," Fiona heard Lorana say with a mixture of amusement and affection. "I suppose she does," Fiona said, turning to wave and smile at her queen. She looked at the gathered Weir folk, saw the youngsters stream off to the viewing stands, spotted the candidates quickly donning their white robes, tossing their night clothes to those passing up to the stands. It all looked terribly well managed. Fiona turned toward Taryn and gave her a calculating look. "What?" Taryn asked innocently, her own white robes neatly tied with a belt. Still the head woman, Fiona said, shaking her head and smirking. Taryn returned the smirk with a grin. Well, it wouldn't do for Talarth's first hatching to be marred by confusion and disarray. Not to mention that I probably wouldn't allow anyone to sleep on the sands again, Fiona said. Not to mention that. Fiona waved Taryn away. Go, you're supposed to be there. She spotted Tamar as he broached the hatching grounds entrance and waved to him. Who's with you? Fiona asked Lorana as she spied Kindan and a knot of weirlings entering, taking position so quickly that Fiona was certain that Kindan had given them all assigned positions and duties. She waved at Zinna as she climbed up to the group of youngsters in the stands, even as she plotted a route back to the weir and Lorana. She wouldn't leave her on her own. Becca is here, Lorana replied, though, even without you and this, I've got every dragon in the weir ready to answer my slightest call. And well they should, Fiona said. It was clear from Lorana's response that she was not feeling left out of the proceedings, and any concerns about Becca she thrust from her mind, recalling that youngster had grown up attending birthings with her midwife mother. Fiona's previous declaration that Becca should stand on the hatching grounds had been charred by the girl herself. As if I don't have enough to do already, Becca had declared. As for Lorana, the question of her returning to the hatching grounds as a candidate had evaporated with the news of her pregnancy. Someone stepped close to her and Fiona reached her hand out without turning, knowing that Tamar's rough fingers would twine over hers. She could see Kindan in the distance, noted that he had not put on candidate robes, and snorted to herself. He can't possibly believe that a lack of robes will deter his dragon, she exclaimed to Tamar. The weir leader shot her a sidelong glance, but said nothing. A crack suddenly hushed all other noise. Eyes searched for the hatching egg, ears heard the second crack and zeroed in, a brownish egg in the center. Fiona tensed, wondering if she should move forward to help, but Tamar's hand tightened on hers.
They know what to do,
he said, nodding in the general direction of the candidates. Among them, Fiona noted with approval, stood Hanez and Gila, surrogate for the hatching egg's larger parents. Moving separately, circling back and forth behind the candidates, the wing leader and weir woman ensured that the hatchlings found their partners, guiding human and dragon alike as they made their way to impression. Fiona cried with delight as Taryn stood boldly in front of the queen egg, her eyes intent, her expression determined. The queen egg burst into shards under the pounding blows of the dragonette inside. The movements were so quick that it was hard to know who was more eager, queenling or head woman. But in the instant the gold was free from her shell, she was thrusting her head toward Taryn's outstretched arms and creeling in delight as the green-eyed girl became her one and only partner forever. Fiona heard Tamar beside her make an indeterminate noise and elbowed him sharply just on principle. He dodged the worst of it, giving her a grin before turning toward Taryn and shouting, "What's her name?"
Her name is Corinth.
It was over too soon, Fiona lamented as she recounted the details to Becca and Lorana later. And Kindan didn't impress? Becca asked, still shocked at the revelation. Kindan didn't impress, Fiona said. She noticed that Lorana kept her expression carefully neutral. Well, at least we've got 21 more weirlings, Becca said. And another queen. She rushed on. And soon Talent and Talarth will rise again, and there'll be more eggs on the hatching grounds. There will, Lorana agreed. Fiona flashed her a concerned look, for Lorana's tone was on the chilly side of neutral, but she decided not to make an issue of it. And you, Becca said, turning back to the ex-queen rider, will be having your baby at nearly the same time. So, you're hoping Kindan will become a father and a dragon rider at the same time? Lorana asked the youngster in surprise. It's been done before, Fiona told her, adding with a grin, besides, it's not as if he won't have plenty of help with either. Lorana allowed a smile to play across her lips, but said nothing and, not long after, feigned fatigue to send her companions away. Rest, eat, pee. That's what my mother said pregnant mothers do, Becca prattled on confidently as she and Fiona made their way back to the kitchen cavern. Becca swiped a fresh roll from one of the bakers with an impudent grin before darting away to find Berenter and update the Weir healer with her reports. Fiona lingered, looking for Shanice or Makiar, feeling a growing unease even as the sounds of the Weirlings drilling outside in the Weir bowl provided a comforting distraction to her cares. She found herself a seat near the hearth and looked wistfully toward those working there until one took pity on her and brought her a pitcher of juice, and fresh rolls. At least in her time with Lorana and Becca, she'd managed to fill in some of the gaps of her knowledge of pregnancy and could now safely ascribe some of her current feelings to the changes going on in her body. The catalogue of strange pains and feelings was growing, and she found Lorana's half-gloating commiserations completely understandable given the other's more advanced pregnancy. She made a note to herself once again, and forgot it just as quickly, to pin Becca down and track down the meaning of the few raised eyebrows the young healer had made when Fiona had been describing her physical state. Clearly there was nothing that concerned her, or Becca would have immediately contacted Berenter, or probably her own midwife mother, but still, there was something that caused the younger girl to take note. "Make sure you drink a lot," Becca piped up suddenly, rushing on her way through to some new errand. "And, if you can, cut down on the claw." She was gone before Fiona could question her, and the distraction was enough to drive her other worries from her mind. 22. Dragons soar, dragons thrive, dragons flame, keep Pern alive. Telgar Weir, morning, AL 508.6.28. The early morning air was broken by the bellow of the watch dragon's challenge and a resounding reply, causing Fiona to startle to wakefulness. "Talia?" she wondered. "What's she doing here?" Trying not to disturb the others, she crawled out of her bed and threw on a robe, sliding her feet into slippers before she rose as quietly as she could. But it was no use. "Wait," Lorana called quietly from the bed. "I'll come with you." "I was hoping to let you sleep," Fiona said. "Talia's come to see me," Lorana said. Fiona found her slippers and helped her into them. "What does she want with you?" "Maybe it's Ketan," Lorana said as they made their way past Talent and down the Queen's Ledge to the weir below. They were only halfway down the ledge when Talia reached them. She was obviously in a hurry. "Talia, how may we help you?" Lorana asked. "Let's get someplace warm first," Fiona said, gesturing toward the kitchen cavern. "The cold of between must be in your bones, and it's still early for us." Talia snorted but allowed herself to be led away, even as she said, "I didn't come to see you, Weir woman. I came to see Lorana." "What is it?" Lorana asked. "Ketan, is he all right?" "Him," Talia said. "He's crawled into a wineskin and never comes out. He still thinks it's the hatching." They entered the cavern and Fiona directed them toward a table close to the night fire while she helped the cook prepare a fresh pitcher of claw and some rolls still hot from the morning baking. "Here, get some warm in you," Fiona said, recalling Nisa's peculiar turn of phrase as she pushed a mug to each of the seated women and poured the rich warm brew. Talia scarcely noticed her mug, wrapping her hands around it but not drinking. Lorana shot Fiona an imploring look, and the Weir woman sat next to her, filling a mug for herself. "So, Talia, what can we do for you?" Lorana asked. "Your hatching went well enough, didn't it?" Fiona asked, trying to find the source of the bent-in woman's visible distress. "That's not it," Talia said. She glanced at Lorana. "It's Binnick. You need to save him." Fiona and Lorana exchanged a glance. They had seen too many riders knowingly go back in time to their deaths not to understand the Bendin Weir woman's dread. Tamar himself had seen the Bendin Weir leader die. It was only a matter of time before, one day, Binnick would go back in time to save Tamar and die himself. "I don't see how, Talia," Lorana said slowly when the Weir woman had explained her problem. "I can't lose him," Talia said. "I'll give you anything. I'll give you Manith. Just find a way to save him." "You can't break time," Lorana reminded her. If it's happened, then it will happen. If he dies, I'll take Minith between forever, Talia swore. I'll go with him by the first egg, I swear I will. You weren't there, Fiona pointed out. Just the wing. I've already told them they're not to go with him, Talia snapped. If they won't go, then it can't happen, can it? I'm sorry, Lorana said. It did happen. She let out a deep sigh and closed her eyes against the pain. So many things had happened, so much pain. There has to be a way, Talia said, pleading. I'm the wrong person to ask, Lorana told her, opening her eyes once more and shaking her head. The weirwoman glanced up at her sharply, and Lorana continued. If I could have found a way, do you think I would have ever given up Arith? Talia held her eyes for a long moment before lowering her head and shaking it slowly. No, I suppose not. A moment later she looked up again. But you have Kindan. Lorana returned her gaze wordlessly. What can I give you? Talia begged. I can't live without him. Lorana shook her head sadly. Nothing, she told the weirwoman. I would do it willingly if I could, but no one can break time. So, Binik will die, and so will I. So will Minith, Talia said, and Karanth. I cannot help you, Lorana repeated. I would if I could, but no one has ever been able to alter time. There must be a way. Let me check with Kindan, Lorana said, seeing the desperation in the other woman's eyes. If you need Minith, just send for her, Talia told her. She'll go with you. She already has. Lorana nodded mutely, marveling that the other woman was too distraught to see how that could defeat her own suicidal threat. Talia rose then, looking back to Lorana as she added, I never knew, never until I knew that I would lose him, how much I loved him. I understand. I don't know how you manage, half alive, without your dragon, Talia said with pity. She frowned. It's tearing Ketan apart, that's for certain. Ketan, Lorana repeated sadly. I should see him. Last I saw him, he was drunk, head down on a table in a pool of his own spittle. We can go, right? Fiona asked as she glanced down at Becca. She had no problem deferring to the girl's expertise. The older midwives all agree that neither of you are in great danger, Becca said, looking up to Fiona where she sat, perched on Talent. But don't stay between too long, and be certain to bundle up. What might give you a cold could terminate a pregnancy. We'll be careful, Lorana promised as she started to climb up toward Fiona. And I'll make certain they do, Kindan said, as he helped her reach Fiona's outstretched hand and then followed her up Talent's foreleg into a position behind the weirwoman. He'd been furious when he'd heard how Talia had dismissed the older healer's troubled drinking and had insisted on accompanying Lorana and Fiona on their visit to Bendon Weir. And not too much claw, either of you, Becca called as she stepped back. Talent moved away from her, took a leap, and beat her way into the midday air. Look, Fiona called, pointing down. There's Zinna! The dark-haired girl waved at them while her blue dragonette butted his head against her leg. Will she be all right? Lorana asked, craning back to Kindan. She'll do fine, he promised. She has a gift with young ones. As soon as they reached the level of the Starstones, Fiona gave her queen the image, and they went between.
I'm sorry,
Ketan apologized in a slow, dead voice as he sat up at his desk, drinking from a mug of claw placed in his hand by Kindan, who had arrived at the healer's quarters before them.
I thought I could manage,
he croaked, glancing furtively at Lorana before returning his eyes to the mug in his trembling hands.
I thought, perhaps, with enough drink I could.
Lorana shot Kindan a desperate look, but the harper could only shake his head. He had no suggestions. You've got to concentrate on what you have to live for, Fiona said softly.
Ha ha! Live for?
Ketan barked a laugh. He waved a mug in her direction.
I've nothing to live for?
He raised his other hand and made a sweeping gesture.
Face it, werewoman. We've nothing to live for.
What do you mean?
The weirs are dying,
Ketin said. But the hatchings, there are weirlings now.
Who will not reach fighting age before burrows of thread bury us all.
Ketin cut across her sharply. He grimaced in apology for his harsh words.
You've patched them up, you know.
He glanced at Lorana.
We patch them up. They fly. They die.
He dropped his mug onto his desk with a loud thump and followed shortly with his head, which he cradled in his hands.
Drith, my Drith, why wouldn't you let me go with you?
He said that you had to stay, had to find a cure, Lorana reminded him softly.
And now that we've found a cure, what?
Ketin barked, turning his head so that his eyes raked her.
What now? And how, if we only hatch 22 eggs, are we supposed to repopulate the weirs?
He shook his head and closed his eyes.
No, werewoman, we tried and we came up with a cure.
He let out a deep sigh and screwed his eyes tighter.
And the cure's killing Pern.
Fiona glanced at the other two, who sat in stunned silence, and jerked her head toward the exit. They followed slowly with backward glances for the ailing healer. "What do we do?" Lorana asked as soon as they were out of earshot. "There's not much we can do," Fiona said. Kindan looked surprised. "My father said it happened after the plague, that there were those who chose death over life no matter how hard those around them tried." Kindan nodded grimly. He had seen it himself. Fiona reached out to stroke Lorana's arm comfortingly, knowing that the older woman was distraught over the healer's collapse. "You have something to live for," she told her firmly, nodding toward her growing belly. "And you hear every dragon. That's not something Ketin has." Lorana nodded. Fiona recognized that the ex-Queen Rider was merely humoring her. She was not convinced. "I just wish there was something we could do for him," Lorana said. "He wants his dragon back," Fiona said. "I don't see how you can do that." Lorana said nothing. "Come on, we need to get back before Tamar misses me." "Lorana will think of something," Talia predicted confidently as she and Bannick prepared to meet the other weir leaders and weirwoman in their council room later that afternoon. Bannick grunted noncommittally. It had been over a month since Tamar had brought news of his impending doom, and the weir leader had grown almost anxious to get to the end. He had said his goodbyes, had set his affairs in order as best he could. He was lucky in that he had no less than 7 bronze riders all capable of running the weir after his death. Although, he admitted to himself, only a few would be his first choice, and he was worried about their ages. Slirand was by far the most confident and poised. He brought order out of chaos in any situation, doubtless, Bannick ruefully admitted, the result of his superlative training by Devin when he was a weirling at High Reach's weir. That Slirand's Camuth was one of the first bronzes born with resistance to the dragon sickness, and the largest bronze he'd ever seen, only added to the young man's prowess. Winner, on the other hand, was an old rider, experienced, yet prone to rely perhaps too much on others. He loved to hear the sound of his own voice. It was a pleasant voice, and what he said with it usually made sense, if it often seemed to Bannick that he could have easily used fewer words to convey the same meaning. In an odd way, it was somewhat refreshing to realize that the problems of who would lead the weir were soon going to be out of his hands. He found himself spending more time relaxing, more time enjoying each new dawn, more time bouncing children on his knee when he visited the lower caverns, even despite Talia's pointed remarks about their parentage he didn't dispute much to her annoyance and his amusement. "In a way," Bannick mused, "what I'll miss most is how I've changed." Knowing that he was going to die, Bannick no longer had a reason to put up with Talia's antics or demands, and Talia had dropped them as soon as she'd accepted that he was going to die. Their relationship had grown steadily stronger, more intimate, restful. If he had one regret, it was that he could not live long enough to see how their new relationship would unfold. "B'nick," Talia said, impatient at his lack of a response. "Did you hear what I said?"
"So now we have 2 full wings,"
Tamar remarked bitterly as he and Fiona ate quietly together in the records room. She'd sent Taryn to relieve Becca in her watch of Lorana. Fiona wondered if anyone guessed at the growing sense of unease the Weir woman had about the ex-Queen Rider. Becca had assured her repeatedly that Lorana's pregnancy was advancing normally. The young healer was rather tart in her choice of words. "You worry too much." Still, Fiona worried. Becca's hints that Fiona's worries were prompted by her own pregnancy were ones that she couldn't dismiss. That she was merely projecting her own fears onto the other woman was a distinct possibility. 2 full wings with more to come, Fiona reminded him, catching and holding his eyes until the Weir leader nodded, however glumly. "And we've more than a fortnight before the next fall." She glanced over at the chalk tally board she kept of the Weir's injuries, pointing to it as she added, "And we'll have another 13 return to the fight in the next 7 days. So we'll have those to haul Firestone and fly in reserve."
"We've seen worse,"
Tamar agreed. He glanced up again to catch Fiona's eyes as he admitted,
"It's just that lately I've been feeling like something is going to happen."
"Something worse?" Fiona asked in a matching tone of dread. Tamar nodded. "That's why I've had someone with Lorana," Fiona said. "She hasn't been quite the same since we returned from Bendon."
"Because of Talia?"
"No," Fiona interrupted. "I think it's because of Ketan."
"The healer?"
"He lost his dragon not long after hers," Fiona said. "I think his collapse has caused her to question her own feelings."
"The pregnancy?"
"Oh, it could be the pregnancy," Fiona agreed quickly. "In fact, some of it must be." She pursed her lips. "But it seems like there's more, like she's all ready to give up hope."
"She's got Kindan."
"Whose presence as Wheeling Master merely reminds her of the dangers we all face," Fiona cut him off.
"She's got you,"
Tamar tried again. "And I've got a queen, and I've got you, and I've got Kindan," Fiona said. "Sometimes I think that she might not be so happy to have me." Tamar eyed her thoughtfully for a moment before saying,
"So you are worried too?"
Fiona bit her lip. She knew what the Weir leader meant, that she was not just worried about Lorana, but also worried about their situation, the losses, the slim numbers, the lack of hope. "I'll never admit that," Fiona said after a moment, shaking her head firmly. She lowered her head for a moment, avoiding his eyes, and then raised it again, her expression set. "I'm worried about Lorana." Tamar suppressed a chuckle. It was clear that Fiona was sublimating all her other fears into this one.
"Well, I think she'll be fine,"
he told her cheerfully. "You take care of yourself," Talia told B'nick feelingly as the bronze rider sat astride Corinth as he prepared to lead 3 full wings of fighting dragons, with 2 half-wings ready to haul Firestone and provide reserves, into the first combined fight of Bendon and High Reach's Weirs 11 days later.
"We'll be fine,"
B'nick assured her with a grin, gesturing to include all the fighting dragons.
"Devin's a fine leader, and his Weir is the best trained of us all."
"But you're fighting the rising sun!" Talia wailed. Around them, dragons and riders were just becoming visible as dark night gave way to the pre-dawn half-light.
"We'll do fine. Don't worry."
"Oh,"
Talia demanded, her brows arched.
"So I suppose I should tell Mikala and Ketan to stand down, that you won't be needing their services?"
"Talia."
B'nick's tone was one of exasperation mixed with understanding. He leaned down toward her to bring his face closer to hers.
"We'll be all right."
"You'd better." B'nick smiled and waved at her before straightening up once more and turning to the dragons nearby, making the ancient signal to fly. Corinth was up first, followed in rapid succession by the rest of his wing, then Siluran's wing, followed by Lemoy's wing and then by the two half-wings led by Dekel and Jahan. Talia waited until the last of them blinked out, just visible in the gloom. She sighed, her shoulders slumped, before turning around to survey the injured riders, weirlings, and weirfolk left behind. "What are you waiting for? Get to work!" Talia bellowed and was glad to see them all scampering off. "One thing, my lady," a voice spoke up in the darkness. Talia turned and found herself looking at a small dark blob. Lynn, the new queen rider. "What?" "If he's flying with the weir, he can't go back in time," Lynn said. "Of course," McCullough called out quickly from her position at the aid station nearest the kitchen. "If he gets injured, then he certainly can't go back in time."
"Why not?" "Because there were no reports of his being injured,"
Ketten spoke up from the darkness. He snorted.
"Huh. So I wonder if we should be hoping that he gets injured now?"
Talia snorted in disgust at the notion. "Oh, what a thing to say!" A little injury wouldn't stop him, she thought, wondering if she could survive seeing him scored or his Coranth horribly injured. She shook her head. No, she couldn't. "Lorana will think of something," she told herself. "She's saved us all before."
"She didn't save her dragon,"
a voice grated in the darkness. Ketten. Benick swiveled in his seat to look left and right, surveying the formation of his wing and the other two wings arrayed on either side. They looked good. He turned and peered behind him, trying to pick out the two half-wings trailing behind, ready to provide more firestone or enter the fight as reserves. If he committed one half-wing, they would release their extra firestone. They'd need the extra speed they'd get without the weight of the firestone. He couldn't make them out against the brilliance of the rising sun, especially with the added glare of the icy snow below them. This fall started in the snowy wastes and slanted down through the mountains above Bendon and Bitra. Once below the snow, the high mountain peaks were mostly inaccessible to humans, except where special roads had been made to get at the hardy timber that grew there. Burrows were especially difficult to find in this area, and Benick suppressed a shudder at how well established a burrow might get before it became apparent to a sweep rider. Few lived in those tree-covered mountain ranges, so there would be no ground crews, and a burrow would be just as deadly. "I hope Devin gets here soon," Benick thought, worried about getting their formations straightened with the brilliant glare of the sun in the same place as the falling thread. "Coranth, have Duhanth take his wing up high to scan for thread," Benick told his bronze. He scanned behind him and grunted in satisfaction as, a moment later, he dimly made out shapes moving upward in the air. Jahan's half-wing had just barely gained position when a bellow announced the arrival of the High Reaches dragons. Benick's elation was dashed with the cry of, "Thread!" Jahan's half-wing bellowed and bucked, diving away from the menace. As reserve forces, they had not yet chewed enough firestone to flame. "Rise up!" Benick ordered his riders, even as he grimaced at the first wails of injured dragons. A sudden commotion from behind him startled him, and he turned in time to catch one of the half-wings dumping its extra firestone, even as its dragons were chewing their own firestone, ready to join the fray. A sinking feeling came to Benick as he belatedly realized that the weir now had only half the firestone it needed for the first part of the fall. Coranth suddenly veered right, falling. "Sorry," the bronze dragon apologized as he fought to regain his position. "It's the wind." Benick's position on Coranth's neck was scarcely more protected, but he hadn't felt the gust that had thrown Coranth's left wing high into the air. He twisted around, looking to the left and the right. As he expected, the gusts had unsettled his formations. Behind him, higher in the sky, the dragons of High Reaches had fared no better. Among them, in the glare of the sun, he spotted gouts of fire as they found thread to destroy. "Ask Devin if we should support them," Benick said. No sooner had he made the offer than one of his wing seconds let out a bellow, and he spotted a flurry of thread coming their way. In an instant, everything was chaos, a constant blend of motion, of sight, of glaring sun and snow-capped mountains, while Benick fought to keep himself and his dragon free of thread, flaming into char all that could be found. Order collapsed, and Bannick was too overwhelmed with his own immediate survival to re-establish it. From the sounds above him, neither could divine. Fiona was with Lorana when she gave her first tortured cry. "What is it?" Fiona asked, rushing from her place beside Talent toward the ex-Queen Rider. "Is it the baby?" It was too early, far too early for the baby, Fiona thought desperately, even as she had Talent order Berenter and Becca to their aid. "No, it's the dragons!" It took a moment for Fiona to grasp her meaning. "Bendon? The sun, the glare, the winds!" Lorana gasped in response. She looked up and met Fiona's eyes. "They've lost 10 already." "We should go help." "I'm not sure Talia would—" "I'll send Gila to her, along with Berenter," Fiona said, sending the orders to Talent. She glanced at Lorana, her lips pursed in thought. "You can't come. It wouldn't be good for the baby." "We wouldn't be between that long." "No, we wouldn't," Fiona agreed. "But I don't want you to have the added stress of tending the injured while also growing a baby." She smiled wryly, adding, "Besides, you'd be too tired." Lorana sighed in agreement.
"What happened?"
Tamar demanded as he rushed into the room, flanked by Becca and Berenter. "Bendon," Fiona responded tersely. "I'm going to send Berenter and Gila to help." "Should we send someone to High Reaches as well?" Gila asked, glancing toward Fiona. Fiona hesitated. "Go on, if you want to help," Lorana told her. Tamar, sensing her distress, added, "I'll stay here." "I'll leave Becca," Fiona said, turning quickly to her closets and quickly flinging on riding clothes. She paused long enough to be certain that Gila was getting her Talarth ready before shouting to Talent, who was already waiting below the ledge. In a moment, Queen and Rider were airborne and then gone between. "What are you doing here, weirwoman?" Sonia asked in startlement as she recognized Telgar's senior Queen Rider. For a moment, suspecting the worst, Sonia paled, but Fiona's words revived her. "I'm here to help, weirwoman. You've got injuries." "Not many," Sonia said, gesturing to the 2 dragons being tended in the distance. "We've more lost than hurt." Fiona glanced around and nodded in surprise. "Lorana says that the wind and the morning sun have made it worse," Fiona said, even as another dragon bellowed in the sky above the weir and descended swiftly to the weir bowl. Fiona started, instinctively, toward the dragon pair. She nodded quickly at the attendants who rushed to aid the scored dragon and rider, hovering just far enough from them to avoid interfering while close enough to be able to examine the wounds. "If you stay too close, you'll get them all worried," Sonia's voice startled her as the weirwoman spoke at her side. Fiona turned to see that the older woman with her startling white forelock was watching her with no small amount of amusement. "They know what they're doing," Fiona said, loud enough for the weirfolk to hear her. "I just like being close to hand if there's anything I can do to help." "I understand," Sonia said. "It's a different way from my own. I tend to wait until someone asks." "Your father was a healer, wasn't he?" Fiona said, recalling a chance comment from Katov months back. Sonia nodded. "I'm still learning," Fiona said. "Sometimes I can help. Sometimes I can learn something new." "I see." Sonia noticed the way Fiona started to raise her hands, the way the younger woman tensed to speak or move forward, and the way she restrained herself. "It's hard not to help." "It's not that," Fiona said, even as she clenched her fists once more to restrain her impulse to dart forward. "It's not knowing when it's help or hindrance." "You are young. You worry too much." Fiona turned to meet her eyes. "In these times, can anyone worry too much?" "The weir woman sets the mood of the weir," Sonia said in answer. "Yes, I know." Fiona frowned. "There's a fine line between trying anything and trying nothing. They can both be signs of despair." Sonia's eyes narrowed as she examined the girl in front of her. "You won't give in to despair." "Ever," Fiona agreed. "I grew up with the example of Kindan." "What about Lorana, then?" Sonia asked, careful to keep her tone casual. "I think she's still learning from Kindan. Fiona said after a moment. I understand that the plague was very hard for her. Sonia nodded. And with Talia's demands on top of her feeling all the dragons, it's a wonder she's managed to keep her baby, Fiona added in a rush. Talia's demands? She wants Lorana to find a way to save Benik, Fiona said, quickly recounting Talia's conversation with Lorana before adding, and on top of that, there's Taniz's gift. Sonia gave her a questioning look. Taniz is one of the desert traders I met when I was at Eigen, Fiona said. When I arrived at Talgar, he had left gifts. He did? Fiona nodded. Well, actually, Mother Karina left the gifts. Taniz left his words. He was one of the traders who could sometimes see into the future. He knew that I would come to Talgar. She frowned as she added, and he left a gift for Terran, a gold fitting for a riding harness with the words, "This is yours and no others." She's the one who impressed Talarth's queen? Sonia asked. Fiona nodded. So what did he leave Lorana? It looked like a brooch, but if so, it was unfinished, Fiona said, describing the gold staff with twined serpents that marked the symbol of a healer. She mentioned the odd small holes on either side. And what did his note say to her? The way forward is dark and long. A dragon gold is only the first price you'll pay for Pern. Sonia glanced away, staring at nothing as she mulled over those words. And what did he say to you? Sonia asked as she looked back at the weirwoman once more after she finished her musings. My note was from Mother Karina, Fiona said. Taniz had her tell me that it will all turn out right. That seems to leave a great burden on you. Pardon? Well, doesn't that make it your responsibility to determine what all turn out right actually means? Fiona gave her a confused look. Would it be all right for you if Lorana's price was her life? Sonia asked by way of example. No, Fiona said. I would sooner lose Talent than her. From up on the watch heights, Talent bellowed in agreement. She saved Pern, Fiona said, gesturing up toward Talent. She saved my dragon. Sometimes, as Taniz seems to know, the price of a job well done is the payment of a higher price, Sonia told her softly. Then she won't pay the price alone, Fiona declared, her eyes flashing angrily. I wish I could agree with you, Sonia said, but whatever pain you're willing to suffer for her will only add to her pain, not replace it. She's been through too much already, Fiona said, the pain in her voice wrenching at Sonia's heart. It's time for someone else to take over. Another dragon burst into the sky above them, creeling with pain, her left wing hanging limply as she plunged through the sky. Silently, Sonia's labyrinth rose from the weir bowl as Fiona's Talent dove from her position on the watch heights, working together to position themselves under the falling green, catching her and lowering her gently to the ground. I think they need us now, Fiona said, as she started racing toward the injured green. Sonia was an instant behind her, shocked at how well her labyrinth had worked with the younger Talent. She eyed the back of the blonde weirwoman thoughtfully as she raced to catch up. Hours later, covered in ichor, exhausted, cold from the afternoon winds that had picked up, Sonia turned from the younger weirwoman in time to be wrapped warmly in Devin's arms. Her, Sonia said, as she struggled to breathe in the bronze rider's tight embrace. Her too. Devin raised an eyebrow in surprise, but reached out and dragged Fiona into his embrace. He was surprised to see Sonia wrap an arm around the other woman, surprised to see Fiona return the embrace, and surprised by how tightly the younger weirwoman squeezed him back. Most of all, he was surprised by one thought. Sonia doesn't share. Apparently that had changed. You are going to stay here the night. They'll manage without you, Sonia said as she eyed a nightgown thoughtfully and threw it toward the younger weirwoman. It would be big, but it would do, she decided. Put that on. But the correct answer is, yes, weirwoman, Devin called out drolly. In fact,
The only answer is—"
"Yes, weir-woman," Fiona dutifully finished, chuckling. She'd drunk too much wine. She could feel her cheeks heating and tingling with the effects as she added superfluously, "That's the answer at my weir, too." "So you've got them well trained," Sonia said. She canted her head appraisingly as Fiona slipped on her nightgown. "As I thought. Big, but not too big." She gestured toward the sleeping quarters beyond. "Devin's not the warmest man, but between the three of us, we'll keep you from getting too cold, even in that." Fiona's thoughts of further protests were eliminated by a yawn. "Stay there," Lorana's voice told her adamantly. "You should be sleeping," Fiona said, secretly glad to have the contact with the ex-Queen Rider. "What was that?" Sonia demanded of her suddenly. "What?" Fiona asked, startled by the words spoken out loud. "You weren't talking with your dragon," Sonia said, eyeing her thoughtfully. "Lorana," Fiona confessed. Her cheeks flushed hotter. She wanted to keep that a secret. "You can talk to her?" Fiona nodded mutely, going pale. Sonia eyed her for a long moment before asking, "And what did she say?" "Stay there," Fiona repeated. She gave Sonia a beseeching look. "I don't want anyone else to know." "Why?" Fiona shook her head, unable to come up with a quick answer. "It's special. We don't know if it will last." "How long have you had it?" "Since the mating flight," Fiona said. "She and Kindan, well, Kindan and she, I don't know, they were with Zarenth when he rose." "And Tamar?" "Still unconscious," Fiona said, adding, "If Lorana hadn't held Zarenth when Tamar was injured, he would have gone between." "And so you and Lorana—" Fiona shook her head, blushing furiously again. "Kindan," she said in a small voice. "Whom you've always wanted," Sonia said. "Yes," Fiona agreed in a whisper, eyes lowered in shame. She raised them again to meet Sonia's. "But I want Lorana, too. Like a sister, only more." She paused, groping for words, and then shook her head when she couldn't find them, saying desperately, "I never realized that love is so different." Sonia quirked an eyebrow upward in question. "I love Kindan," Fiona said slowly, trying to make her meaning clear, "and I always will. I want children with him." She paused. "But I want to help Lorana raise her children." Fiona hadn't heard Devin's quiet footsteps approaching behind her, so she started when he spoke up softly.
"If she's cut, you bleed?"
"Yes," she said, "but not like with Kindan or Tamar."
"A heart grows when you love,"
Devin said, carefully keeping his eyes on Fiona.
"The more you love, the more you can love."
"As a holder, I was expected to marry," Fiona said. She shook her head slowly. "I was expected to have only one man."
"A queen rider doesn't have that choice," Sonia said.
"Her queen chooses in the mating flight," Fiona said in partial agreement. "But she chooses all other times."
"A good weir-woman
"Has the weir's best interests at heart," Fiona cut in, smiling at the older woman. "I know that." Sonia gave her a wicked look as she said,
"But a weir-woman doesn't have to be good all the time."
Fiona's face took on a sober look. "I'm only beginning to understand love," she said slowly. "I'm beginning to see that there are many types." She turned to face Devin. "There are 2 men in my life right now, Weir Leader." Devin nodded, understanding the unsaid part of her words. He smiled, gesturing toward Sonia.
"I'm glad, because there's only one woman in my life."
"And that woman is cold and wants to get warm," Sonia declared, grabbing Fiona's hand and tugging her along.
"So let's stop chattering out here and get under the blankets."
In the middle of the night, Fiona woke, startled by the breathing of the 2 people next to her. "Lorana?" she called out drowsily. "I'm here." The woman's thoughts came back to her quickly, unperturbed. "Kindan's with me." "Good," Fiona thought with relief. She added a quick mental caress, an apology for disturbing the other woman, and received a comforting thought in return, a feeling that Lorana appreciated the contact, the warmth of the mental touch. Satisfied and relieved, Fiona rolled over into a dreamless sleep. Even so, when she woke the next morning, she was still sore and tired, more tired than she had felt for a long while. She was also eager to get back to her weir. Sonia sensed this and let her go after they'd finished seeing to the worst of the injured. "Remember, 5 coughs between keeps the figure lean," Sonia told her warningly, as Fiona sat astride to length and prepared to leave. "At Telgar they say 7, Fiona said, "but I'll be careful." "So, you want the baby?" Sonia asked, not able to keep the surprise out of her voice. "Of course." "Who is the father, then?" Fiona smiled and shook her head. "Does it matter?" "Perhaps to the father." "Well, there's a choice of 2, and even if I knew for certain, I wouldn't tell them," Fiona said. She caught Sonia's look and explained. "My child is going to have 2 fathers, 2 mothers, and a whole weir for parents." She paused and added, "as will Lorana's." Sonia cocked her head sideways at the younger woman thoughtfully. "Well, whatever you wish." She stood back from Talent and gestured in the time-honored signal. "Fly safe." Fiona was greeted with glee by Tamar and Berenter when she returned to the weir. After the weir leader let her out of his embrace, he invited her to join him and the wing leaders in the council room. "My council room?" Fiona teased, as the council room was off the senior weir woman's quarters.
"I hope you don't mind,"
Tamar said. Fiona waved his apology away, grinning and shaking her head. Her mood evaporated when she entered the council room and saw the expressions of the other wing leaders.
"How bad was it?"
Inez asked the question that was on all their lips. "The injuries were the worst," Fiona said. "The losses less so." She grimaced. "I don't know if it will help that they've only 3 days before they ride again."
"Probably," Tamar said. "Devin will work them hard, as he must, and that will distract them." "So, where are we now?"
Inez asked, frowning. He glanced down at a tally slate set between the riders on the table. Fiona glanced at it, spoke with Talent, and reached for the tablet, quickly wiping away old numbers and replacing them with the current strengths of all the weirs. "It's better than you think," she said as she put the slates before them once more. "High Reaches has 89, Ista has 90, Bendon has 108, Fort has 96.
"So, against the 2 falls, the one over Bendon weir will have over 2 full flights, as will the fall at Karoon," Tamar said. The other wing leaders around the table relaxed visibly. "What about burrows?" Inez asked. "That fall over Upper Bitra was all in mountains." "I've volunteered to help with the sweeps," Tamar said. "We'll bring in ground crews where needed." "Makes sense," Katov said. "We need training. We don't have a fall for another 6 days. 5, Inez corrected. 5 days, Katov said with a nod toward the older rider. "So we can help and train at the same time." Tamar nodded. "How soon can you be ready?" "Give us a quarter of an hour," Katov said, rising from his seat, "and we'll be over Bitra's mountains." "Talenth and Talarth will come too," Fiona said, sending a silent order to the 2 queens. The other riders looked at her in surprise, so she explained. "Well, you can't expect Terran's Corinth to fly with us, can you? She's a little young yet." Fijian nodded emphatically, even as he looked a little wistful. Fiona laughed at his expression. "Just give them time, Fijian. Give them time." The remaining bronze riders joined in with her until the youngest bronze rider raised his hands in surrender and rose from his chair with all the dignity he could still muster. Tamar caught up with her after the others had filed out. "That was a good idea, to have the queens along." Fiona nodded. "And we need the exercise," she said in agreement, spearing him with a look as she added, "I don't want to get fat, after all." Tamar grimaced as the barb struck home, but a moment later his expression changed. "You will be careful, won't you?" "As will Gila," Fiona said.
We're not going that far, and we're not going to time it, so we'll only get 3 coughs between." Tamar's eyes took on a troubled look as he digested her words, but he, wisely, merely nodded in agreement. "We're both early enough, as far as the records indicate, that even a longer jump poses no threat," Fiona assured him. "It's the end of the first trimester and the beginning of the third that are the most susceptible." She paused for a long moment, then added sweetly, "And, by the way, how did you know I was pregnant?" Tamar blushed bright red, unable to speak. "Really, it's too early to tell," Fiona said when she decided that she'd had enough enjoyment at his expense. "And Becca says that nothing's really certain until about the 12th week." She gave him a challenging look, quirking her eyes upward questioningly.
"I was hoping," Tamar said.
Fiona burst into a bright grin. "Good. Don't forget that when it comes time for diapers." Telgar's weir leader snorted in amusement, his eyes dancing. Fiona and Gila were very careful going between, even going so far as to obey Hinez's admonition to wait until the fighting dragons had arrived over Upper Bitra and could give them a sense of the winds before setting out. The cold of between seemed harsher and longer to Fiona, even as bundled up as she was in the extra warehide vest that Becca had insisted upon for both the weir women. Immediately upon their arrival in the air over the Bitrin Mountains, Fiona regretted her submission to the young healer's demands. The vest made her very warm, almost hot, and Fiona almost loosened her warehide jacket to let some of the cold Bitrin air cool her off, but decided not to for fear of losing the flamethrower strapped on her back. She and Gila took positions close to the mountains, veering left and right to scan into tree-lined valleys, looking for any sign of burrowed thread. They had been looking for scarcely an hour when Gila paused and Talarth whirled in the air, making a tight circle over one spot. Fiona and Talent circled around long enough to get a look at the drooping trees, the dark center, and confirmed the burrow. "We'll land there," Fiona said, giving Talent an image close to the burrow. As the Queen started a slow, almost lazy swirl to descend to the location, Tamar Zarenth burst above them, bellowing loudly.
"What are you doing?"
Zarenth demanded. "Going for the burrow," Talent responded reasonably.
"You're a queen,"
the bronze declared, and that was an end to the discussion. Fiona glowered as the bronze rider and 2 blues made their way to the ground. She watched as they flamed the burrow into crisp char. "Tell Tamar to send in a ground crew," Fiona said acerbically to her dragon. "We've only one weir leader." To her surprise, the bronze rider looked up and waved agreement, turning back to his bronze, and soon he and Zarenth were aloft and then between, gone, doubtless, to Bitrahold for a suitable ground crew. They seemed to take forever to get back. She and Gila had spotted 3 more burrows, and Hinez had dispatched the smaller greens and blues to flame the worst of the infestations, but it was clear that only flamethrowers working directly on the ground would completely eradicate the tougher of the burrows. When Tamar returned, Fiona could tell just by the way Zarenth flew that the weir leader was furious.
"Tamar says you and Gila may fight on the ground,"
Zarenth relayed in a resigned tone. "Why?"
"He says that if we wait on Bitra, all Pern will be threaded,"
Zarenth responded. Fiona grunted in response. She'd heard about Bitra when she'd been at Benton. This merely confirmed her worst impressions of the hold and its Lord Holder. She instructed Gila to take the first burrow, aided by 2 blues, while she and Talent descended toward the 3rd burrow with a green and a blue at her side. What would it be like, she mused, to have greens and blues as escorts for the Queen's wing all the time? Queen's wings, perhaps. She had never read of such things in the records, but Eigen's deserts were so dry and barren that they never had many burrows. The lush plains of Telgar presented a different possibility. The work was hot and straining. After her 3rd burrow, Fiona relegated most of the work to the sturdy riders, taking time to divest herself of her warehide vest and, later, even of her warehide jacket, as she labored to support those fighting the burrows. It was late morning before they had finished. 11 burrows had been destroyed. Even so, still wary, Tamar left a dozen dragons behind to ride another final sweep. "You idiot!" Becca roared as she caught sight of Fiona when the Queen landed back at the Weir Bowl later that day. Becca squatted and retrieved the vest and jacket that had fallen as Fiona had started to scramble down to Length's side. "What?" Fiona asked, surprised at how sore she felt. Her head felt odd, too. Becca ignored her question, pulling on the sleeve of her tunic to drag Fiona down to her height and placing a hand on her forehead quickly. "Into bed, right now!" Becca growled, sending the weirwoman off to her quarters. "But Lorana—" Fiona's protest was cut short. "Right, tell her she'll need to move," Becca said quickly. "You get into the bath, make it as hot as you can take it, and don't come out until I get you." "I've got to use the necessary," Fiona complained. "Then the bath, and hot," Becca said. Fiona looked at her mulishly. "Do you want to lose the baby?" Fiona was shocked. "You've got to chill. Now get into a bath while I sort things out," Becca said, turning to head toward Gila, ready to perform the same treatment. Fortunately, the other Queen Rider had remembered to put on her vest and jacket before returning between from the Bitrin Mountains. Fiona managed to make it to her quarters without any more fuss, even as she realized how her head ached. "Idiot," she said to herself as she made her way into her rooms. "What?" Lorana asked sleepily from the bed where she'd been napping. She glanced more closely at Fiona and sat up. "What is it?" "I was an idiot and I forgot to put my vest and jacket on when I came back here between," Fiona said. She started toward the bathroom. "Becca says I'm to have a hot bath while she figures where to put you." "Nonsense," Lorana said peremptorily. "Come here." Fiona grimaced but approached the bed. Lorana lifted a hand to her head, repeated Becca's examination, and frowned. "Well, you've got a fever, there's no doubt," Lorana said, her lips pursed tightly. She thought for a moment, then slid farther to the back of the bed. "Get out of your gown and get in here with me." "But Becca—" "Becca's not the only one healer trained," Lorana said. "Get to Length to have Shanice send us some chicken broth, and in the meantime, you get in here." Fiona was tired and not at all disposed to argue. In a short while she was cuddled in tight against Lorana, who had thrown on extra blankets. Not long after, she was fast asleep. She awoke much later, in a muck sweat. "Fiona!" Lorana called urgently. "Fiona, wake up!" "Hmm?" Fiona murmured, thrashing about in search of a place in the sheets that wasn't soaked with her sweat. "You were dreaming. It's all right. You're all right now," Lorana told her soothingly. Fiona felt her hand stroking her head. She made a pleasant sound and turned her head closer to the comforting fingers. Slowly she drifted off again, even as she recalled the horrors of her dream. "Can't lose the baby! Can't lose the baby! Can't lose the baby!" 23. Cold between freezes harm. Wear jacket. Keep warm. Talgor Weir, early evening. AL 508.7.17. "Your fever's broke. You're lucky," a voice told her softly as Fiona opened her eyes. The glows that lit the room seemed overly bright, and she closed her eyes again. "The baby?" "Fine as far as we can tell," the voice replied. Taryn. It was Taryn's voice. "Lorana's?" Fiona asked, her stomach knotting in some unreasonable dread. "Fine, that we know for sure," Taryn told her. "She's in the bath now. You'll see her soon." "They didn't move her?" "She wouldn't move," Taryn said, adding with a snort. "Huh, you can open your eyes, you know. You haven't got the plague, just the sort of fever you pick up when you're overdoing things and go between while wet with sweat." "Eigen's a dry heat," Fiona said in response to the editorial undertone in the other girl's voice. "Still, you should have known," Taryn said. Fiona heard her friend stretch and felt her hand touch her forehead in a soft, gentle caress. "You've got the whole weir on edge." Fiona groaned and rolled over, raising herself on one arm and making to sit up. "No, you don't. Lie back down," Taryn ordered. Lorana's still in the bath, and I want her to take her time." Fiona made a face as she ruefully absorbed her friend's words. "I stink," Fiona said sourly. "You've been in bed for 4 days. Of course you do," Taryn said. "You can have a bath when Lorana's all done and ready." "She should be sleeping." "Not the least because it's night time," Taryn said in agreement. 4 days? Fiona repeated, her mind picking the number over. "Threadfall tomorrow." "That's right," Taryn agreed. "Kalior's been here, and Seaban was here whenever Becca was. They've all looked in on you." She paused, adding, "I even have a note from Weirwoman Sonia." "Sonia?" Fiona asked. "What did she say?" "One word," Taryn said, her voice sounding chipper. "Idiot," Fiona said, beating the other girl to the punch. "How'd you know?" Fiona snorted, glad to be right. "It's what I would have said to her under the same circumstances. And you'd be right, too." "We all make mistakes," Lorana spoke up from the entrance to the bathroom. "Some more than others," Fiona amended glumly. "Well, after Tamar's head, your fever is nothing, really," Taryn told her. She stood up briskly, giving Fiona a quick smile before she turned toward the exit into Talenth's weir. "And now, if you'll excuse me, I have a dragon of my own to tend." "Oh, I doubt if you're tending it all on your own," Fiona teased, and was delighted at the expression on Taryn's face. "I'm sure that even at this moment there's either a gaggle of goggle-eyed weir kids tending her every need, or at least one very attentive bronze rider at her beck and call."
"Both, actually," Taryn agreed with a grin.
With a final wave, she strode off, out of sight.
"Fijian's keeping an eye on the weirlings,"
Kindan explained as he escorted Fiona and Lorana back to the Queen's Weir that evening after dinner. Fiona had insisted that as she was fully recovered, she was more than able to sit at the high table and mingle with her weir. She was glad she had. The relief visible on the faces of some of the weir women was more than ample vindication of her decision. "You rest up now, weir woman," one of the most sour of them had called as Fiona departed. She was joined by a chorus of agreeing voices, the most heartening of which was one who said, "We don't want anything to happen to our weir woman." Our weir woman. The phrase resonated in Fiona's mind and cheered her. It had not been all that long since the old Telgar weir folk had looked on her with stern faces. Now she was theirs, and they worried about her. It wasn't just that this was her weir, now they were her weir folk too. The realization brought a smile to her lips. Still, she had to admit that the walk to the dining cavern and back was as much exercise as she was good for that evening. She suspected that her visible fragility was the strongest reason that she and Lorana had for Kindan's comforting presence. Idly, she thought of suggesting that she spend time with Tamar, but she dismissed the thought almost as soon as she had it. She didn't doubt that Shanice was with Tamar on this evening before Threadfall. Fiona grinned as she mused that Tamar was probably so tense that Shanice was there more for her skills as masseuse than as lover. Lorana was in a mothering mood, demanding that Fiona get in the bed first, then herself, then Kindan. "I suppose we could fit 4, Fiona mused as they found themselves close, but not without room of their own under the blankets. "Children are smaller," Lorana said. "We could fit 5.
"Should I take up with the woodsmith about a new bed?"
Kindan asked as he turned the last of the glows and the room went dark. "Perhaps," Fiona said. "I'm sure if he made a bed and we didn't need it, someone would find a place for it."
"Zinna's brood would doubtless love to romp on it, at the very least,"
Kindan said in agreement. Something about his tone alerted Fiona. "And who is handling her brood now that she's impressed?"
"She is, for the most part,"
Kindan said, his tone going grave. "I can talk with Shanice," Fiona said.
"No,"
Kindan said.
"I think we should see how this works out."
Fiona's agitation prompted him to explain.
"If we are to have more women riders, we're going to have issues like this."
He paused consideringly.
"Zinna and Taria have been handling it well, so far."
"But what about when they start flying?" Fiona asked.
"That's 2 or more turns in the future, and the children of her brood will all be that much older," Kindan said.
Fiona made a note to herself to spend more time with the Weirlings. She admitted that the reason she hadn't done so earlier was partly that she didn't want to monopolize Kindan's time, and partly that she didn't want to become embroiled in any issues regarding the women riders. She'd heard enough mutterings from Henez. Perhaps, though, she had put her worries in front of her duties as a Weirwoman. "How are they working out?"
"Well, actually,"
Kindan said, sounding pleased,
"there are only 4 girls, Zinna with her blue, the rest with greens."
"I wonder if that will change in future hatchings," Lorana mused.
"It takes a particular sort of woman to be a blue rider," Kindan said.
"It takes a particular sort of person to be a blue rider," Fiona corrected drowsily. "I can understand greens far more easily." Kindan made no reply, and slowly Fiona drifted off to sleep with Lorana's warm presence beside her and the distant susurrations of Kindan's breathing to comfort her. "No, no, no! Cold, cold!" Fiona awoke, startled, to find Lorana thrashing beside her, her words quick and frantic. "Lorana, wake up!" Fiona said, reaching to push the older woman on the shoulder.
"What is it?" Kindan asked. "What's up with her?"
"Cold! No, cold!" Lorana wailed. "Lorana, wake up!" Fiona persisted.
"Lorana, shush now. It's all right,"
Kindan added soothingly. With a start, Lorana woke up, her breath coming in gasps. Fiona could smell her fear and feel the heat coming off of her. "You had a nightmare," Fiona told her quietly. "It's all right." "Not a nightmare," Lorana said, shuddering. "A memory."
"Do you want to talk about it?"
Kindan asked in a gentle tone that sounded well practiced to Fiona's ears. She closed her own eyes in thought and remembered it was the tone he'd used to talk to those with nightmares from the plague. "You're both so cold," Lorana said, shivering. She twitched as Fiona laid a hand on her forehead. "No, you're very hot," the Weirwoman said. "Kindan, feel her head." Kindan's hand was little warmer than Fiona's, and Lorana gasped once more.
"So we felt cold," Kindan said as he removed his hand. "Was that it?"
"Yes," Lorana said quietly. "You were in bed with 2 others who were cold?" Fiona guessed. "My brother and sister." "I'm not going to die on you," Fiona assured her fervently. "Sometimes," Lorana said in a pained voice, "you remind me exactly of my sister." "And she said the same thing," Fiona guessed. "Yes." "I'm still here. My heart's still beating," Fiona said, moving closer to Lorana, grabbing a resisting hand in her own and dragging it to her heart. "See? Feel it?" "No one can predict the future," Lorana said in protest, pulling her hand free. "Not unless you go there and look," Fiona agreed. "But by the first egg, I'll never abandon you. As long as I draw breath, I'll be there for you." "That's all anyone can ask." Lorana took a deep, calming breath. "Well, that and some more blankets," Fiona said. "Kindan, could you pull the spare ones up?" The harper complied, and moments later, Lorana felt Fiona turn on her side, the length of her warm back closest to her. Kindan reciprocated not long after, and Lorana found the heat she'd been missing in her nightmare. "Everything's ready here," Fiona assured Tamar as she steadied him on his climb up to his perch on Zarenth. "Just make sure we don't need it, okay?" Tamar swung his right leg over Zarenth's neck and adjusted his seat, tying himself to the riding straps and checking, once more, the straps that held the sacks of firestone on the harness close to hand.
"We'll try, Weirwoman."
"You come back in one piece, with no nicks or cuts," Shanice told him fiercely from where she stood behind Fiona.
"Of course, headwoman,"
Tamar agreed, a broad grin on his face.
"I wouldn't dare disappoint either of you."
"Just as long as that's understood," Fiona said, moving back to grab Shanice by the hand. Her own mood slipped and she strained upward, using her hold on the head woman to aid her as she added, "Fly safe." Tamar nodded, his grin slipping into a steady look. He took a deep breath, then turned to the rest of his wing and gave the arm-pumping gesture for them to fly. Fiona guided Shanice back as the downdraft from Zarenth's great wings blew up dirt and pebbles, while behind them more circles of dust rose in the early afternoon air under the other dragons of his wing. The wing itself was half the size of a normal full-strength wing, as were the other 3 wings that rose with it. Talgar Weir could count only 73 fighting dragons as its strength now. Fortunately, they would be joined by the 89 dragons of High Reaches Weir, forming almost 2 full flights of dragons. Almost. Less, really, when the reserve wing of 13 dragons was counted. Those 13, under Katav's leadership, still waited on the ground, ready to fly to aid or to replenish those low on Firestone. Still, Fiona thought with relief, it was much better than the notion of flying with only 3 short wings. She glanced around at the first aid stations being set up without any real concerns. Time and practice had drilled the Weirfolk to a fine pitch. Her eyes narrowed as she caught sight of Lorana arranging bandages near the hatching grounds and, suppressing an irritated growl, Fiona sprinted over toward her. "Don't say anything," Lorana said, a hand raised to forestall Fiona's incipient scolding. "I'm going to sit down as soon as this is arranged, and I won't get up again until I'm needed." "You should be getting your rest." "No," Lorana retorted, her lips curving upward in a slight smile. "You should be getting your rest." "She's right," Shanice chimed in, having caught up with her peripatetic weirwoman. She shook her head at the weirwoman in exasperation as she added, "If anyone should be resting, it's you." Fiona glanced back and forth between the 2 women, caught sight of Becca and Taryn bearing down out of the corner of her eyes, and surrendered sweetly, saying, "How about if I just sit here?" Lorana examined her carefully, suspicious at her sudden acceptance. "Well—" "Don't!" Becca's voice cut across hers even as the youngster raced up and halted, nearly breathless, to stand bent over with her hands resting on her knees in front of the table. "Don't let her get away with anything." "I was just—" Fiona began in protest. Taryn caught up with Becca, her face split in a big grin. She'd heard the whole exchange. She glanced at the young healer, saying facetiously, "So you've heard about our weirwoman, have you?" Becca ignored her, catching her breath enough to push herself upright once more and tell Fiona, "You get to bed and rest." "The weirwoman has more than enough help and will show that she can follow orders," Lorana cut across Fiona's protests. Fiona glared at her, but the older woman was unrelenting. "Didn't you mention something about setting an example?" "But—" Fiona spluttered. "Rest," Becca ordered, jerking a thumb toward Fiona's quarters. She glanced up. "It's too hot to argue out here, and we'll need our strength for later." "Come on, Fiona. I'll get you settled in," Taryn told her kindly. "You've been going non-stop since you woke up this morning. Don't think we haven't noticed." "Do you really want to be in bed with that fever for another 4 days?" Becca asked menacingly, her arms on her hips. "Sometimes," Fiona said phlegmatically as she allowed Taryn to escort her away. "I think it was a mistake to let Becca come back here." "Only sometimes," Taryn said, smiling. "But that's just a sign that you're still feverish, you know." Fretfully, Fiona allowed herself to be settled into her quarters, but she stoutly refused to get into her bed. "I'll sit here with Talent," she said with a pout. "You can bring me some blankets." "I'll bring you a chair," Taryn said. "You can't get comfortable on all that stone and dirt, not if you're going to sleep by yourself." "I can't sleep by myself," Fiona said. "I can never sleep by myself." Despite her words, propped up in a comfortable chair with cushions cheerfully plumped up by Taryn, Fiona found herself dozing as the heat of the midday sun warmed the weir, and the susurrus of Talent's steady breathing seemed to lull her into a daze. She reached out with her mind, hazily, toward Lorana, and felt a comforting, humorous response. Not quite a rebuff, but a gentle pushing away, kind and amused. She heard Kindan's voice in the distance and opened her eyes long enough to pick him out of the group of weirlings busily bagging more firestone and stacking it in readiness for the reserve wing. Soon, she thought, the wings would meet Thread, be joined by the High Reach's riders, and the battle would commence. It was odd, she mused. Once before, High Reaches had come to Telgar's aid. Only then, and a chill ran through her, there were no Telgar dragons to fly with. Her eyes snapped open in fright at the thought, and she reached out desperately for Tamar, for Zarenth. She couldn't find them. "They're fine," Lorana's voice came to her quickly, soothingly. "They've just come out of between." Chagrined, Fiona felt her cheeks burn with shame and sent an apology toward Lorana. The older woman certainly didn't need such reminders of the grim past. Still, Fiona couldn't quite shake off her unease. She took a slow, calming breath and carefully pushed the thought deep inside herself. The last thing she wanted was to worry Lorana with her own fears. She could tell that she was successful because she felt no resonance from the ex-Queen Rider, but even so, she couldn't shake off the nagging feeling that something would go horribly wrong. Memories of her fevered chanting came back to her. "Can't lose the baby. Can't lose the baby. Can't lose the baby." It mixed with Lorana's nightmare cry, her sweaty, gasping breaths, and as Fiona fought to quench her fears, she had raked over one horrifying thought. Whose baby? Or babies? "That's it?" Tamar thought in surprise as they came to the end of the fall. Like the upper Bitra Fall, this one had started way up north in the snowy wastes, where Thread could only freeze and die, a pleasant thought, and had crossed into the mountains above Crom, ending a good half-hour's flight from the hold itself. The air had been steady if mildly turbulent, and the Weirs had no trouble picking up the thread and following it as it crossed into the higher mountains and then ended at the foothills and high plains above Crom. An easy fall, Tamar snorted derisively. Easy enough. Telgar and High Reaches had each lost 2 dragons, and both had the same number of injuries. High Reaches had only 2 dragons badly mauled against Telgar's 3, but while Telgar had the same number of slighter injuries, High Reaches had 4 dragons and riders who would not fly again for the next month or more. "Zarenth, have Katav." Tamar cut himself short. Katav had been one of the injured with another score on his left side. This time, fortunately, it had been his left thigh that had borne the brunt of it, even as Zareth's neck had been lightly nicked just below, protected by the extra bulk of his rider's leg. "Have Katav's wing fly sweep." "Very well," the Brawn said. "When Earth leads." Chigurd? Tamar thought in surprise. He hadn't realized that the brown rider was Katav's wing second. He'd been injured not all that long ago. Tamar snorted to himself. It was hard to keep track of who flew where these days. "Let's go back," Tamar thought, even as he waved farewell to Devin and the High Reaches riders. Even with Katav's injuries and the other 5 injured dragon pairs, the mood at the weir that night was one of relief, almost festive. "Not bad," Fijian said, sounding very pleased with himself as he raised his glass to Taryn for a refill. "If I do say so myself, not bad at all." "Well, at least you didn't come home too battered," Taryn said with a sweet smile to take most of the sting out of her words. Fijian gave her a hurt look, but she shook it off, saying, "Don't let your head get too big for your helmet." I won't," Fijian protested, even as the laughter around the table brought red spots to his cheeks. He glanced at Tamar and raised his glass toward him. "You trained us well." "To fly, perhaps," Tamar said with a grin, adding as he shook his head, "but in drinking, not at all." "Flying's what's important," Fijian said merrily, glancing at his riders and raising his glass to them once more. He drained it and held it out to Taryn, who cocked her head thoughtfully. "Another glass and you'll be asleep before the party starts." "What?" Fijian roared, waving his free hand around to the folk gathered in the cavern. "This is the party." "Well, it's one party," Taryn agreed, her eyes twinkling suggestively. Fijian blinked at her in his confusion, and Taryn sighed. I think one party will be enough for him tonight, Fiona said, coming up behind her. They fight again in 3 days. Taryn turned in her chair to peer up at the weirwoman, her expression bleak. I know. Fiona smiled down at her. If you'd like, I'll wait with you. No, you're still supposed to be resting, Taryn said. She turned back to Fijian, gave him a quick peck on the cheek, and then pushed back her chair. Let me escort you to your quarters. Kindan can. Kindan will be pouring the wine all night long, Taryn said, watching the way the harper was pacing back and forth among the revelers. And then he'll be up early in the morning, drilling the weirlings. Are we working him too hard? Fiona asked, even as Taryn linked arms with her and started off toward the exit to the weirbowl. No more than any other, Taryn said. Of course, with Katov grounded, I'm sure he'll find himself with more help.
Weirwoman!
Tamar's voice called across the distance, and Fiona stopped and turned back to face the throng. Tamar raised his glass and toast, and she waved back happily in response.
To the best weirwoman on Pern,
Fijian said suddenly, lurching upward and raising his glass high.
Fiona! Fiona! Fiona!
The rest of the riders cheered in agreement. They quickly drained their glasses and held them out for more. Fiona waved and cheered them in return before turning back with Taryn to the cold night outside. They'll feel it in the morning. Good morning, Fiona called cheerfully as she entered Tamar's quarters carrying a tray on which she'd perched a pitcher of warm claw, 3 mugs, 2 plates, and a basket of fresh warm rolls.
Ugh,
Tamar groaned in response. Fiona's smile grew broader as she placed the tray on his day table. She quickly filled a mug and made her way over to him, humming loudly, off-key.
Ah!
Did you sleep well? Fiona asked loudly, as the bronze rider sat up in his bed, wincing at the cold stone beneath his feet and cupping his forehead feebly in his hands. She relented enough to waft the warm mug in front of his nose and say quietly, Fresh claw for the weary weir-leader. Tamar said, lowering one hand to grasp the mug and bring it to his lips. He drank slowly, lowered the mug, raised it again, and took another sip. Fijian is apparently not feeling too well this morning, Fiona went on with a quick smile. Taryn served him his breakfast about an hour ago. Tamar grunted once more, bringing his mug up for another swallow. He raised his head enough to give her a bleary-eyed look.
And to what do I owe my extra rest?
I'm not as mad at you as Taryn is with him, Fiona told him simply. She shrugged, adding, Anyway, I know you drank less than most and needed more sleep than others. She craned her head around toward the bathroom and called out loudly, I've claw and rolls, Shanice. Thank you, the head woman called back softly. A moment later, the dusky woman appeared, wrapped in a robe. She clucked sympathetically at Tamar and gratefully accepted the mug Fiona poured for her. I let you sleep in, Fiona told the head woman, smirking at Tamar's expression. She went to the tray at the table, filled the last mug, and peering over the edge, told the other 2, I'll leave you to it. Just know that Kindan's going to be drilling the weirlings in another half an hour or so. Shanice smiled at her and blew a kiss in her direction. Thank you for the warning. Fiona nodded and spun about, mug cradled in one hand as she made her way briskly out onto the Queen's Ledge beyond. As she made her way into Talent's weir and saw Corinth peer curiously into one of the still vacant weirs, she thought, Pretty soon we'll have to rearrange things. Telgar was laid out differently than some weirs, with the senior queen's and junior queen's quarters all on one side. She wondered at that, as there was room available on the other side of the weir bowl for another queen's weir. Fiona guessed that Degan must have decided to leave Lena on the side of the weir closest to the kitchens, while he quartered on the farther side. It made some sense to have all the queens together, but only when the weir woman was not actively fighting Thread. As it was now, Tamar was quartered in one of the junior queen's weirs, close to Fiona. She made a note to talk the arrangements over with Shanice. 2 more queens, and they would have the decision taken out of their hands. Not, she mused as Corinth snorted in surprise at something inside the empty weir, that it was much of a problem now. Corinth was quite willing to share a weir with Ledurth, doubtless encouraged by her rider. All the same, as was easy to see from the young queen's curiosity, it was probably time she settled in her own weir. Fiona furrowed her brows as she looked around, wondering why the young queen was so far from her normal weir. Her eyes widened as a whirl of dust whisked through the air, and Corinth just barely dodged it, snorting, eyes whirling red, craning her neck back in surprise. "There!" Fiona heard Taryn exclaim grumpily. She continued on to herself. "Thinks he can stay up all night!" She snorted. "Huh! Expects me to carry him back to his weir!" Another cloud of dust erupted. "Wants me to bring him breakfast!" "Can I help?" Fiona asked, brushing past Corinth and suddenly sneezing as another cloud of dust filled the air. "You can— Oh!" Taryn looked up, saw the dust settling over Fiona, and stopped, her expression halfway between contrition and mirth. "It's high time you had your own weir," Fiona said, glancing at the pile of clothes strewn in one corner. "If you'll wait a moment, I'm sure that Shanice can find you some help to straighten it out." She glanced back at Corinth, who blinked up at her. "And Corinth is getting big enough that she'll need a proper weir of her own." "You know that's not it," Taryn growled, eyes flashing. "And in your own weir," Fiona continued smoothly, ignoring the young weirwoman's response, "you can entertain as you see fit." "Oh!" Taryn's brow puckered as Fiona's words registered. Her anger evaporated. "Oh, I suppose I can." "And people who get too much into their cups will have to find their own weir, without disturbing you or—" Fiona paused, glancing around in surprise. "Where are your usual helpers?" "I don't know if I'll have them any more," Taryn said. "Most of them were taken away last night by their mothers." Fiona thought that was probably just as well. She could also imagine how the older, thread-seasoned bronze rider might find it difficult to maintain his best behavior surrounded by small ones who viewed him with awe. "I'll have Kindan send some food over for Corinth," Fiona said. She paused and met Taryn's green eyes frankly. "And how was his head this morning?" Taryn straightened and her eyes danced as she reported gladly. "Fijian was not feeling at all well this morning." Fiona said. "Well, perhaps you should consider that in—" She glanced outside. "A few minutes. Kindan will start exercising the weirlings." Taryn gave her a blank look, and then comprehension dawned, and her face took on a wicked smile. "Oh." After she'd got Taryn settled in, and they'd both gleefully watched as Kindan drilled the weirlings, who shouted quite loudly, Fiona left to check on Lorana. She found her in the records room with a basket of glows near at hand. "It can't be done," Fiona said as she peered over Lorana's shoulder, looking down at the contents of the slates spread in front of the ex-queen rider. "There's no mention of timing it in any of the records I've found," Lorana said. "That's because it's not a wise thing to do," Fiona said. "Too many accidents, too much confusion." She shrugged. "You know." "Like Benik," Lorana agreed. "Like all those who got to see their own deaths hours before they went to them," Fiona said. She sighed, eyes downcast, as a litany of faces came to her mind, faces sad but resigned, those of the riders, faces fearful and forlorn, those of the bereaved. "He can no more escape his fate than they." She sighed, walked around the table, and dropped into the seat opposite. Lorana looked up at her. "You know, Tamar told me that some of the riders, the ones who had timed it, actually waved at themselves in farewell, tried to comfort their past selves." Lorana gazed at her, shaking her head. Fiona tried a different tack, saying, "Talia's no different from any of those who get this bad news." She shook her head sadly. "She'll recover in time." "I don't know," Lorana said. "I think she's so desperate, so hurt, in pain, that she really would follow him between." And there's only that one new queen at Bendon, Fiona said by way of agreement. She grimaced, adding, I don't see her binding the wounds that would leave. No, Lynn needs seasoning before she'd be able, Lorana agreed. The new junior weirwoman at Bendon was far too unsure of herself to take charge in Talia's stead. Fiona shrugged. Well, there are mature queens in the other weirs, if it comes to that.
I'd be happier if there were another way.
Another way, Fiona said half to herself. Another way.
Matal saw him, and then Tamar,
Lorana began thoughtfully. With a whole wing, no less, Fiona pointed out. Lorana nodded, then glanced up at Fiona, lips curved up in a thin smile as she added,
And Talia's forbidden his wing to go with them.
So he found another wing. How hard would that be? Fiona tossed back with a shrug. She frowned again, adding, And anyway, we don't know when he timed it.
What?
Lorana asked, sitting upright in her chair. We don't know when he timed it, Fiona repeated, scarcely hiding her exasperation.
We don't even know if he timed it.
If?
We know that someone did, Lorana said, but all that anyone saw was a man wearing the Bendon Weir Leader's jacket.
So maybe it was a different Weir Leader? Fiona asked. From a different time? She frowned, shaking her head. It could be, but we won't know until it happens. She smiled wanly at Lorana and said with a sniff, For all we know, it could just as easily have been someone who stole Benick's jacket.
It was just a thought,
Lorana said with a quick shrug. She looked down at the slates once more, sighed, and stood up, swaying slightly with the awkward weight of the baby. She gave Fiona a pleading look, saying,
Would you clean up here? I must.
Go, Fiona said, waving her away. She'd heard enough about peeing for two to understand. I'll probably know about it firsthand soon enough, she mused as she reached for the scattered slates and started to put them away. A smile crossed her lips and she started humming happily. Well, as of this evening, you've 72 fighting dragons, Fiona said proudly to Tamar as they gathered together for dinner. She quirked a quick grin, adding, Katav tried to get back to flying, but I sent him to his quarters.
Well, I'm glad to hear that he's eager,
Tamar said, glancing at the wing leader who was seated glumly at the end of the table. He raised his voice to Carrie, saying to him,
I'm sure that Kindan appreciates your help with the Weirlings. I've learned a great deal,
Kindan said, sending a thankful nod in the Bronze Rider's direction. Katav waved a hand in acknowledgement.
72 is a good deal less than I'd like,
Tamar said to Fiona. I'd prefer 300, and if wishes were dragons, that's what we'd have, Fiona said. Tamar pursed his lips grimly, nodding. He glanced at Lorana, telling her,
If it weren't for you, we'd have none.
I know, Lorana said quietly, looking no happier. Tamar shot a look at Fiona, to which the Weir woman responded with a quick shake of her head.
Well, Tamar continued, with Fort's 86 and our 72, we'll be close to 2 full flights in strength.
Inez raised his eyebrows at that appraisal. The total number was a full wing short of 2 flights. Beside him, Gila shook her head quickly, and he grimaced, and resumed his meal without comment.
Where's Terran?
Tamar asked, peering down the table and spying Fijian eating glumly by himself. She's in her new quarters, Fiona said casually. She tilted her head toward the Weir leader. Actually, that brings up a good point. We should reconsider the disposition of the lower-level Weirs. Tamar raised an eyebrow and motioned for her to continue. Traditionally, Fiona continued, putting a tone of disdain on that word, the Weir woman and Weir leader have lodged in the weirs to the north of the bowl, nearest the hatching grounds. Tamar nodded. The junior Weir women have all lodged on the opposite side, where we've now got you quartered.
But your quarters are there too,
Tamar said. True, as is the records room that we're also using as the council room, Fiona said. But to the north there's a perfectly good room for the council to meet in, and another large room with access from both the Weir Bowl and the Weir woman's quarters for the records. She made a face. I think the current arrangements are a holdover from when Eigen integrated with Telgar. But with Taryn in her quarters, we've now got all 4 of the junior weirwomen's quarters filled, and the senior weirwoman's and weirleader's quarters remain empty.
So what do you propose?
Tamar asked. He quite liked being close to the kitchen and living caverns. The life of the weir centered there. But he could see how crowded they were getting and understood Fiona's hidden hope that they would soon have enough queens to fill all queen weirs. I don't know, Fiona admitted. Obviously the traditional thing to do would be to move you and me out into the quarters on the north side of the weir. Tamar chuckled. It was obvious that Fiona was no more enamored of that prospect than he. I suppose we could do with the extra exercise, Fiona said thoughtfully, adding with a flash of her eyes. After all, no one would want us to get fat, would they?
No, I suppose not,
Tamar replied diplomatically.
And I suppose the weirs are large enough, maybe even larger than our current quarters.
But I'll miss the ease with which I can talk with Gila and Taryn, Fiona said.
I'm sure that they will need exercise too, Tamar quipped, working to control his smirk. His expression slipped as a new thought came to him. Of course, that will put us near the weirlings.
Yes, Fiona agreed blandly. Tamar gave her a probing look, for rarely was the weirwoman bland, and thought on the implications. Being nearer the weirlings would mean being nearer to Kindan, the weirling master. That would put Lorana closer. In fact, the only one who would stand to lose from it would be Shanice. The head woman was in no danger of getting fat, having barely a spare gram on her. Still, Tamar admitted privately to himself, the same could be said of Fiona, although in her case she tended more toward wiry strength than even the dusky-toned head woman. If you're thinking of offering to stay in your weir for a while longer, Fiona said, guessing all too accurately at the thrust of his thoughts, consider that would put you near Taryn and Gila, and ask yourself how that might impact their partners.
I've no.
Tamar started in protest. He cut himself short as he saw Fiona's eyes dance once more in amusement. It was true that he was not so foolish as to attempt to dally with the other weirwomen. Gila was far too attached, and both were far younger than he preferred. His attachment to Fiona was still something of a mystery to him. What had started as a simple act of kindness had solidified into something that caused him much pain, but which he knew would cause him even more pain to finish. He met her eyes frankly and peered deeply into them, once again amazed at their depths. She was, in far too many ways, still a child, and yet she was weirwoman to her core, more so even than Seska or Sonia.
I wouldn't want to be that far from you,
Tamar said. He caught Fiona's shudder of joy, and she reached for his hand, grabbed it tight in hers. She let it go a moment later, glancing around to be sure that no one had noticed. Good, she said. Then it's decided.
Can we wait until we aren't so pressed for time?
I wasn't thinking of starting until after this fall, Fiona said. I merely wanted your decision on the matter.
Thank you,
Tamar said, warmly surprised that she'd wanted his decision and not his approval. Fiona accepted his words with a nod, continuing, And now that we've decided, when we're done we'll have 2 empty weirs there, at least temporarily. Tamar cocked an eyebrow at her wonderingly. What was she getting at? I think, as we're moving around, we should arrange it so that your wing lodges above us. They can come down the central stairs, Fiona told him. Tamar nodded. That much seemed reasonable, but he was certain that Fiona had more, and he motioned for her to continue. That will leave us free then to move Hinez's wing above the Queen's weirs, Fiona continued. And as we'll have 2 empty weirs there, if he wants, he could take the one nearest to Gila. Tamar's eyes widened as he caught on to her plan.
I'm sure that would make the weirwoman happy,
Tamar agreed with a twinkle in his eyes. It would hardly make Hinez unhappy.
And Fijian?
Well, I think it best if we consider putting his wing over the caverns, Fiona said, her tone losing some of its levity. Tamar gave her a startled look and she continued, We could perhaps change that later, but for the time being, that's a good location for him. I mean, for his wing."
"Around the back? Toward the lake?"
Tamar asked. He knew full well that there were choice locations in the weir and places no one wanted. Being located just above the lake in the feeding pens was one of the least desired locations, noisy and noisome both. It was, traditionally, the place where irate weir leaders or weir women placed those who had earned their wrath. "Perhaps not quite there," Fiona said, pursing her lips, "although that might not be a bad idea."
"It's far from the wine,"
Tamar said. "Then, by all means, whatever you think best, weir leader," Fiona said in the blandest of tones. Tamar glanced down toward Fijian and wondered what exactly the young bronze rider had done to annoy his lady so much that the weir woman wanted revenge.
"I'll have to think about it,"
Tamar said after a long pause. "Don't think too long," Fiona told him warningly. "Or, if you must, talk with Shanice first."
"Shanice?"
Tamar asked in surprise. From the sound of it, Fiona had already conveyed her impressions to the head woman, and, to Tamar's surprise, it was clear that Shanice had emphatically agreed with her. "I think it's important that the lesson be well and truly learned," Fiona said with a sour look.
"Should we do more?"
Fiona sighed and shook her head, leaning closer to Tamar to tell him, "No, it was a foolish mistake. I just want to make sure that he doesn't consider repeating it."
"I'll talk to Shanice then,"
Tamar said, making it clear in his tone that he considered that only a formality. "Best do it before you come to bed," Fiona said. Tamar gave her another surprised look. She pushed back from her chair, having finished her meal a while back, and called out to the group, "Dragonriders, Threadfall's tomorrow, and I must rest." The riders all rose dutifully and nodded to her, eyeing the weir leader warily. Tamar rose too, giving his half-eaten dessert a quick rueful glance before adding,
"A good night's sleep would serve us all well."
The others needed no more hints, and slowly the Dragonriders finished eating and, in small groups, made their way from the dining cavern to their weirs, some accompanied by other riders, some by weir mates and family. Fiona was waiting for him in his quarters. "Kindan is spending the night with Lorana," Fiona told him. "Zinna and the others know to call to Length or to Larth, if they've need."
"And you?"
Tamar asked, gesturing to his room. Fiona smiled and cocked her head up at him. "I'd like to stay with you tonight." Tamar smiled.
"I've learned that it's never good to disappoint the weir woman."
Later, much later, as Fiona rested her head on his shoulder, she asked, "What are we going to do?"
"Do?"
"Every fall we lose 2 more," Fiona said with a sigh. "Sometimes more, sometimes less, but on average 2. And with 72 fighting dragons, that gives us less than 36 falls."
"Much less,"
Tamar said.
"Really, we can't hope to fight with less than a full flight."
"You could time it," Fiona said, nuzzling deeper into his shoulder.
"The casualties would increase."
"So we don't have the time," Fiona said. Tamar was silent. He had no answer for her. "It can't be like this," Fiona said. "Our children should grow up in the weir, strong, happy, and healthy."
"And be Dragonriders?"
"If they wish," Fiona said. "But we shouldn't have to face the end of everything, the last dragon, the last rider, the last weir." She shook her head. "That shouldn't happen."
"No, it shouldn't,"
Tamar said. Which didn't change the fact that it would. 36 falls would come in little more than 4 months, 5 at the most. It would take the weirlings just hatched another 23 months at the least to mature and grow strong enough to join the weirs.
"We could send them back in time."
"The weirlings?" Fiona guessed. "Where to? We can't send them back to Eigen. All the time there was used."
"Southern?"
"We sent the fire lizards there," Fiona reminded him. "The dragons are cured now, but I don't know if they couldn't get sick again." She paused in silent thought for a long while. When she moved again, it was to prop herself up on one arm. She leaned forward and kissed Tamar gently on the lips. "You've a fall tomorrow. You shouldn't be worrying," she said before bending back down to tease his lips once more. Fiona woke early, eyes narrowed, inhaling deeply of the morning air. Something disturbed her. With a tender glance at Tamar, she shifted the blankets and quickly rose out of bed. She slid her feet into her slippers, found the robe she'd left at the end of the bed, shrugged it over her shoulders, and felt around for the small glow basket at the front of the bed. Its light was weak and in need of recharging, which suited her as she only needed it to provide her with a clear view of her path into Zareth's lair. The big bronze was sleeping, his breath coming in slow, steady waves. Clearly he was no more disturbed than Tamar. Fiona crept quietly past him, leaving the unnecessary glow at the weir's exit. She stood there in silence, her senses stretched, trying to locate the cause of her worry. Frowning, she turned her head toward her own weir and listened. Her eyebrows rose in surprise as she recognized a noise closer, coming from Taryn's new weir. The sound was an odd mix, and it was only when she ducked away from a sudden gust of dust that Fiona could make sense of it. Taryn was sweeping Corinth's lair and muttering, no, crying, to herself. "Taryn?" Fiona called softly, having stepped away to avoid another cloud of dust. The younger weirwoman stopped sweeping and muttering abruptly. A moment later she spoke, sounding miserable. "Fiona?" Fiona entered the lair and saw that poor Corinth was huddled in one far corner, her eyes whirling a distressed red as she eyed her mate with alarm. Fiona stepped forward briskly and grabbed the broom from Taryn's hands. The youngster looked up at her in surprise, her lower lip quivering. Even in the dim light, Fiona could tell that she'd been crying. Her eyes were red-rimmed and her cheeks tear-streaked. "I couldn't sleep," Taryn confessed miserably. She gave Fiona an anxious look as she added, "I didn't wake you, did I?" "Come here," Fiona said, turning toward Taryn's darkened quarters as she reached for the younger girl's hand. She led them to Taryn's bed and sat down, pulling the young weirwoman down beside her. She pulled Taryn's head onto her shoulder and held it, stroking the young Dragonrider's soft red-blonde hair soothingly. "Talk." "I couldn't sleep," Taryn repeated. When Fiona remained patiently silent, she added, "I kept thinking of him." She lifted her head off Fiona's shoulder and turned her head up to face her, her eyes flashing dimly in the low light. "He got drunk because he's afraid," she said, her voice miserable. She choked back a sob before continuing. "He's afraid he's going to die. Or worse." "Worse. See all those around him die first," Fiona guessed. Taryn's eyes widened in surprise even as she breathed, "Yes." "Well, we've over 4 wings' worth of weirlings between the 5 weirs and more to come," Fiona reminded her in a light voice. "I'm sorry, Fiona, but that won't be enough," Taryn interrupted firmly. "I can do the sums, and even if somehow we could bring them all back in time and have them grow up, that would still be nearly 2,000 dragons too few to save Pern." "Well," Fiona said, turning to a different tack, "with your queen and the pair we've got already, we'll have easily another 4 wings from them in a turn. And in 2 turns they'll be able to fight Thread," Taryn replied, shaking her head. "We'll think of something." "What?" Taryn demanded. "And will it be soon enough to save Fijian?" "Or Tamar," Fiona added, allowing a bitter tone to creep into her voice. "Or Hinez, or Katav, even." Taryn was surprised at her tone. "Go find him. Go talk to him," Fiona said, rising from the bed and dragging the younger girl with her. "There are never any guarantees in life, Taryn. The only things we can hold are the memories we're given." "I'm not ready to—" "I'm not saying that," Fiona cut her off with a snort. "But if you're hurting this much, just worrying about him, then you at least owe it to him to let him know that." "Okay," Taryn said reluctantly. She paused as they entered Corinth's lair and turned to her queen, kneeling down and stroking the dragonette lovingly. "I'd better feed her first." "No," Fiona said. "Don't dawdle. I'll feed her if she's willing." She paused, smiling down at the pretty little queen. "Or I'll ask Lorana, if she prefers." She turned back to the entrance and jerked a thumb toward it. "Go. Go now." "What if he's asleep?" Taryn asked, temporizing. "You'll figure it out," Fiona said, turning back to Corinth and putting the young queen rider out of her sight. She remained in that position, assuming Taryn's squatting position to rub the young queen's eye ridges until she heard Taryn scamper away. To the young queenling she apologized. "She's really a good choice, you know."
"Yes,"
Corinth agreed, angling her neck so that Fiona could reach the itchiest patch. "You'll be big before you know it," Fiona promised, surprised at how small the recently hatched queen seemed to her own to length.
"Yes, I know,"
Corinth said. Fiona wondered at the dragon's certainty and shrugged. It was probably just youth and an intense desire to have that particular itch scratched. How long they remained like that, exchanging words for caresses, Fiona didn't know or care. She only turned away from the young queen when she heard sounds behind her outside the weir. "Well?" Fiona asked as she turned, expecting to see Taryn return with a broad grin on her face. It wasn't Taryn she saw. It was Lorana. The older woman was looking out over the weir bowl, looking up into the air with a quizzical expression. "Lorana?" Fiona asked, making her way quickly to the ex-queen rider, unable to keep a tinge of worry from her voice. "Hmm?" Lorana murmured, her eyes still focused skyward. Fiona followed her gaze but could see nothing but the weir, brighter now in the morning sun. Dust, probably left over from Taryn's exertions, hung in the air, flickering in the morning light. "Are you all right?" "Just looking," Lorana returned dreamily. Fiona cocked her head in worry but said nothing, standing beside the older woman, ready if she needed help. She half expected Lorana to collapse or something by the way she was staring so intently at the dust motes. "What color are they?" Lorana asked suddenly. "Color?" "The specks," Lorana said, half raising a hand. "It's just dust, Lorana," Fiona said, trying to keep her voice normal. "Dust is usually brown, isn't it?" "On the ground, maybe," Fiona said, wondering why Lorana found the topic so fascinating. "It sparkles like gold in the air, though." "Gold?" Lorana asked, cocking her head to one side critically. "Well, goldy, I suppose," Fiona allowed. "Or bronzy, maybe." Bronze," Lorana agreed. She dropped her head suddenly and turned to face Fiona, catching her eyes. There was no sign of any strangeness in them. "Could you and Talent bring me to Benton? I want to talk with Ketan." "Ketan?" Fiona asked. "There's a fall today, Lorana. We've got to get ready soon." She paused, adding, "And Benton's got a fall, too." "I know," Lorana said. "If you could take me now, that would work, wouldn't it?" "Right now?" "We could be changed in 10 minutes," Lorana said, glancing down at her robe and slippers with some surprise. "I really need to talk with Ketan." "Well," Fiona temporized, then said decisively, "All right, but we have to be careful." She pointed to Lorana's midriff. 3 coughs only, Lorana swore. Kindan was already gone. Lorana explained that he had gone to rouse the weirlings early, and she'd escorted him as far as the weir ledge. They dressed quickly even though Lorana found that, to her embarrassment, she had to have Fiona's help. "I expect I'll be asking you to help me soon enough," Fiona said as she laughed off the older woman's discomfort. Even so, they were ready in less than the 10 minutes Lorana had promised. Fiona spent longer working with Talent's riding straps, partly because she still felt some misgivings over Lorana's state of mind. She waved at Tamar, but the weir leader was busy with the preparations for the fall. Finally, she could delay no more. Talent took up a position below the Queen's ledge, her forewing raised so that Lorana could climb aboard without difficulty. And then Fiona was on, and Talent stepped away from the ledge, bugled a challenge to the whole weir, took one leap, and was between. They appeared again over Bendon Weir moments later, even as Fiona was still berating herself for letting the Queen set such a bad example by going between so close to the ground. Her worries and shame vanished as the Bendon watch dragon challenged them, and Talent roared in response. Her bellow was greeted by a rousing chorus from the weir bowl, even as she wheeled sharply and spun her way down to the ground, Fiona crying in pure joy at her Queen's wild maneuver. "What are you doing here?" Talia demanded, as soon as she got within earshot. She made out the form of Lorana, and her expression changed. Rushing forward, she cried, "Have you found it?" Fiona shot the older weirwoman an irritated look as she gingerly guided Lorana down to the ground below. Couldn't Talia at least wait until they were safe? "I need to talk with Ketan, if he's available," Lorana said, her soft contralto voice sounding calm and collected, focused in a way that she had not been with Fiona on the ledge earlier. Lorana turned back to Fiona, who was starting to dismount, and held up a hand. "You should get back," she told her with a grateful smile. "I'm sure Talia will give me a lift when I need it." "If you're going to help, you can take Manith yourself," Talia offered, glancing around the weir, her eyes full of dread. "Anything to save Banik." "Where's Ketan?" Lorana asked, looking around. When she didn't find him, she turned back to Fiona. The young weirwoman made no attempt to disguise her concern. Lorana smiled up at her. "Go on. Kindan will be worried." Relieved at hearing Lorana's words, Fiona smiled and nodded. "I'm here if you need me." Aloud, she said, "Come on, Talent. Thread's coming soon." She nodded toward Talia, and this time instructed Talent to climb up to the proper spot above the watch dragon before departing once more between for Talgar and home. "You'll probably find him in his quarters, drunk," Talia said as she watched the Talgar Queen climb up toward the heights. Her eyes narrowed as she added, "What does he have to do with Banik?" "I don't know," Lorana said. "I want to talk with him first." "Very well," Talia said sourly. "If you need me, come find me. We've got Thread to fight today." "And if I need to borrow Manith?" Lorana asked. "Take her," Talia said with a wave as she trotted off toward a knot of Dragonriders. "Do what you must." "Very well," Lorana said, turning toward the healer's quarters. "I'm going to have to go to High Reaches later." Talia made no response beyond another wave of her arm, and then she was lost in the throng of riders. Lorana found him in the healer's quarters, head down on his arm, snoring loudly. "Ketan!" she called. He stirred, then resumed his snores. Lorana's eyes narrowed and she sighed, moving forward to grab his shoulders. "Ketan!" she shouted, shaking him roughly.
What?"
the ex-Dragonrider said muzzily, lifting his head up and waving his hands.
"Go away."
"It's me, Lorana."
"Lorana?"
Ketan pried one eye open and peered at her. He jerked back in surprise and pulled himself upright, his neck craning around to peer at her.
"What are you doing here? You're at Telgar."
"I wanted to talk with you," Lorana told him, her expression softening. "I wanted to talk with you about Drith."
"Drith."
Ketan's voice was a thready wail.
"My beautiful, beautiful Drith."
Lorana gave the healer a long, thoughtful look, took a deep breath, and said quietly, "Do you remember the last words you had with him?"
"Why?"
Ketan demanded angrily.
"He's gone, and I'm here, and oh, Drith, how I hurt without you."
"Ketan," Lorana began again softly, "I'm not trying to hurt you."
"Go away,"
the healer replied, turning back to his table and dropping his head on it, eyes closed firmly as if by not seeing Lorana he could make her disappear. "Didn't he say, 'I must do this while I still can'?" Lorana asked quietly.
"Yes, to die,"
Ketan growled, his eyes snapping open in anger and then closing again in hopes that his tormentor would leave him. "Tamar saw the Bendon Weir leader die," Lorana said. "He saw him come back in time. He saved him just as he saved Matal."
"So?"
Ketan demanded.
"He dies, they die, we all die."
He paused.
"And then I'll be with Drith."
"I think you can be with Drith before that," Lorana said, her heart beating loudly in her chest. "I think you can save 3 lives." Ketan had opened his eyes again at her words. He lifted his head off the table and craned it up so that he could see her from the corner of his wide-open eyes. "Would you be willing to steal Benik's jacket?"
"Steal his—"
The healer jerked upright and jumped out of his chair.
"Steal his jacket? But I've no dragon."
"No dragon now." The healer's expression slowly changed from one of surprise and despair to one of hope. "I'm not offering you much," Lorana cautioned. "A chance to ride Drith again and to make a difference."
"My lady, to be a dragon rider again, just once."
Ketan shook his head, his eyes brimming with tears.
"For that, I'd do anything."
"First, the jacket.
"And then?"
We go to High Reaches."
"High Reaches?"
Ketan looked perplexed and then illumination struck.
"Oh, and then the Werehold, no doubt."
"We'll see Nuella," Lorana agreed, "but not until after."
"And then?"
"And then, Ketan, you'll get your last ride." 24. The way forward is dark and long. A dragon gold is only the first price you'll pay for Pern. Fort Weir, 2nd hour, AL 507.11.18. Second interval. Lorana sighed wearily as she glided silently down into the Fort Weir bowl in the dark of night. 4 coughs between, the same as when she'd brought Ketan back to Drith to make their offer, and again when Drith had accepted, and again when Lorana and Ketan had arrived at the Werehold with the vial she'd retrieved from High Reaches Weir. While she'd explained in private to Nuella the purpose of the vial, and had sworn the half-sighted woman to secrecy, Ketan and Drith had rolled in the gold-flecked waters of the Miners' River. In the distance, with the sun in the right position, anyone who had merely a brief glimpse of brown Drith would easily take him for a bronze, particularly when the rider was wearing the Bendon Weir leader's distinctive jacket. It had taken only Lorana's word to recruit a ready wing of Istan dragons willing to follow Ketan unquestioningly. Jillian had more volunteers than they needed, even though all were sworn to secrecy. She watched, from a distance low to the ground where she wouldn't be seen, as Ketan first saved Matal, and then again when the Istan wing had saved Tamar and sacrificed himself. And now there was one thing more to do. First, though, she had to say goodbye. She couldn't do it in person, so she chose a different way, going back in time. Here, to Fort Weir, a little less than 9 months before, on the day after the hatching, after Fiona had impressed to length. In the distance, a dragonette creeled. Lorana stretched her senses to the quarters where Kindan had just woken, startled by something he couldn't identify. She sent him a warm thought and turned her attention toward the Queen's quarters. Fiona, she thought quietly. A touch of a smile played across her lips. She shook her head. "Sorry. I know what I must do. I understand now. The way forward is dark and long. A dragon gold is only the first price you'll pay for Pern." Beneath her, Manith trembled, as if sensing her fears. Lorana pursed her lips tightly and shook her head in determination. "We've been here long enough," Lorana told the queen beneath her.
Let's go.
As you wish, the dragon responded. With a great heave of hind legs, the dragon leaped into the air and went between. Epilogue. It will all turn out right. Talgar Weir, evening, AL 508.7.21. Fiona only started looking for Lorana after the worst of the injured dragons and riders had been tended. The casualties were bad, but the numbers were reassuring. Even though the Weir had lost another 2 dragons and it would be months before all 6 injured would be able to fly again, the fall had been easier than she'd feared. It was her memory of that fear that brought her to wonder about Lorana, because the fear had started that morning when she had seen the ex-queen rider looking up at the flecks of dust. "Becca," Fiona called as she spotted the smaller girl bustling about. "Have you seen Lorana?" The youngster shrugged and hurried on about her duties. Fiona berated herself, realizing that she could have Talent ask Minith. "I cannot find her," Talent replied a moment later, her tone tense. Fiona felt panic well in her heart. She turned on her heel in a great circle, scanning the weir for any sign of the taller woman. She did not find her. "Kindan!" she shouted as she spotted the harper. Kindan waved toward her, but somehow alerted by her stance, stopped what he was doing and raced over to her. "Have you seen Lorana?"
No,
he said, shaking his head. "I brought her to Bendon," Fiona said. "Talia said that she might take Minith." Kindan arched an eyebrow in surprise, but Fiona rushed on. "And I can't find Minith."
What about Lorana?
Kindan asked, and Fiona flushed in surprise that she'd forgotten her strange link with the older woman. "Lorana!" she called loudly. She waited. Her face fell, and she glanced worriedly at Kindan as she shook her head. She was about to say more when the air above erupted with a bronze dragon from between. "Where is she?" a voice bellowed from above. It was Talia. She was riding behind Benik. "Where is that dragon stealer?" The 2 scampered down the moment Caranth had touched the ground, racing over to Fiona and Kindan. Tamar, alerted by the shout, rushed to their side, giving Fiona a questioning look. "We can't find Lorana," Fiona told him in chill tones. "She had that healer steal Benik's jacket," Talia began angrily. "He stole it! Lynn saw him."
Your Weir Leader jacket?
Tamar asked, turning to Benik. The Bendon Weir Leader nodded, running a hand wearily through his hair from front to back.
I thought it was a poor joke, but I didn't have the time to track it down before Threadfall.
Tamar grunted in understanding.
And now? Devin told me that Lorana and Catan had come to High Reaches. They went to the records room, and that's the last they've been seen, Benik said.
Fiona and Kindan exchanged looks at the mention of High Reaches records room. Talia saw it and cried, "What? What were they doing there?"
I don't know,
Kindan admitted.
But when we were there last, Lorana and I put the 4th vial in the records room. The 4th vial,
Benik repeated, his eyes narrowing thoughtfully. "The one that killed Arith?" Fiona asked, her voice heavy with emotion.
The one that can turn a watchwear into a dragon, Kindan explained. We put it at High Reaches where it would be safe. Why would Lorana want that? Tamar mused.
With a sad frown, he added,
I can see why she would want Benik's jacket, but not that.
What? Talia demanded. Why would she steal that? For Catan, Fiona said, turning to Tamar for confirmation. Catan? Talia repeated. What would he need with—
But a brown's not a bronze,
Kindan exclaimed. Benik's eyes widened and he mouthed the words, a brown, to himself. The dust, Fiona said, turning to the others. That's what she meant with the dust.
What dust?
Kindan asked. Fiona took a deep breath and said slowly, This morning, before we went to Bendon, I found her looking up at the dust above the weir bowl. The others looked at her in confusion. She asked me what color it was, Fiona continued. I told her it was brown on the ground, but in the air it shimmered.
Like gold dust,
Kindan breathed in surprise, fingering the brooch on his tunic. He turned to Fiona and commanded,
Check with Nuella. I'll bet they were there.
Why? Talia demanded.
Because if the gold dust was on his skin in the sunlight, for an instant, a brown could pass as a bronze,
Tamar said, his eyes wide in sudden enlightenment. He turned to Benik.
That's why he stole your jacket. But a brown,
Benik protested.
Drith,
Kindan said. Drith's dead, Talia said flatly.
Drith is certainly dead now.
But he wasn't then, Fiona declared, turning glowing eyes toward Kindan. She shook her head admiringly. That's brilliant. What? Talia demanded, still lost.
Kindan and Fiona think that Lorana went back in time with Ketan to when Drith went between,
Tamar said slowly, his eyes sliding toward the harper and weirwoman for confirmation. But he was sick, dying, Talia declared. Yes, Fiona agreed, but apparently he could still fly.
Long enough to save Matal, me, and...
Tamar turned to Benik.
You.
If that's so, then where's Lorana? Talia demanded. Where's Manith? You can't hear her? Fiona asked in surprise. Talia shook her head.
Then she's gone,
Kindan declared in a flat, dead voice. The others looked up at him.
She went with Drith and Ketan.
He pursed his lips grimly.
That's why she gave the vial to Nuella. She knew there is no hope, so she went as best she could.
No! Fiona's word was loud, clear, and defiant. She didn't do that! Kindan frowned at her and shook his head.
Your problem, Fiona, is that you don't know when to quit.
Of course I don't, Fiona agreed, her eyes flashing angrily. You taught me that.
Me?
Step by step, moment by moment, Fiona said, repeating the words of Kindan's song from the plague. Vaxorum said those words to you. You remembered them. You didn't give in when the plague threatened to kill us all. She jabbed a finger at him, her eyes welling with tears. You saved my life when even my father had given in to despair. She reached out and grabbed his chin in her hand, forcing him to meet her eyes. I won't let you give in.
She's dead, Fiona,
Kindan shouted, jerking out of her grasp.
She's gone between. Her grief too great, and she's left us. She knows we're doomed, and she couldn't bear to keep watching us all die slowly, dragon by dragon.
He turned to Talia.
So she kept her word to you, and then she left.
He turned back to Fiona.
She's gone. You can't hear her, can you?
Fiona shook her head, lips quivering. No, I can't. She looked up at him again, declaring stoutly, But just because I can't doesn't mean she isn't alive, Kindan. She won't give up. She loves you too much.
She's left me you,
Kindan said bitterly.
She could leave me knowing that you're still here. In fact, she probably left because of you.
Fiona's eyes flashed and her hand leaped up, the sound of her slap startling everyone. Don't ever say that, Fiona told him savagely. Don't ever think that.
Because the truth hurts too much?
Kindan asked, raising a hand to massage his stinging cheek. It's not the truth, Fiona said quietly. The truth is that she loves us both.
She loved her brother and sister, too, Fiona,
Kindan replied, his anger suddenly gone, his voice matching hers.
She couldn't save them either.
She wouldn't give up, Fiona declared. She looked up at him. She learned it from you, just as I did. Kindan's eyes widened and his head jerked up at her words, as though stung once again. Fiona shook her head. She'll pay any price, Kindan. She's already... Oh!
What?
Oh, no! Fiona sobbed, her legs sagging. Kindan and Tamar rushed to grab her, and she wrapped her arms around them feebly for support. "What is it?" Talia asked. She moved closer and gently touched Fiona. "Fiona, what is it?" "Any price," the young weir-woman sobbed. "Any price."
"Oh, no,"
Kindan sighed, his eyes misting.
"Fiona, you don't think—"
"Teniz said it," Fiona said, lifting her head long enough to look toward Talia. "He said that Terran would get her queen, and he said this to Lorana. The way forward is dark and long. A dragon gold is only the first price you'll pay for Pern." Beside her, Tamar gasped.
"She's gone ahead."
"Turns ahead," Fiona said. "More than 9 or even 11 coughs." She pushed herself upright, unaware of Terran and Becca rushing toward the commotion, not seeing Shanice appear suddenly beside Tamar. Her eyes were only on Kindan. "She paid the price," she said. "She paid the price with her child." Kindan gasped in understanding. If Lorana had gone so far in time that Fiona could no longer hear her, Lorana had gone too far for her pregnancy to survive. "Step by step, moment by moment," Fiona repeated. She held his eyes with hers. "She paid the price. We," and she turned to catch everyone in her gaze, "will do no less." She drew herself up to her full height and, regal weir-woman, declared fiercely, "We will be here with all our love when she returns." We hope you have enjoyed our presentation of Dragongirl by Todd McCaffrey. Copyright 2010 by Todd McCaffrey and Anne McCaffrey. Performed by Emily Durante. Directed by Mel Foster. Engineered by Martin Wosner. Performance copyright 2010 Brilliance Audio. Recorded by arrangement with Ballantine Books, an imprint of Random House Publishing Group, a division of Random House Incorporated. For further information concerning this program or other Brilliance Audio titles, please call the following toll-free number, 1-800-222-3225, or visit our website at www.brillianceaudio.com. No part of this recording may be played for an audience or reproduced in any form. It may not be streamed, downloaded, broadcast, or copied without written permission. Address all inquiries to Brilliance Audio, P.O. Box 887, Grand Haven, Michigan 49417.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.